those draping people to drape here for us. Drape that side. Okay. Patrick, how's this? This we can leave on that table. Um, I think most people will use lectern, except there we go. Mark's got a headset, and Carol, you happy on just this? Yeah. Okay, morning. Are you happy there, Patrick? Mic check, 1, 2. Let's get that camera. Let's try and get the WTM in as well. If we have to move the lectern over a little bit, we can.
I don't think about it. You can come down. It doesn't matter if you're missing the top of the lectern.
Yes.
I'd rather have the logo.
But also during the ATIS conference at 11, with 10 chairs, we're going to remove the lectern, because otherwise you can't see these 2 or 3 people at the back here. So I think that's fine, Oaks, if, like that. Okay. Perfect, thanks.
You sounded like me.
Send them to cell phone prison, maybe. Sur quelle planète suis-je tombé?
La planète Terre.
Il n'y a donc personne sur la Terre? Où sont les hommes? Où sont les hommes? Il n'y a donc personne sur la Terre? Où sont les hommes? Où sont les hommes?
C'est le temps que tu as perdu pour ta rose, qui fait ta rose si importante.
C'est le temps que j'ai perdu pour ma rose.
On ne voit bien qu'avec le cœur, l'essentiel est invisible pour les yeux.
L'essentiel est invisible aux yeux.
just go up. Give them another round of applause. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Sham. I am the founder and CEO of a travel content platform called Like a Tourist, and I'm also going to be your MC and host for this morning. And before we get into the nitty-gritty, I want to mention 2 house rules that I'd ask you to observe with me. The first is, please help me by either switching your phones on silent or switching them off. And second of all, can you please have some goddamn fun? Thank you. So, I want to talk to you from the heart this morning for the next 3.5 hours as I welcome you. I want to talk to you about this thing called travel and this ability that we have to gather again in person. Because if I can cut straight to the heart, it's the only way I know how. I just think we're sitting on something absolutely beautiful again. We all know that for the last 3.5 years, life has been absolutely insane. We've had to deal with pixelated faces. We've had to deal with that South African proverb, you're on mute. And I want to talk to you as a fellow South African and someone who just absolutely loves to travel. Because I personally remember 3 years ago when we didn't have the freedom that we have today, when we were so unsure that we couldn't do this in person. How magical is it to hear them do their thing in person? Wouldn't have translated so well on Zoom, would it have? And while these technologies have indeed afforded us many conveniences, I think I want to just start by saying that over the next 3 days, we have this beautiful opportunity, once again, to take hold of these in-person connections, these random meetings, right? This intimacy that has just been so missing. I remember when COVID hit, and I just remember not being able to get onto a plane, onto a train, or take a random road trip somewhere. I just remember how much I missed it. And I remember on a specific drive in about October 2020, when we were able to cross borders again, I drove from Joburg to Knysna. I remember thinking to myself, how crazy is it that human beings, we tend to focus solely on a destination rather than enjoying the journey? You get into this car, and all you want to do is get to the end. But when it got taken away, suddenly I was like a little child again. You're driving down the long main road, and you're just looking around with the wonder of a 5-year-old again. And it was in that moment that I remember honestly thinking to myself that when this kind of comes back, when we get this opportunity once again, that I would never take it for granted. And so here we are. Yes, maybe last year we may have been able to gather like this again, but we still had mask mandates, and people were still a little bit scared or unsure. But 2023, baby, 2023, we're back, and I think that deserves a round of applause. I really want to urge you and encourage you to take hold of the beautiful opportunities that will exist over the next 3 days. I really want to urge you to be like a child again as we gather and we connect. I am someone who just loves this country, and I think you do too. I'm someone who loves this continent, and I think you do too. And as someone who has traveled all over the world, I know for sure we have to live on the most beautiful continent on the planet. There's no question to me. But its shining and crowning glory, without question, are our people. Whenever I've traveled abroad and back, and this is not a knock on them, is that it is so distinct when we come back. It is so clear. It is the little random meetings in the lift I have this morning with the security guard, who's just got that smile on his face. Hey, bro, you well? Oh, good on you, bro. Good. It's just those little magical moments that we tend to take for granted. And so just for me, without getting too emotional about it, I will never forget when we couldn't do it, and so here we are again today. This country and this continent is so beautiful, and here we are with this opportunity to mingle, connect, and really sell ourselves to one another. And I think the goal has to be us working together to really show the true potential to the rest of the world in what we sit here. Again, when it's taken away, you remember it so vividly. And oftentimes you have to leave. Every time I leave South Africa to go do whatever, whenever I get back, I'm like, my goodness, we really do sit on the most amazing potential. And South Africa and the continent sometimes has its problems for sure. And I think what happens is we get inundated with the one side. I can only speak for myself, that sometimes I may get frustrated in patches by the things that hold us back. But what we tend to do is then conflate the two South Africas and the two Africas into one. And the thing is, the one side of it, well, that one is reminded to us every single day, but I think sometimes we need to remind ourselves on the other side that there is a tale of two South Africas, and there is a tale of two Africas indeed, and that we often just need to remind ourselves on this side and not be so immersed in this side. So from me to you, I just want to tell you as an outsider, my very first time at WTM Africa, maybe I don't have the experience that you do, but hell's bells, I'm excited. So I'm officially giving myself permission to just randomly run up to every single one of you and be like, how's it? I'm Mark. What do you do? What the hell? And I actually honestly urge you to do the same. I urge you to just take it with both hands as we enjoy the next 3 days. Well done to you guys. Well done to the team at WTM Africa. The most important thing that we should be doing over the next 3 days is having a little bit of fun. All this work, all the money, the effort, the resources, everything that goes into this. Are you hearing me? Let's have a little bit of fun. I'm going to spare you the rest of the 3.5 hours welcome, and I'm going to move on to the next part. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please help me welcome 3 distinguished guests on stage. The first is the Managing Director of RX Africa. We know her well, Carol Weaving. Please give her a round of applause. The second is the Acting Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Alderman Eddie Andrews. And last but certainly not least, the Honourable Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille. We can do better, we can do better.
Right. Good morning, everybody. So nice to see you all. What a wonderful turnout. If I may, Honourable Minister Patricia de Lille, thank you so much indeed for joining us. We're delighted. Alderman Eddie Andrews, thank you very much indeed for your time. And I just want to take a second just to thank the City of Cape Town for the amazing partnership that we've had, and we truly love being in Cape Town. But the things that you're doing for tourism down here is amazing, so thank you very much. It's really wonderful to see everybody. We've had a really, really busy 3 days already with the International Luxury Travel Market, which, as you probably know, is part of the global group. So we're the African edition, and we have ILTM in Cairns, and we have in North America, South America, and then in Asia. We've had a wonderful experience. I think they're leaving having made great connections and new friends. And I think, you know, what they've seen and what they've been party to in Cape Town, they're really going to take some amazing memories away. So that makes, I think, me wanting to then obviously welcome everybody in this room. Now, World Travel Market Africa starts today. We have over 49 countries represented. We have 577 exhibitors. We have over 9,000 pre-scheduled appointments, which, talking to what Mark was saying, is a 35% increase on 22. So that means we are back and ready to do business. WTM is a business trade show. We're all about doing business, and we're about building your business. And the connections you make is about building your business, and we're here for you. We're really excited about the content. We've got over 80 hours, we've got over 200 speakers, and we've got amazing topics. Obviously, responsible tourism is a huge drive for us, and I see Harold's in the audience here with our Responsible Tourism Awards. Harold, thank you as always. We have the Sports and Events Tourism Exchange. A lot of these niche events are obviously really critical, and there's something we're growing. We've got luxury golf. We've obviously got Equal Africa for the LGBTQ plus market. And we've got a huge drive on sustainability this year. In fact, the badges that you're holding today is made of seeded paper, which you can actually go away and plant. And that is where we are going. And again, we have a sustainability village with some really, really exciting initiatives that are taking place. There's lots of networking over and above all of our meetings and all of the content and the conferences. We really want you to leave this show as you would if you went to WTM London, or if you went to Latin America or Arabian travel market, doing business and making new friends and new connections. So thanks again for your support. We're really excited to have you all here. Oh, and if I may, I'd just like to highlight some of the countries that are new to South Africa this year. 63% of our world travel market buyers are brand new, and the balance obviously are returning buyers who come from key source markets such as USA, Germany, India, China, Europe, Americas. So those are our repeat, but we have 63% new, which covers new countries such as Malaysia, Thailand, and I met some of the guys last night, and Romania, Armenia, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So some of those are the new, and the Australians. So some of those are the new buyers. You've never been here before, and we want you to have an amazing experience. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you, Caroline. And Mark, I am extremely excited, and as we always are when we have events of this stature in our beautiful city. Also, a warm welcome to Minister Delil and all of our international guests, local as well. Good morning to you and welcome to Cape Town. Thank you for choosing the events capital of Africa to host this business-to-business platform that is fostering the resurgence of African tourism. It is definitely a time for Africa, but it would be remiss of me not to mention that you are in the mother city of Africa. And just like a mother cares for her children, Cape Town, and more so the city of Cape Town, cares that you are all here today, and we all believe in the possibility of Africa. Cape Town is synonymous with travel awards and accolades, which I'm sure most of you are all too familiar with, and I don't have to sell Cape Town to you. I do, however, want to promote more of Cape Town to all of us present here today. And it goes without saying that the benefits of hosting an event like the World Travel Market African and Africa Travel Week are immense, not only for Cape Town, but for the region and the continent as a whole. This event provides a wonderful platform for SMMEs in the travel industry looking to access international travel buyers. Tourism is an economic driver for Cape Town. It generates employment, income, and most importantly, investment. This is, of course, consistent with the city's tourism framework, where we target SMMEs by assisting them with marketing support and industry networking opportunities. I hope that what we do in Cape Town can be used as a catalyst across the continent to develop your tourism strategies and frameworks. Here in the city of Cape Town, we are building a city of hope, and we hope this hopefulness translates throughout Africa. We understand the importance of creating an environment that is attractive to our investors. In Cape Town, we have the necessary political stability, policy certainty, and confidence in our competent administration on offer. We also remain unapologetic to underscore the importance of the economic imperative as we actively pursue opportunities to grow our economy. Tourism being, of course, one of those opportunities. We understand the importance of the travel industry. I think Mark eloquently alluded to that earlier on, and doing everything along with our provincial and national colleagues to create a tourism-related job in every single household. We have just very successfully hosted Africa's first Formula E event, the T20 Women's Cricket World Cup, and of course the Rolls-Royce of yacht races being the Ocean Race right here in Cape Town. If Cape Town can, then Africa can. There is room for Africa at the table, and we must take up our place. Our coastlines, landscapes, people, cultures, traditions, natural wonders, and resources, cuisines, and languages deserve to be boasted about, and the responsibility lies with all of us to share that with the rest of the world. To our Muslim participants, Africa, in particular Cape Town, we are a halal-friendly destination. And as you know, we are now 2 weeks into Ramadan, and I'm fairly confident that you will find local opportunities to break your fast with the iftar, thus opening another avenue to generate tourism products and secure an authentic experience. I'm calling on the travel industry to sell Africa as a whole. And this past weekend, I was scrolling on the Instagram social media platform, and I found this handler called Rwanda Plug, a travel vlogger who in 2 minutes explained how she could travel to 3 countries in Africa because of the geographical location of the Victoria Falls. That was, of course, where she initially wanted to go. She was also then able to travel to Zimbabwe, from Johannesburg, Zambia, and Botswana. 1 visa, 4 days, 3 countries. And she is clear with mentioning it's not expensive and not inconvenient at all. This brings me to the highlight, the benefits of technology, digital media, and vloggers in our tourism sector. People want to hear your stories, your experiences, and Africa has many stories to tell. And as a city, we have been advocating for a digital visa here in our own country, and we encourage others to help us lobby for this assistance. Let me also use this opportunity to call on African governments to roll out infrastructure that supports the tourism industry. We want to attract travelers with different tastes, from the luxury traveler to the budget traveler. Therefore, we need to support this through infrastructure investments. It is also important that the entire tourism value chain feels safe to do their businesses in our countries. And as you engage this week, may Cape Town be the platform which you make many new deals, connections, and of course, may your experiences be enhanced as we all appreciate and experience the value of tourism right into our various communities and in our countries. In closing, please feel free to extend your stay in our beautiful city. Cape Town definitely has a lot to offer, from the adventurer to the luxury traveler to the traveler coming to do volunteer work. Cape Town has the ability to cater for all your needs. Yes, all your needs, even the weather. This week we have procured the best weather for all participants here for the entire conference. To our delegates, which includes over 180 speakers, and of course 78 content sessions and over 9,000 pre-scheduled meetings. Welcome. Namkele kele nonke en baie welkom in Stad Kaapstad. Thank you to World Travel Market Africa for bringing the world to us and promoting Africa to the world and allowing us to explore the world under one roof. To my fellow Africans, let's give the world an experience of Africa. Experiences they can see, experiences they can feel, taste, hear, and smell. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Moweni. Assalamu alaikum. Alderman, Deputy Mayor, if that was not selling Cape Town, then I don't know what. Thank you for the warm welcome. Let me also welcome some ministers from our African countries, the Minister of Tourism from Botswana, the Minister of Tourism and Culture from Sierra Leone, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, the Minister of Tourism from Jamaica, and the Deputy Mayor from Malaga in Spain. All welcome. and all our international visitors and representatives, all the tourism stakeholders and companies and investors, members of the media. You're all welcome this morning, and I'm happy to see the number of delegates that are here. It gives me great pleasure to return to the World Travel Market in my new role, having supported and attended this exciting event for many years. WM Africa is a lively and vibrant collaboration of the travel industry in South Africa and the world. And we are pleased once again to welcome all attendees from around the world. Tourism has for many years made a great contribution to the livelihoods, economies, and vibrancies of our cities and countries. It was also one of the industries most affected by COVID-19. But let me say, we are all ready to come back with a bang, and that have started already. It is evident in the fact that the tourist arrivals to South Africa is on the rise. During the period January to December 2022, we welcome over 5.7 million tourists to our country. And this is a sharp increase of about 152% for the same period the previous year. But it is encouraging that arrivals from other African countries continue to be our most substantial source of arrival, with just over 4 million. Our tourism sector has a major role to play in South Africa's reconstruction and recovery plan, as announced in October 2020. So really, my role will just be to focus on implementation. We passed the stage of policies and talks. We need to walk the talk. And I can feel that opportunity within tourism, that we are beginning to rise again after COVID. We also have a tourism recovery plan after COVID-19, adopted by Cabinet in March of 2021, with 7 key pillars. So I just want to thank all the participants, both in our country and around the world, for contributing towards the recovery plan of tourism in our country. One of the key issues that I've already started to focus on is air access. Air access is a key area we need to drive harder to meet both the domestic, the regional, and the international demand. And there seems to be a recovery in the airlift strategy of our country. So last year, we welcomed numerous direct flights from our key source markets, such as the direct United Airlines flight from Cape Town to Newark in the USA. Also last week, we saw Air China flight, first flight since the pandemic, from Beijing and Shenzhen, landed in Johannesburg. Later this year, we are expecting LATAM flight from Brazil to OR Tambo International Airport. And the LATAM Airlines Group plans to relaunch a non-stop flight between Sao Paulo International Airport, Brazil, to OR Tambo by July or August this year. That will certainly help us to welcome the BRICS countries to the BRICS Summit in August. The flight will only be 9 hours between Sao Paulo and OR Tambo. And this route will resume after more than 3 years since COVID-19. Last year, we also saw our national carrier, South African Airways,
expands to various markets across the continent. These flights undoubtedly contribute to boosting our attractiveness and will contribute to seeing us return to the pre-COVID-19 levels and even beyond. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Eddie Andrews touched on the importance of SMMEs. I agree with him, but there are major actions also that we need to take on the level of improving safety, increasing air access, increasing investment, and growing tourism contribution to the economy of our country. I'm very proud to report that this year, the Department of Tourism has once again supported 30 small, medium enterprises to be here at the WTM to showcase their tourist offerings and products. So far, since the start of this program of market access, 410 beneficiaries receive support to participate at international trade platforms, and 577 beneficiaries were supported to participate at South African travel trade shows for several years. The return of the investment for the 410 market access support program beneficiaries at the international trade platforms is an estimated 265 million in foreign exchange earnings from the 35 million in government spending for those trade platforms. We also estimate the created 1,000 jobs by the SMMEs with the support from government, but we need to do more. I'll be the first to admit. So half of the SMEs are tour operators, and the other half of the 30 SMMEs are accommodation service providers. Some of the companies we are supporting here today, some of the 30, I will just mention a few. Namusa and Jenny B&B, a black-owned business in Richards Bay and KwaZulu-Natal. The Profound Travel and Tours, which is a youth-owned company, also from KZN. Another company, Under the African Skies, is 100% women-owned and managing exclusive tourism services and tailor-made safaris. Another one is Travel Daring Adventures, also a woman-owned business. La Plaloja B&B from Tzaneen and Limpopo is another one. And we have enabled their participation here at this important platform as an invaluable opportunity for them to showcase their businesses, offerings to the many buyers and the investors that are here. And to these businesses and SMMEs, and to all emerging SMMEs, I want to say to you that you are the lifeblood of this sector. Keep pushing, keep using your offerings to get more visitors to come and visit South Africa. We will be there to give you the necessary support. We are proud to support you, and we hope that your businesses grow from strength to strength. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take full advantage of being back together. And I share your happiness. I think we have taken it for granted. It's only when we are back together like this that you realize what we have missed for almost 3 years. And let us move full steam to broaden our horizons, increase travel, trade, investment, jobs, and increase the economic contribution of tourism to all our economies around the continent. Well, I wish you well, and may this platform bring your businesses many successes for years to come. Let's do tourism. And I look forward to seeing all of you back here at the same venue that the Deputy Mayor has just sold so well. What he was telling us really is that this is the permanent home for W2M. Let me also thank the City of Cape Town for their contribution to this event for many years. And certainly now it's over to you. I must just make one declaration, Deputy Mayor. I hope we've got no Tottenham Spurs fans here, but good luck.
Sorry, Spurs. Two things I was thinking about as I was listening to them. In December, I was in the Blood River Canyon in Mpumalanga, and I met 12 Swedish people that were visiting the country. One guy came to South Africa a few years ago, and he loved it so much that every year he brings as many of his Swedish friends back. And now there were 12 of them on this trip. And it struck me how many people spend thousands of dollars to come and see and experience what is on our doorstep. Let us not forget that there are two forms of tourism in this regard. We are trying to get as many people into this country as possible, and they should. There is every good reason for them to visit. I'm actually thinking about making a video these days where I say, don't come to South Africa, you will hate it. And the joke is, you will hate our incredibly high quality but affordable wine. You will hate all the incredible food on offer, and you will hate the beauty. If that's not for you, you'll hate it. But there are so many local people that don't even fully realize themselves just how beautiful this country is. And one of the biggest things we've been trying to push collectively, and this is what I think we sit with this opportunity, is this idea of doorstep tourism. That when people say, I'm a little bit bored of Joburg, you say to them, probably stop driving up and down Bryanston Drive and maybe just get out a little bit further. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our esteemed guests another round of applause. We are going to, that's it from her, thank you so much. We are going to move on to a panel discussion, so I'd like to introduce you to two key guests. The first is Natalia Rosa from Big Ambitions, and the second is Shingai George from Forward Keys, where together they will be presenting the highlights of the Trends Report that will be released later today. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our two guests a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Mark. Everyone can hear me okay? There we go. Right. Hello and welcome, industry friends and colleagues. It's lovely to see you and esteemed guests. Deputy Mayor, you're a hard act to follow. Right, so I'm thrilled to be back at World Travel Market Africa with you guys today, and I hope that the event is going to be a great success for all of you, for Team Tourism. I'm very excited to be back. I'm also delighted to be sharing the stage with Shingai George, who I admire deeply. I've actually got a secret crush on him.
Me too.
He certainly is the brains of the outfit today, I will say. He's the guy with all the stats in his brain, and I'm going to pick his brain. But our job today is to present the highlights of the Africa Travel Market Trends Report, which I believe might actually be live already. We have set it live. So we're just going to take you through the very high-level approach that we took and some of the highlights. I'm just going to get the clicker. And Shingai's going to help me unpack it. Shingai, are you ready to rumble?
Yes, it's a bit early in the morning to be making me blush, but thank you.
Well, Mark did tell us we had to have fun, so
Yeah, fair enough.
there we go. Right. So we're going to start with unpacking some of the research that you've done. We'll be talking a little bit about adventure tourism in Africa, green hushing, faith-based tours, and why pronouns matter right at the end. But before we actually go into that, I'm going to ask Shingai to help us unpack some of the really incredible data that Forward Keys have pulled for us for Africa. And the first one is around South Africa trending. We hear a lot about East Africa kind of leading the recovery, but I was really interested to see in the stats that you had that South Africa as well is doing particularly well.
Yes, indeed. Off the back of the pandemic, South Africa is starting to bounce back. Although, honestly, it's still a little bit behind other leading African destinations in terms of performance. But if you look at the overall volume, South Africa is still by far and away the most popular destination on the continent. And I mean, it's obvious. I mean, there's a lot to offer in South Africa, the range of activities, the range of things to see. Yeah, it's got a very diverse offering. So yeah, that's the reason why South Africa is still the most popular destination on the continent.
Here are some of the stats that you've actually shared with us, and you can see on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, how South Africa's performed 2022 versus 2019. Shanghai, East Africa looking pretty strong there as well. I think there are 3 countries in the top 4 or 5 were actually from East Africa. Any comments on that?
Well, you're looking particularly at Tanzania and Kenya. It is because of the start of the safari season, which begins around April and May. So that is driving that. But also, we also see some of the vanilla islands, Mauritius, Seychelles, Mauritius and Seychelles in that list. So yeah, there is. So we can say that the recovery in general is across the continent, not just isolated to certain regions.
If we go over to West Africa, and this is particularly driven by connectivity and destination positioning, and I remember you saying that arrivals into Ghana have edged closer to pre-pandemic levels already, and that is due to the improvement in connectivity. And Minister was talking a little bit earlier about air access, and it is literally like building a road. Once you have an air route, you open so much up. What are you seeing from a connectivity and destination positioning aspect in the West Africa region?
In particular, as you said, Ghana, they have improved their connectivity with a key source market, which would be the USA. I'm just going to touch a bit on South Africa here. It's good to see that capacity is slowly coming back. Cape Town has actually already exceeded pre-pandemic levels in terms of capacity, but I think there's still an opportunity to re-engage those source markets that were there before the pandemic. Source markets like Austria, and even the link between Hong Kong and Cape Town still hasn't been re-established. So I think there are still some opportunities for us to engage those source markets that were there in 2019 and to bring them back to our shores.
And some of the air access initiatives that are underway, particularly the West Grow Air Access Initiative, is a sterling example of how when you open a destination through air access, you get those tourist arrivals. I know Gauteng has also launched an air access initiative. Okay, I think our next one is around flight searches. You want to unpack that for us a little? Very exciting for us to see what's happening in Q1 2023.
Well, looking at Q1, yes, South Africa again is the most searched for destination in Africa, as well as Tanzania and then Mauritius. But what I want to point out here is that there's been an increase in interest for South Africa. Then the percentage point difference for South Africa is +2%, as well as Kenya as well. That again is due to the upcoming safari season.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that South Africa is poised to make a full recovery before the end of this year.
Yeah, you know, interestingly around that safari aspect, particularly for South Africa that's going into their peak safari season now into winter, how leisure travel is actually driving the recovery. We did say that with Zoom, all of us looking at screens, corporate travel would be dead. It's certainly not dead. I'm sure you can all agree that it's much nicer to see each other face to face than be behind a, you're on mute, Mark.
You don't have to ask me twice, Natalia. I'm in my element here.
Fabulous. So leisure travel really driving the recovery, and I'm very excited to see what happens now as we're going into our winter-summer season, particularly since the US market and the luxury US market has largely driven the recovery, certainly into South Africa and to some of our southern African neighbors. Okay, so Shanghai, I know you love hiking.
Yes,
I'm a big hiking fan too. Our Deputy Mayor, Cape Town, amazing destination to hike in, absolutely. And in our trends report, the first trend that we really unpack is around adventure tourism. It's a growing trend, not just in South Africa or Africa, but actually across the world. And the expectation is for it to grow significantly by 2028. I actually had an Africa Travel Association webinar a couple of months ago with SATSA. And we were talking about people's perceptions of adventure. So one person's adventure might be hiking up Table Mountain, Shanghai, I'll see you tomorrow. For other people, it could be just showering outside in, you know, a wilderness area. And interestingly, even some elements of cultural tourism are seen as adventure tourism. So learning a craft, for example, with a community would be seen as adventure tourism. So this just isn't just about us scaling mountains and, you know, throwing ourselves off cliffs. Adventure tourism can mean different things to different people, and it really is being driven at the moment.
Which just speaks to all these opportunities, hey?
100%.
There's so many opportunities and just slightly different ways to look at some of these things that can be jumped on.
For sure, and as you were saying a little bit earlier around the regional aspect, and Deputy Mayor around the lady who said that she was able to cover 3 destinations on one trip. I've just been to the Kavango Zambezi area, which comprises 5 countries, Angola, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, and Zambia. And that destination within a period of 5 days is the most incredible adventure tourism destination, and wonderful as an addition to South Africa. So people come to South Africa because it's Africa Light, and then they connect South Africa, Africa Light, that's what I was told. And then they connect to these incredible adventure destinations, which are on our doorstep, 5 countries in a week. What's not to love? I digress. Right, mountaineering apparently is a big deal. Who here has climbed Kilimanjaro? Hey, there we go, one brave person in the audience. You're in good company. Apparently that is a very big trend going into 2023. Mountaineering is gaining particular traction in Africa at the moment, specifically Mount Kilimanjaro. And of course, if you think about the aspect around social media and how we are all following what our peers are doing, it makes it feel so much more accessible. You traveling around the country, Mark, I can see myself traveling around the country because you are doing tourism.
And we cannot forget how quickly that space of technology is shifting and how important it is for us to keep up with the fact that travel is such a visual economy, and it makes so much sense for people watching other people doing certain things.
And it is all around the authenticity of that content, though, because you are so much more likely to believe someone like Mark and I traveling around a destination than you are a celebrity or someone that's been paid to create this incredible content. So the fact that these social media channels have been opened up to the extent that they have, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, really allows just average Joes like us who are traveling to share and to tell the story of the destinations that we're going to. Each and every one of you in the audience is actually a storyteller. So those of you that have not hopped on Instagram and are telling stories, creating reels, and sharing the adventure tourism destination of Africa, where have you been all my life? Connected to that, we're skipping mountaineering, social media and adventure storytelling, is this need for a very strong regulatory framework. And again, I'm going to reference that because you can have all these incredible adventure tourism experiences, but really we have to make sure that we have a very strong regulatory framework so that our tourists feel safe when they are adventuring. And so there are lots of really amazing initiatives that are happening in Southern Africa at the moment to make sure that those policies and those self-regulatory frameworks are in place. And our private and public sector working together play a very integral role in creating that.
And just so you know, the people that are leaving aren't doing it because you're talking about regulation and framework.
Okay.
A lot of people, the international buyers have meetings, so well done for not folding to the peer pressure, and thank you for staying.
I thought it was something I said. It's fine. Anybody who wants to vacate, now is your moment.
We're not upset, we're just disappointed.
Very. Actually, have you got his name and him?
Teasing.
Yeah. Anyway, tied to all of that storytelling is this whole Netflix. And who did not see Octopus Teacher? Okay, what it has done incredibly has created an entire new type of safari experience in Cape Town, I believe. It's a marine safari, just off the back of that Netflix show. So the role of Netflix in safari marketing, we expect that to increase. And again, Westro's film division, great work they're doing to position the destination here in Cape Town, certainly as a world-class leading film destination. Don't miss the armchair safari. Those of us who were stuck at home, very, very far away, in cold apartments in the middle of nowhere, I bet you binge watched the And Beyond. Sorry, slip a tongue. Binge watched the And Beyond safari every day. I did. I'll own it. and people did that all around the world. And it was so popular and built their brand in an incredible way. So don't dismiss the armchair safari. Don't think that because you are sharing these incredible experiences online that they're not actually going to come here. And I can just see with our DMOs, if we as private sector could work more closely with our DMOs and get these film crews out here and get our private sector to be doing more of the streaming stuff, it's literally giving them a little bit of a tapas of safari kind of before they get here. So it's not replacing the safari. We need to expose the safari in a different way. I love this. Chinga, you've just come back from Spain. Did you travel light?
Well, I have to make an admission. My bag was a little bit overweight. That's because I had a lot of good Spanish wine in there.
Well, okay, that's sort of allowed.
But South African wine is still my favorite.
Disclaimer. And this really is a new take on traveling light. I'm a very light packer, but I don't think I would be able to travel light in the way that people are traveling light. A good stat here from the World Travel and Tourism Council, 69% of travelers are looking for sustainable travel options in 2023. And please, guys, go and have a look at the sustainability stage. If you have a Mo, really great products and experiences there. And I know that the team at RX Africa have put a lot of work into showcasing the destination from a sustainability perspective. I've also got tomatoes in here, by the way. I don't know what you've got. Going to be growing that. Eco-conscious travelers are choosing to travel almost luggage-free to reduce CO2 emissions. Some of them are actually traveling so light that they are going luggage-free. So when they get to the destination, they will buy everything that they need, and then they will leave it behind for charities, et cetera, and not schlep all of it back, which I thought was a really great option. So the impact of traveling light, every kilogram counts in reducing an aircraft's weight and saving fuel. And you as travel suppliers, those of you in the room, can facilitate this by helping travelers who are traveling in this way to make sure that their luggage is distributed in a responsible way so that the right people are getting it. Who's going to be traveling light from now on? Hands up. Fabulous. There we go. Packing for purpose. This is not a new trend, but certainly is being heightened. There's some great work being done by suppliers like the More Family Collection, where you pack for a purpose. Before you actually traveling to the destination, they're telling you what the communities need, and that's what you're packing in your suitcase. So I'm sure that's something all of us can do a little bit more of. Right. I'm just steamrolling ahead, Chinga. You want to jump in? No? Cool?
No.
Okay, off we go. Multi-sensory experience, how safaris transcend accessibility challenges. And there's a very untapped market here with accessible travel. 1.3 billion people, 16% of the world's population live with a disability. Just process that. Sure. So safaris and other travel experiences, making that a lot more accessible to people with disabilities, whether they are visually impaired. And we have a lovely colleague, Taryn Tomlinson. If you haven't met her, she's a wonderful person to speak to. We work a lot with her at World Travel Market Africa. She's the most ideal person if you have a product. She will come in and she will tell you if you are accessibility friendly. She'll do it in a lovely way. And sometimes it is just about what you have on your website, what you're communicating on your website, so that the information is there and people can make an informed decision. So if you don't know Taryn, she's definitely got to be somebody that you hook up with. She will come and help make sure that you ensure that your product, your experience, is a normal part of travel for people with disabilities, particularly families with children with special needs who are traveling in big groups, as we know at the moment. Right, green hashing. Has anybody heard of green hashing? No, but you've heard of green washing. Yeah, okay, right. So this is kind of the antithesis of green washing. So we are almost a little bit embarrassed to talk about the amazing sustainability initiatives that we do because we don't want to be accused of greenwashing, right? So the opposite has unfortunately become true, where companies who are doing really incredible work are embarrassed to talk about the incredible work that they're doing because they don't want to be seen to be boasting. But what we lose in that experience is that we don't learn as other products and experience about the good work that they're doing, and we don't learn about that from a tourism perspective. So actually, it is affecting our travel industry because we're not publicizing our eco goals. We're not talking about our accomplishments due to fear of criticism. And I think, you know, it's a continuum. We've kind of got to get into the middle here where we're not boasting about what we're doing, but we're actually explaining what we're doing so that our travelers can make informed choices and they can go home and and having learnt from what they've experienced in a destination, perhaps applying what it is that they're doing at home. So it's better to under-promise and over-deliver, to avoid greenwashing, but don't green hush. Speak up. Inspire positive change, because it starts with you. Right. I'm going to skip that, because we are on a tight schedule. Right, luxury travel became so young. I'm old, so I'm not a luxury traveler. Won't tell you how old I am, unfortunately.
You don't look bad for 28.
I know, right? They are significantly younger than they were in previous years, and they're looking for an immersive travel experience. So one where they really are able to connect with the local community, staying longer in one place. And travel suppliers need to be marketing to this younger audience using social media platforms, as we know, and providing quality experiences that really let them get into the kind of nitty-gritty of the destinations that they're seeking. These are guys that are not tick the box, I want to do 5 countries in one day. They're the guys that want to spend 5 days in one experience and really, really get into the heart of actually why we all travel in the first place. So good on them. Remember that these younger travelers are becoming families, so they're also raising kids that are wanting to get closer to nature, staying in tents. They might have wanted a luxury lodge before, but now it's all about boutique hotels in the bush, remote camps. You know, I kind of vibe when we go hiking, Shingai. Yes, absolutely. So young, savvy, craving connections with other people. How to reach them, as I said, social media is the best way. And your marketing material sounds silly, but even your marketing material should start reflecting more youthful people traveling, younger people, people of color, gay couples, like the whole diversity of people that we have traveling. Even something as small as making sure that your visual assets speak to this younger generation will stand you in very good stead from a marketing perspective.
If I may add, on the luxury travel segment, I think what is also boosting this segment are the excess savings that were accumulated during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Because no one could travel, no one could go to restaurants, so people managed to save a lot of money. And now that we can all move, we're all looking for places, to spend this money and to have better and more meaningful experiences.
I thought they all renovated their kitchens.
No. Builder's warehouse. No, not either. And particularly around celebrations, events where you're wanting to get the family together. Anybody I speak to in the trade, they will talk about these groups of families and groups of friends traveling because they weren't able to do so during COVID, having saved up, now wanting to celebrate a golden anniversary or, a very special birthday or something. So that kind of travel is certainly still out there. Okay, we'll skip to religious tourism in Africa. Ramadan, Deputy Mayor, you were talking about it a little bit earlier. Western Cape, an amazing destination for halal tourists. And the Muslim travel population is set to grow 160 million to 230 million by 2028. Yes. They love our green season in Cape Town, so we love to have them here, absolutely. And there really is growing demand for halal tourism. Businesses should cater to their needs. We have a prayer room here, for example, at the CTICC, so very much looking at offering that kind of service as well as cuisine, being respectful of the fact that it's Ramadan and not offering them the extent of the buffet during the day, really, really understanding what the needs are of that particular market. But then, in addition to what we have here in South Africa, this is one of the rock churches in Ethiopia. Religious tourism in Africa doesn't just extend to South Africa. We have a multitude of destinations: Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Egypt, which has an incredible potential, holds incredible potential for religious tourism. So this certainly is something that we need to be tapping in and is a key trend going into 2023. Right. Digital nomads. Minister, all I want for Christmas is a remote working visa. I'll say it again. A remote work visa, please. Such an incredible opportunity for South Africa and for Southern Africa. And again, on my recent trip to Gaza, loads of digital nomads who are there and are living their best life. Africa is the next big thing for digital nomads. Definitely. Namibia's cotton on. They have a digital nomad visa. Other countries, Mauritius has got a digital nomad visa. South Africa, please, I'd like one for Christmas. and really tailoring the experiences that we have for the digital nomads. Shingai, curiously, with the flight searches, are you seeing longer lengths of stay? Are people wanting to stay longer?
Yes, this is something we saw off the back of the pandemic, that travelers are looking for more immersive, as you said, more immersive, and to really take their time, when they're at a destination, just to take everything in, and also to engage in as many activities as possible. But as well, I think there's also an opportunity for multi-destination travel. Because one thing that I saw in our data was that trips to South Africa may be combined with Namibia, sometimes with Zimbabwe, or even with Mauritius. But I think in order to fully tap into that multi-destination segment, we have to we have to improve the immigration process a bit and have more clarity on the regulations, just to make it a bit easier, from people for travelers to move around the
So
countries.
that it's almost a one-stop shop for them.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Something close to what is like in the EU, like a Schengen area, where you can just move around borderless. It's just an idea.
Yeah, and it's actually a really good point, because again, in that Kaza region, what they've done quite well is the border post between Botswana and Zambia, Kazangula. They've got actually one hall. On the left-hand side is Botswana, on the right-hand side is Zambia. So you literally just go around like this, and it makes life super easy. Of course, we all have our different policies and regulations, and if we could be a little bit better aligned, it's also not such a shock to the system for the traveller if they are travelling multi or cross-border, where there's maybe Zimbabwe requiring PCR test or vaccination certificate and Zambia not, for example. So that does cause a certain level of friction, and again, something that Southern Africa, if we are marketing ourselves as one destination instead of siloed countries, something that particularly would be a good thing to look at. Thank you for bearing with us. We are almost done. Our last trend is around LGBTQ+ travel, and we have our Equal Africa bolt-on show. Those of you who are interested in this market segment, the Inspire Theatre is where you have to be today and tomorrow, with some incredible talks that are going to be on around LGBTQ+. And pronouns matter. I know, Megan, your email signature's got your pronouns in. Good girl. It is actually just about language again, and making sure that you are making people who come to the destination feel welcome and addressing them in the way that they should be addressed. So, being a very instrumental market segment for global tourism recovery after the pandemic, we know they have significant purchasing power, and we are trying to track this market in some parts of Africa. There's also misconceptions and challenges to be addressed. Inclusivity is a key aspect of this. So even using correct pronouns to make guests feel seen and respected is an important component of that. So prioritize the use of preferred pronouns in your marketing across the organization. Make sure that your staff understand that as well. And just displaying those preferred pronouns on name badges, email signatures, etc. Is recommended. So we're looking to attract this LGBTQ+ community. Learn a little bit about what you can do to make sure that we are positioning the destination and the continent favorably in this way. Go to the Inspire Theatre, listen to some of the Equal Africa talks. Before I wrap up, if you are interested in Africa tourism investment, there is another bolt-on show that is happening called ATIS, Africa Tourism Investment Summit. Some of the sessions I think will be held here on the global stage. Very, very interesting. Please don't disappear. I think they are going to be coming up after your chat, Mark, which is after us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. And Shingai.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. So again, I just want to say thank you so much we are literally wrapping up. So thank you so much for being here. I believe the next move is for us to make our way to the City of Cape Town stand for the ribbon cutting. Carol Weaving, our expert travel agent, is going to take you that way there. So from my end, I think it's super exciting for us to announce that WTM Africa 2023 is officially damn well open.
ورجاني لما تخضرا أمون يا منقاط فارس الحضرة سعدي بالوالي جاني فما تغرق أمور يا ود القادر فارس الحضرة سعدي بالوالي جاني أمام الخضرة أمولي عبد القادر يا فارس الحضرة سعدي بالوالي جاني فما تغرق أمولي عبد القادر فارس الحضرة سعدي بالوالي جاني فما تغرق أمولي عبد القادر فارس الحضرة أمولي عبد القادر يا 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 فارس الحضرة
test. Hello, guys. Don't you say hello back? Ah, there we go. I'm just checking. For time's sake, I think it's great for us to just get started. So as you know, this is the Africa... It's okay. Do you want to come join me? You sure? No, I'm just teasing. Just please don't ever take me seriously. I'm just going to tease every one of you if you give me the opportunity. That's how it's going to work. So as you know, we're here for the Africa Travel Week trend report discussion. So please, would you help me welcome on stage Shingai George once again, Lance Hreiling, and Latifa Kozan. I'm going to give you one of these. Could I ask you to have a seat there? There you go, Latifa. I'm just going to move.
Yeah, I know. You should sit in the middle, maybe. Yes, in the middle. Yeah? Keep us honest.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining me on the panel. And obviously, we touched very briefly on the trends report just a few moments ago, but we were having to rush through the bits and pieces, and I think this is the far more fun part where we get into it in a bit of detail and meat and potatoes. So Shingai, if I can start with you, I think a great starting point is centered around the adventure tourism side. We touched on that early, so if I could just get a kind of an opening statement from you in terms of what you're seeing in that sector, in that market, and then we can kind of run on it together. Oh, I think, sorry, just, is it on, or is your mic on at the back?
All good? Okay, awesome.
Alrighty.
All right, so looking at adventure tourism, the top performing destination at the moment is Tanzania. This is being driven mostly by arrivals from Germany, France, and Spain. Looking in the SADC region, the top performing destination has been Namibia, which has actually exceeded pre-pandemic levels. Namibia has very strong interest, in particular from the German source market. But I would like to touch on this, which I touched on in the previous discussion with Natalia, that there is an opportunity to boost multi-destination travel for adventure tourism. In particular, I alluded to the fact that trips to South Africa are combined with Namibia, Mauritius, and Zimbabwe. So I think we can expand our offering if destinations work much closer together and increase offerings. Yeah.
So when you take a place like Tanzania, just as an example, are we just talking about, are we talking across the country, or are we talking about, like, obviously Zanzibar previously being like the go-to? I was there about 2 years ago, and it was magical, but are people going to more than just Zanzibar?
I would say what's driving the performance of Tanzania is mostly the safari, the safaris, and the same is evident in Kenya. But it's also good to see that the countries in East Africa are trying to expand the range of activities they're offering, because there's been a sore focus on safari because that's been their bread and basket. But they are starting to look into other activities as well, like we're talking about crafts and other activities like ziplining, etc. So it's good to see that they diversify.
And last question from me on this note is, what do you think is driving those source markets? So you mentioned Germany with Tanzania and so forth. Why is that specific market resonating? And what could some of the other markets, or how could we kind of pull in some of the other markets?
Primarily, it's what's driving this performance is in particular is connectivity. You see, the East African markets. I'm sorry to say this, but the East African markets were a bit quicker, a bit more nimble in reestablishing connectivity with the key source markets vis-a-vis South Africa. So, connectivity is really a fundamental component, especially as we try and get into the post-COVID recovery phase.
And so what do you guys think we can learn from that side? I'd love to open it to all three of you. From a South African perspective, what can we learn from the adventure market and how the other countries have bounced? What can we learn?
Well, I mean, I think you're talking about connectivity. So, I mean, that is something that we have to take on the chin as well. That I don't think we were fast enough to really get that connectivity. But I think that we are making up for lost time now. So, in Cape Town, I mean, what has been really encouraging to us, I mean, this has been our first real tourism season without any travel restrictions. We thought it was going to be 2022, and then we had the variant that came along, and then travel restrictions were imposed on us by the UK. So, this has been the first real tourism season that we've seen, and it has been a real bumper season for us. In fact, we've looked at the international arrivals in Cape Town, and for February and March, it's been 108% up from pre-COVID levels. So not only were we back, but we're back with more tourists coming in now. Also, what's very encouraging to us is that we've also got the international connections now in terms of the flights. So we've got over 190 flights landing here from international destinations every week in Cape Town, which is actually more than what we had before COVID. So we really have recovered on that, and it's something that we're pushing very hard to do as we go forward. So my political head, James Force, who is on the WhatsApp all the time to me now, sorry he can't be here. He loves WTM Africa, but he's actually gone to WTM Latin America in Brazil. And one of the reasons he's gone there is to also get that south flight from Sao Paulo to Cape Town as well. So that is something that we're working very hard to get as well.
Listen, we'll let him go, and he just brings back that flight.
Absolutely.
Cape Town is clearly on a winning wicket. Stephen, what are you seeing from your end on the ground, from your side?
Well, earlier we had the discussion. Well, good morning. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. We're just getting into the discussion. And you were just saying, just about marketing, I think we really should concentrate on marketing our adventure, everything in South Africa and especially Cape Town, because I think we've got a lot to offer. I mean, there's lots of adventurous activities.
Could we dive into some of those? Would you just share your highlight package of what adventure tourism looks like to you?
I mean, first of all, the adventure that I love is the whale hiker trail in the World. I mean, it's fantastic. It's seasonal though, from June till November. But that's really a great adventure. And I mean, absolutely beautiful scenic landscaping that you see there. And then other than that, I mean, I'm a swimmer, I come from Cork Bay. I mean, our seas and our water, I mean, that is just amazing. We've got lots of sports. We've got scuba diving. We've got lots to offer, Yeah. So mountain hiking, it's just not Table Mountain. We've got mountain hiking in Cork Bay. As a kid, we walked up the mountain there. We've got mountain hiking in Hut Bay. So there's all areas we can do hikes. I mean, the Otter Trail, up in the Eisner Garden Route. We can offer all those activities. And we a gym, man.
Yeah, I think to your point around the marketing, it's obviously it's a place where I come in specifically, and maybe this is a good time for us to just kind of give the people in the audience a glimpse of who we are and what we do. So from my end, I'm obviously very prominent on the marketing side. I have a brand called Like a Tourist. It's only 6 months old. Where it really stems from, very briefly, is that I've been traveling my whole life, and there are some key local and international destinations that I'm going to. And whenever I get back and say to my friends, my God, this was incredible. Please, you've got to come join me. The problem is it's just words. I'm just saying how amazing it is. It has no relevance to them. And so what we decided to do was kind of test. I'm a product of YouTube, so whenever I travel to a new country or to an existing country, I use YouTube to kind of understand where I'm going, what I'm going to do, where I'm going to eat, where should I stay, How do I act like a local as opposed to a tourist? These types of things. So now if you use YouTube and you, like for example, I'm going to Paris on Wednesday and I've been YouTubing myself to death for this trip. Long story short, there's 40,000 videos on just where to eat. Now, if you put in outside of Cape Town and the Kruger, if you put in things to do in Knysna, there are 3 videos, largely by 3 individuals that are just documenting on their phone. So not that they've done anything wrong, but the quality is absolutely rubbish and it's very hard to watch. So for me, I think that Cape Town and Kruger is very well marketed, relatively, but places like Knysna, Blyde River Canyon, Dahlstrom, I could just keep going on and on and on. You talk about all these small towns that are 2.5 hours away from Cape Town, they're just poorly marketed. So for me, I'm just seeing that when I came back from a lot of these places, documented it on video and then put it out on YouTube, people literally started replicating my trips bit for bit just because they were able to see visually what it was. So I do think we have a bit of a marketing issue, but we're hoping to fix that. So that's kind of my introduction and a problem that I think that we can speak about. Lance, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm encouraged by the fact that you think Cape Town's doing it well. So we certainly are trying in that. And I think we've obviously got a very photogenic city, and there's a lot of people that are enjoying it and sharing that experience. But also when I read the trend report, I mean, one thing that stood out for me across each of those divisions as well is the word authenticity.
Yes.
And I think that when you talk about marketing, what people also want is authentic experiences. And I think that that's what we really got to concentrate on in terms of those YouTube videos, the TikTok videos, all of that we put out there, is that people want to see like that they can have really authentic experiences in there. I mean, one of the things that really encouraged me as well, even during those dark days of COVID, is that, you know, the anthem for COVID resilience came from South Africa, Jerusalem, and it was made popular, if I remember correctly, by a group of Angolans that actually put a TikTok video on them dancing to it, and suddenly that craze started across the world. Now that's what we can do, you know, and that is what we need to do more of. So it's not just about visual, it's also about our music, it's about really touching people emotionally with the images and the sounds that we push out there. And I think that we can do it, we've proven that we can do it, we just need to do it on a much greater scale and across far more experiences.
So if you want to know where my enthusiasm and excitement came for WTM Africa, because this is my first time, it's exactly that we could be here together and really galvanize and figure out how do we do these things together. And obviously it benefits everybody if we get this right. You mentioned authenticity, and there is no question. Some of the YouTubers that I've been following for a long time, international YouTubers, if they put up a video about Lisbon, I watch it and suddenly I feel much more compelled to go, and they're just documenting and sharing their experience. So I think there is a way that we can work with so-called influencers, and there are many. I will, however, say that in TikTok specifically, there is a thriving underbelly of everyday people who love to travel and are making exceptional content. I don't know if you can truly understand how many of these small micro-influencers are driving mass travel around the country, showing little videos about, here's 5 romantic getaway spots within 2 hours of Cape Town. That 30 seconds is driving huge amounts of reach. Latifa?
Well, speaking about authenticity, I agree with that because it's where our culture and heritage come in.
Yes.
You know, to bring the soul into tourism. We all up here, I was just saying earlier on that we in the era of cyberspace, so we're all busy up in the world. And then when we need to get rooted and grounded, we go to an ashram in India, we go up the mountain, etc. So it's all about balance. So I offer that, and I'm sure there's other operators that does it too. But my culture is very close to my heart because my grandparents came from Indonesia, and they settled here. And my grandfather built this house in Kalk Bay, and we stayed there throughout the apartheid eras. So they couldn't remove us because of my grandfather's legacy. And with Kalk Bay is the most visited place, I think, in the world. I think you all know it because it's eclectic and bohemian and beautiful. But I do the walking tours, the tours on foot, to have a day in the life of a fisherman's daughter. And I take people around, take you where I used to swim, and then we have a traditional meal in one of the fisherman flats, the local flats, where you experience them as well in the storytelling. So that is, I think, that could do change in a person's life because you realize that we're all for one and one for all. There's no real differentiation, you know. But if one can share the beauty and the love that you have and your food and your talks and the sincerity, I think we can make the world a better place.
Let's move on a little bit, if we may, around the digital nomad side. I'd love for you to just kind of share some of the trends that you were seeing around digital nomad and that industry.
For example, we saw that last year in 2022, we saw that German travelers to South Africa were staying on average about 16 nights in the country. This was up from about 10 in the pre-pandemic. And this is a trend that we've seen across the continent, that, you know, the share of long stays has increased exponentially between last year and even heading into this year. But even though we can attribute this to the digital nomads and the remote workers, but as we've been saying, you know, travelers are also looking for more authentic travel experience. So with that, travelers want to stay longer at a destination and enjoy where they are and just take everything in. So yes, digital nomads are in that, but also we shouldn't forget the leisure component as well. So you kind of get a bit of a leisure mix, so to speak.
So what could we be doing better to attract more digital nomads to South Africa? I was in Lisbon not too long ago, and my Lord, that digital nomad economy is just, in fact, it's almost been so big that it's caused a bit of havoc with things like supply of local housing and that type of thing. But it's a nice problem to have, and they'll figure it out. So what could we be doing better from a digital nomad perspective to attract more South Africans? I mean, more people to South Africa?
Well, yeah, you are right. You know, one of the side effects of having digital nomads is that, you know, the supply of property, you know, becomes a little bit diminished, and this raises rental prices. But I would say that there are more net benefits of having digital nomads, you know, come to the country. I think the first step really is to, which I mentioned previously, is to align the immigration policies. I think that is a key stumbling block, I think, when it comes to attracting digital nomads, you know, as well as aligning also the tax, you know, the tax regulatory framework, because that's another thing, you know, when the digital nomads are coming to a destination, is where do I pay tax? Do I have registered as a tax resident? So I think so I think primarily the immigration side and the tax side need to be better. I think to make it more clearer, you know, what the requirements are, and to make it simpler and to make the information accessible as well. I think, you know, sometimes, you know, the information may be there, but it's just not easy to find that information. So I think these two components, really, the legislative side needs to be friendlier in order to attract digital nomads.
No, absolutely. I mean, I completely agree with that. And I know it was said in the previous session that all you want for Christmas is a digital nomad visa. Well, my birthday's in June, and all I want for my birthday is a digital nomad visa. I don't think we should wait till Christmas. I mean, to be honest, it's been 2 years. It's been announced in the State of the Nation last year. It was announced again in this State of the Nation. I think we just need to get on with it. We just need to have this visa put in place there. You know, I mean, I find often that we make the right noises, we put out the right intentions, we put the signal out there, but then we kind of fail at the last hurdle. So I think that really we need to implement this visa as soon as possible. What we've done as the City of Cape Town is we've actually partnered up with Airbnb. We pushed out a whole work from anywhere campaign. We really, I mean, we believe that Cape Town, but also many cities in South Africa and many places in South Africa are perfect for remote, for digital nomads. So it really, we've got the infrastructure here, we've got the lifestyle, we've got everything that's perfectly in place. We just need to do more to make it easier for digital nomads to come here.
And to be fair, there's some frameworks out there in the world already that allow us to not make it rocket science. Yeah. There's some really we've got 2 years of data in terms of how some of these other countries are doing it, where it's working well and where it isn't. And so for me, I think that it's just more, I mean, I have hope when I see Patricia de Lille here today, someone who's obviously first lives in the city and like can understand how important, I mean, despite the digital nomad visa quandary, you've got people coming here in droves. I was on the Sea Point prom a few days ago, and I heard more foreign languages than I heard English. And then to your point, I was in Kalk Bay 2 days ago too, and it is frightening how every part, we did that drive from Sea Point basically around the peninsula and back. It's like every part of it is thriving. So you could just imagine what happens when we do get some of these bureaucratic issues sorted.
Absolutely.
If I may add to this, you know, at the moment, you know, there's the talk of the cost of living crisis. But if you look at South Africa, I mean, comparatively, it is more, you know, it's better value for money than versus other European destinations, which where they use the euro, and it's obviously a lot more expensive. South Africa is, I mean, coming from our key source markets, is really affordable for them. So we really have a golden opportunity here.
Yeah, in fact, just to build off that, I know the British Post Office just did a survey, I think 2 weeks ago. I don't know why it was the British Post Office, but found Cape Town to be the best value destination for UK travellers in the world. So it really, really is great. And you know, we don't want to market ourselves as a cheap destination. We see ourselves as a great value for money destination. You can get high-end experiences here at a fraction of the price that you would pay elsewhere in the world. So it really, really is. We've got a lot to market. We just need to get the bureaucracy right around that.
We were speaking earlier, and I thought it was just interesting, if you don't mind me going there, around the luxury travelers become so young. What is the demographic of the type of people that you're seeing with your tours? And I'd love to know how you're getting them.
Well, that I was just going to add to that with the digital nomads. I'm so getting used to this because it's remote travelers, am I correct? So they're kind of young, you're quite right, and they travel sometimes like sort of 3 or 6 countries at a time. They're 1 month in Cape Town, South Africa, and then another month in Spain, etc. And you look at these young travelers and you ask yourself, how is it that it's possible? Because in our days, or maybe our parents' days, you had to wait till you retire. So I think it's all the digital, as you know, information technology, cryptocurrency, all these different aspects. I mean, one of my tours, I get quite a bit of these digital nomads, and there was a lawyer. I mean, she was, you know, and I asked her, how is it possible that you could travel remotely? You know, but she was, I think, litigation lawyer, you know, just drawing up contracts, etc. And she does this, you know, just a part of a job. So I guess the trend from a few years back has far advanced to making money easier compared to slothing, you know, so smarter work, and you know, so I think that is basically the trend. There are young people that are using this digital access that we have to benefit themselves, and I don't think why all of us can't do it. We can just go with our laptop and then sit in Seychelles and we can work, you know.
Yeah, I can just speak to personal experience. I'm square in that bracket from 25 to 45. Just for your sake, I'm on the lower end there, so just be careful. But I've only got one feeling, and you'll hurt it if you go up. But I can tell you about many of my friends, both locally and internationally, that are doing things like working through the gig economy. So I have some friends who even do some work on Fiverr, for example, so they can be wherever. Now, this is where I think it gets so interesting, is that, you know, there's so many of my international friends that are currently based in Cape Town, because if you're earning in dollars, pounds, or euros, please tell me, for the love of God, where else you would want to be with epic weather, even though sometimes Cape Town's the weather. But outside of that, like, where else would you want to be? There's so much to do. You have I'm just using Cape Town as an example because I've been here for this week. I'm from Joburg. And just to see it, it's like point blank. You've got any of those cafes in any part of the city, and you just see 1 million people sitting on their laptops, doing their work during the day, getting it done, and then I follow 1 million of these. Like, I follow this young girl called Mills on TikTok, who came here by accident to Cape Town and just never left. And she just runs her wellness business online and spends her money here. Like, and she, by the way, guys, being that she's a Brit, she's doing one of the best marketing jobs for Cape Town that you could imagine. So I get so excited, and because she's earning in pounds and she's living here, I guess it speaks to this idea that the luxury traveler can be so young, because, to your point, we're not just cheap, but we are super, super affordable. So, yeah, it's super interesting. I don't know if you guys have anything to add on that. No, I get super excited about it.
No, I mean, I think, you know, advertising to the younger generation, and unfortunately I'm not in the category that you mentioned, but I won't tell you what category I am. But, I mean, I think that you also need to be innovative in your marketing and in your marketing campaigns as to how you reach the millennials in terms of attracting them here. So one thing that we are very proud of is that, you know, we're one of the funders of Cape Town Tourism, and they launched a very innovative campaign last year, which actually set up the destination market marketing almost like a computer game.
Yes.
And you know, you could be an urban warrior, you could be a foodie, you could be various things, and then, you know, you could choose off the menu of various things around that. So that worked out really successfully. So I think it is that you've got to be very creative, you've got to be very innovative about how you push your material out there. It's not just about videos and things like that.
Yes.
It's also about being interactive, allowing people to engage with this destination in a virtual platform. Use that as a kind of trailer, and I think that's the important thing around social media, all of that. It must never replace the actual experience. It must always be a kind of trailer that people watch and then get so excited about it that they want to come. And that's how we need to market this destination and South Africa as a whole.
If I can just add to that, and then I want to jump to you, Shingai, is that one thing I'm seeing for sure is that we absolutely have to have better cooperation between the people who are creating, let's call them influencers for now,
Yep.
but influencers and the tourism bodies. Because there are some things that, for all love of money, the tourism bodies cannot do. They cannot sound a certain way. They just, no matter what they do, they cannot speak that language and that tone and that intention. They can't be authentic. There's certain words they can't use. You can't swear in your videos. I can. I know that sounds crazy, but I can be like, Mark doesn't say a swear word and be like, that caught me off guard.
Yeah.
It's not about swearing. It's about that. That's how I would react if there was no camera. And you can't do that, but we can. So if there was nothing else I would love to see is just a real closer working relationship between the different tourism bodies and these kinds of guys, because they have access to things you don't, but clearly you guys have access to. Shingai, where should we go to from here? There were a number of trends, but maybe if I can leave it in your hands to pick a trend that you think is super exciting, just for time's sake, because I know we want to get into these deep, and please, if I'm doing a rubbish job, stop me and tell me where to go.
No, you're doing a fantastic job. I just wanted to just wind back a bit to the luxury travel segment. I know the attention has been focused on getting those premium luxury travelers from outside of Africa, but I think we should also turn our attention intra-regionally, because I read a report by Henley Partners that said that there are 136,000 high net worth individuals in Africa with a net worth of $1 million or more, but the growth over the next decade is going to be about 30%.
Yes.
So we've got a segment here that is yet to be fully tapped into. So even though look, I agree that most of the premium travelers are coming from outside of Africa, but let's also start attracting those premium travelers from within the continent.
I couldn't agree with you more. I happened to be in Nairobi a few weeks ago. I went with Cal Lem to speak at one of their conferences, and through them I got to meet so many young people doing some incredible things in Nairobi. And it's so interesting to see how, for example, South Africa is still seen as that beacon, that shining light. And I think you're right, we can't forget about them. And then, of course, the cause that I'm so passionate about, which just speaks to it further, is that there are so many people, even locally, that they tend to have this mindset that travel only happens when you leave our borders. Do you know how much more money we could be generating by just getting people to act like tourists in their own city and their own country? And if you think about people traveling locally here, if you're going to go overseas at max twice a year, well, then what are you doing with the rest of your time? So we could be getting people to move over a lot. Again, it just requires like a bit of a coordinated effort.
Absolutely.
Okay, next trend up on offer. I saw the green hushing part. I thought that was particularly interesting. Opening thoughts. I would love to hear what you guys think.
So, I mean, if I can start on that, I mean, it comes back again to that theme of authenticity. So, I mean, I know that it's been talked about, you don't want to greenwash and you don't want to be accused of greenwashing, but at the same time, we also don't want people to green hush. So what I think is the way through this is to be authentic about the journey that you're on. So it's not about the destination. I think everyone recognizes that you can't be completely perfect when it comes to this, that it's a journey, and you need to be honest about the journey that you're on. You need to be honest about where you are failing and where you are succeeding, but what you're striving to do better. And I think that's the approach that people should be taking towards this issue. We don't want them to hush up their journey, but we also don't want them to be too kind of boastful and exaggerate what they are doing. So I think it all comes down to your authenticity in this space.
Well, I'm going to take the matter in a slightly different direction, looking at sustainability. I think you know, even though yes, greenwashing or greenwashing is definitely something to be dealt with, but I think sustainability has to be through the entire value chain. For example, I think our airlines, for example, need to reduce waste. I read a report last night that said each passenger per flight generates about 1.4 kgs of waste per flight per passenger, and this accumulates to about 6 million across a whole year for looking at one particular airline. So I think sustainability has to be across the entire value chain, from when the passenger travels and to the point where the passenger arrives at the destination.
It's so interesting on the note of greenwashing versus greenwashing, because I think what some entities have fallen prey to is that sometimes they're using the sustainability angle to virtue signal. And I think that's where it's caught a bit of, so it's all in tone. If you are simply, I mean, I have to agree with you, to your point that so both points are valid. We clearly have to be moving toward the sustainability. The problem with sustainability quite literally is that when I get on that plane, I have no clue that that's the amount of waste that I'm going on. I'm just going through my travels, I'm excited, I have no clue, I'm not thinking about that. I just want to get to my destination and have the best time and drink too much wine. So like, I'm not thinking about it. So it is important to be making people aware. But then on the flip side, that message, because if I may for a second just mention, I come from a marketing background, and so because we have so much content coming at us on a daily basis, billboards, radio advertising, TV advertising, we've all got what I call finely tuned bullshit meters. You can hear a rubbish tone a mile off, or an insincere tone a mile off. And so coupled, when people are using it to virtue signal rather than to document, I think that's where it's caught. And now we've gone the other way, but I don't think we can go the other way. I think we absolutely have to push it. We just have to note our intent around why are we saying what we are saying. Do you see an impact in this at all on your side?
I don't see the impact on it. Sorry.
There we go. There we go.
Sorry, I realized I'm greenwashing, green hashing. Yes, I do think that it will have an impact on us, on our tours and what we do and how we sort of coordinate our logistics with, you know, sustainability and responsible tourism. Yeah.
I'd like to move on to one that I have no clue about, genuinely, which is the religious tourism in Africa. And I say that respectfully, like it's not why I'm necessarily traveling, and I have no insight into this. So could you share some trends that you've seen around religious tourism in Africa? Wouldn't have thought that it was a thing per se, but please tell me more.
Currently, it's not a particular segment or traveler profile we look into, but I would say that most of the religious travel in Africa is usually intra-regional. So, for example, those come from South Africa to Nigeria or to Ethiopia, for example. So, I would say that retailers or travel agencies that do sell these packages need to tailor there have to be more products that are tailored towards religious travel to make it more cost effective. I don't have much more to add unless my fellow panelists have something. Please do. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to just also read this out because there are millions of Muslim tourists traveling globally, you know, and adding nearly 3 trillion to the GDP in all countries. And they are also traveling towards South Africa. I don't think that we totally geared up because of the amount of people. You know, it's not that sort of a big amount, a huge amount of travelers that come here. All the hotels or most service industries have to just change it because halal tourism is, in my opinion, I believe that all tourists are tourists, all mankind is God's greatest creation. So we serve each other with the same respect, and we serve them with the qualities and what they need, basically, for their well-being. But religious tourism is it can be any religion. It's not just Islamic religion. But South Africa, I just want to make a note here, is a diverse, multicultural modern state south of the Sahara. And Cape Town is a city who's always been with many faith traditions. And that was when the Dutch came and had the largest VOC merchant naval fleet until 1795. And when they lost, you know, the Blouberg battle in 1806, when religious freedom was granted to many of the slaves that came from Indonesia. But most of these forced labor migrants came from all four corners of the Indian Ocean as well. They came from Sri Lanka, Madagascar, East Africa, Coastal Belt, and Mozambique. And they came with the three Abrahamic faiths. Dutch colonialism, British occupation led to Cape Town becoming the Gibraltar of the Southern Seas. And with that, many, when they settled, many monuments of Islam at the Cape was erected with the churches, with the synagogues. And Muslims believe that the Kramats, they are holy men, and they were political exiles. They were one of the first political exiles that came to Robben Island. And one of the first Qur'ans was also written by maybe one of the political exiles. And we believe that it's the circle of Islam and it protect all the inhabitants, in Cape Town. So just with that also, women don't need to feel, how can I say, uncomfortable, with wearing their hijab or, in the workplace or anywhere else. They feel comfortable. And the same thing that we've got this tolerance. I don't really like to say tolerance because just about a few years ago, I realized that tolerance is basically being put up with each other. But respect is more a word that's in depth, where you sincerely care for the next human being. And then you can love and respect that person. But we have that respect in Cape Town, in South Africa generally, where we have the Hindu temple, out in opposite the, Majidul Quds Mosque in Cape Town. And they allow the wall and their facilities to be used by the locals, whether it's Christians or Muslims, etc. So, and Bo-Kaap itself, it's colorful, it's attractive, it's always been a place where there was multiracial inhabitants. We've got Nederlandse Straat, which is, Netherlands, it's the Dutch. Then we have Kapini Straat, which is Italian. And then we have Rose Street, Whale Street. It all gives you the, the history of the inhabitants before us. It's a melting pot now due to democracy and the beauty of our country. And people are just welcoming each other. So within the religious tourism, you were asking, what do we offer? Came a bit long bounded on, but I just wanted to let people feel and also know, I just want to just bring that in. It's not about me, but just generally, I've been in the tourism industry for many years. I worked for Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese companies, traveled a bit, but when I came and started my own business, I wanted to use my culture and heritage to make people feel comfortable, to make them feel to have that freedom to come to South Africa, irrespective. So our other African countries like Egypt, our Islamic countries, when they come here, they also feel free. There's no extremism here. We've got a democratized country, but we've got respect for all religions. So religious tourism is basically based when people come and travel for a particular event, or if they, like we have the Maulid Nabi, we have the Prophet, our Prophet is Muhammad, peace be upon him. His birthday is annually on the 12th Rabi Awal, which is the 4th month of the lunar calendar month. And people celebrate that all over the world. I had the privilege to visit Indonesia, and it is a massive event in Indonesia, in the Muslim countries, because that is one of the countries who have the most Muslims. And then they would come here and they would celebrate. They would also come to certain, you call it the Ursh. Ursh is when people of certain sects, we have the Tabligh sect, we have also Sufism in Islam. Sufism is a spiritual order. And they have their spiritual masters, and they would congregate maybe with their friends and come and do their spiritual invocation. Invocation is when you glorify God and you put salutations on the Prophet, peace be upon him. So when that religious tourism, when those people come, obviously they want to have a hotel that would be able to provide them with the facilities in order to just live their way of life. I don't like to put people in a box or seclude them because, as I say, we all one, but these are the requirements. So they need to know where the Qibla is, which is fine with digital. You know, you just download the app, you know, where the direction is to perform your prayers, and towards the Kaaba, which is the central black block in Makkah. And then they also would like to have the toilets, to have the necessary, you know, ablutions with its bidets, etc., if not just a jug. But the same respect should be allocated to them as would any other tourist. And it's not that they have to stand out, it's just that it is part of their way of life. And they would want to go to the mosque. There's about 120 mosques in Cape Town. In Bo-Kaap alone is 11. So you can pray anywhere, and you can face anywhere, basically, you know, because God is omnipresent. But if you can have the Qibla, it would be great, because that's just a form of respect. If somebody just asks you as the hotel, you know, the hotel would be able to direct. And then also the food. Food is an integral part of a Muslim consumption, you know, that it should be halal, that they know that they could go anywhere and have that food without being contaminated. And we'll come into the halal friendly. So, and then also, obviously, when they do decide to go on a tour, because when people do come, they do relax, they want to do a peninsula tour, etc., they would like to also, you know, there are mosques in these areas. When you're a traveler within the month of Ramadan, it's not incumbent for you to fast. You can actually eat, and then you can also make up the fast after Ramadan. And then also when you travel, you can combine your prayer times. Like when we have Dhuhr and Asr, you combine. So people will say, all right, we should get to a mosque, mid-salah, you know, mosque. And then people are different. Some people want to go and pray in their room. Some people want to eat in the mosque. Some people, so it's just different. But that is what they basically require. And
so, if I may, it's really just us educating ourselves a bit more than anything.
Yeah.
In the tourism.
Yeah.
It's just
I must admit, I mean, when I started with WTM and also in Durban, very few. It's actually sad what our previous era did to us. Because we didn't really, it was a double-sided sword, where we didn't get to know about everyone in our country. Like people up in Mpumalanga, they don't know about the Kramats, they don't know about Islam or Cape, I mean, not that, you know, but we know very little of each other. And with me, what I enjoy and also appreciate is the tourism factor. We give us the opportunity to enter the lives of people of different denominations, different cultures, and showing respect. And that is just beautiful. And we should be proud that we are in that. We have that opportunity. Now, the tours that we sell, basically, I mean, that I offer, is I have a Cape Malay cultural and heritage and culinary experience, where I just give you an overview. We go up to Bo-Kaap, because Bo-Kaap is basically actually the second Muslim area, Malay quarter. It was only officially declared a Bo-Kaap on the 19th of May 2019. And before that, it was Makassar, because Sheikh Yusuf was basically the person who came here with an entourage of 49 people. And when he left, he died in 1699, which is 5 years. And Bo-Kaap was established, obviously, because of abolishment of slavery, etc., and people stayed there. So in Bo-Kaap, we do that. We take you to the cultural hub. We take you to the spice shop. We take you to the museum. We take you to the Awal Mosque, where you have, you see the first Quran written by memory. And then we take you down a scenic route around Oudekraal, and if people are fit, I like to go there, because we believe the running water is sort of medicinal and you know, quite good for a person's spiritual being. And then from there we would go out, take them out to Cork Bay. Now, Cork Bay is not just only a wonderful place to relax. It has a rich history, because that's where the first Japanese people also stayed. And because they were fishermen, and also the Philippines, and yeah, the Portuguese, the Irish, And Cork Bay it's so beautiful because people lived in harmony despite while the rest of the world were basically living apart. And that brought each and every one of us the stability within ourselves to be confident, to recognize each other as a human being with the greatest potential that each one of us should have. So we take you there, we take you to the harbor, you have a light lunch, and then from there we take you to a kramat. Now, kramat you might have seen on Robben Island. It's Tuang Matura, Sheikh Matura. Have you been to Robben Island? So you saw the little mosque there. So it's not a mosque, that is like a tomb. We believe that the kramats are awliyas, they are friends of God, and their bodies don't perish. So you go in there, the late Nelson Mandela often used to find refuge and peace there, and they, as I said, they were political leaders in Indonesia, and the Dutch wanted to, scared of a coup d'etat, remove them and brought them to the furthest point of the Cape here. And ironically enough, it also was the previous government that built the monuments because they saw the sanctity and the contribution to the upliftment of the Cape Malay. You will also find it at the Tal Monument, the columns of the nationalities, where they recognized, the footprint of the Cape Malays. So that's what we do. We show you the shrine. It's very peaceful, very tranquil, and people love to immerse and just find themselves within themselves. And we believe whoever comes, they get the blessings as well, because when you go to a friend of God, we believe that God blesses you too. I often have like scarves in my van, or I will advise people beforehand just to dress modestly, and then from there, you'll eat at a local person's place. Often it would be by me, where we'd have on the floor and we have a traditional meal of all the exotic foods, the samosas, the pies, very difficult for us to go green. I mean, I saw the biscuits out here and I thought it's green ash inside. We should have had celery outside. But so that is what we basically do. And people really love it because then we have storytelling. You tell them stories about our ancestors, and also we have amazing people and contributed, like we've got the Imam Basir of Bokap, and what's the man's name? Davis is his name. He wrote the books on Bokap, he was a social worker, he contributed. And also a few years ago, they acknowledged that the Afrikaans actually came from Bokap, so maybe that's for another debate. I hope I had covered everything.
covered in spades, but it is obviously super interesting, and I think it is something that we can super learn from you. Shinga, I want to leave it to you. If you could pick a trend that you think the audience would really benefit from, that you'd like to touch on.
I would say the first trend that I've seen that lead times are coming back to normal. Lead time is the time between booking and traveling. What we saw on the back from the pandemic, that lead times had become significantly shorter because of all the uncertainty that was in the market, as well as the on and off travel restrictions. But what I observed lately is that the lead times are starting to, especially from the long haul the key long haul source markets, they are starting to go back to normal. This means that there is certainty, a bit of certainty and stability is coming back to the market, as well as airline schedules as well are starting to become a lot more predictable.
Can I just add on that? I totally agree. I mean, we also have our Qatar Airlines, Emirates, and we've got also quite a huge percentage of Muslim travelers coming into Cape Town because we've got the facilities, we cater. We've got Salah facilities here at the CTICC. We've got Salah facilities at the waterfront, everywhere in the shopping malls, and people our service providers, industry role players are definitely looking at, how can I say, achieving getting the influx of more Muslim travelers. Like for Ramadan now, hotels should then perhaps get up earlier so that we could have the iftar 2 hours, but an hour before sunrise, those kind of things, if they implement that, it would be great. There's some people, most of the Muslim travelers prefer to go for self-catering because then they know, But if they find themselves in the hotel, these are the concerns that they will have. They might not eat at the hotel because maybe there's 5 stars, parts of the rules to have liquor, So if then they won't eat there, they will go out. But a Muslim that really wants halal, you would not stay at a hotel that have liquor. And this is where the halal friendly comes in. Friendly is more like a euphemism. It's like not really friendly, because it's just basically telling you that maybe you buy your meat from a halal butcher, and you maybe you have some hotels, maybe they would do the prepare the food separately or just a bit on the corner of the restaurant. But it's very, very risky, because if you also serve pork, it contaminates by using the spoon or the utensils, So it's very difficult. We've asked, I know one of the hotels, they had a section for the Hindu clients. And then I said, no, why can't you have a little room for us? You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of difficult, because they say, well, the numbers are not as, the way it's supposed to be in order to make the necessary changes, because it's a crockery, it's a cutlery, it's a whole shebang, They need to, like Cape Town Hotel, they have a section on top. Well, they are halal hotel, so they are actually following all the rules and regulations that it's required. And Cape Town Tourism, they partner with Crescent Rating. And Crescent Rating is an international authority body that does research in order for supplies and service to, be able to serve the Muslim traveler.
Yeah. Lance?
Yeah, sure. Well, in terms of all the trends, as I said, the key thing that I picked up through this is that I think people are looking for authentic experiences.
Yeah.
And I think that people, and the way that we need to market needs to be, as I said, a kind of trailer for the real experience. And I think that, tying this all up, whether it's talking about the LGBTQ plus community, where people want also to be recognized authentically as well, I think that's important. But as well, also we're talking about spirituality. I think that it is, and I would probably differ with you, I think you probably do travel for a spiritual experience, in the sense that I think people are traveling because they want to generate meaning, they want to understand the world, they want to understand different parts of the world, different cultures, different religions, all of that. And I do believe that Africa particularly is a very spiritual place. People can come here and feel very reverent in the different spaces that we have, whether it be in nature or whether it be in temples and the like. So I do think that it's a wonderful destination, both Cape Town, South Africa, and Africa, for people to have those authentic, meaningful experiences that will transform their lives.
So rightly put and so well said. One of the interesting things that I saw that I thought I'd just leave with you is just some of these verticals that are popping quite nicely. So, for example, I watch a lot of these videos on YouTube, and a specific space was solo female travelers. As an example, like coming to Cape Town, especially because it's safer for them, it's really well priced for them, and then it's really up to some of the individual hotels, etc., to gear themselves up. So I think that trends, when we're trying to understand what are people's needs, wants, desires, where are people moving to, and they're moving so quick, right? Especially as we come out of the last 3 years. We could dive into all of these bits and pieces, but I would really want to just encourage all the people that are at WTM Africa, even us, is that there's a classic saying that just kills any form of innovation, and that's, but we've always done it like this. If you want to just see people, if you want to just see a place die on the spot, it's just well, we've always done it like this. I think the pace at which all of these things are going to change, we'll be sitting here in another year and we'll be looking at something very different again. And so just for us to have an open space, the thing I would want to leave everybody with as we kind of close is that genuinely, I've traveled probably 20,000 kilometers by car in the last 6 months. I've done an enormous amount of driving, and I've just seen we really, and I'm just speaking for South Africa because that's my viewpoint, is that really across South Africa, we live in what feels like to me the most beautiful country on this earth. Absolutely. I really feel it. We have such an eclectic spread. You spoke so much to it, and I love the fact that you mentioned not just having a tolerance but a respect, because that's the feeling I get, is that sometimes in the media it paints a very different picture of the South Africa that I've gotten to see over the last 20,000 kilometers. in one of the videos we made, I said, actually, it's the local travel that I've done that's actually helped me heal my very broken relationship with the country. So I'm seeing amazing people, and I really just think that if you look at these trends, it would be, well, where can people get hold of the trend report?
It is available online. I think the link has been shared, if someone can help me.
So I think it would be, what? atwconnect.com.
Yeah. In addition, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, in addition, you can find some of the trends on 40s, on the LinkedIn or on the Facebook page. Yeah, we do regularly put out some Africa trends on a month-to-month basis.
So the point of my monologue is really to encourage you. I would love to encourage you to take reading the trends report quite seriously. And it's not that we have to take everything in it as gospel, because we're kind of looking backward now. But it's more the idea of how things are changing, why they're changing, and it's about us being adaptable and agile. I know these are two bastard words that got introduced. But like us being adaptable and agile to understand that these things move quickly. And I think any country where you have the beauty that we have, and then you combine that with the spirit of a country that wants to invite other people and understands how people are different and wants to welcome them or wants to cater for them, I think we're absolutely gonna, I was gonna say murder it, but that's the wrong terminology entirely. But when you're young, you say murder it, like that's sick. Don't worry, I'll be your guide the whole time. You'll get to catch on, don't stress. Anyways, that's it from me. I want to just say thank you so much to you guys for being here. It's certainly been an adventure. Please catch up with Lance, Atifa, and Shinga at your mercy. Keep them bogged down for hours. Do whatever you want with them. Have a go. But thank you so much to you guys. And really, please go do yourself a favor and catch that trends report. So that's it from us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We ran a bit on there for questions, and that's us. Oh, I would love to. I really would love to. M for Mary.
Penye. Bongwana Malukane. Yeah. Bongwana Malukane. Olukona Sherika Dikiaye. My poor little children, one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, but by the content of their character. I have a dream that one day, the black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls and sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted. Every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all that shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to go out of the mountain of despair, of stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day.
red sky begins its journey to dawn. It feels like heaven against a back wet from hours of cutting cane. The first sugarcane plant was brought to Louisiana from Saint-Domingue and stuck deep into the rich Gulf Coast soil. Sunshine, water, and dirt. Diametrically opposed, maybe. Taken for granted, yes. Left to rot or drown. But intention is the greatest architect, and prayer becomes the line mover. Soon enough, the tall king rose high in the low-lying parcels west of the Mississippi, competing with cotton rice, competing for sunshine, water, dirt, intentions, and prayer. Now, some would argue that the introduction of sugarcane in États-Unis was part of the lowest commitment to protect its followers in foreign lands. With roots literally planted in Louisiana ground, the lower would also flourish in the tumultuous early days of Louisiana, allowing those that understand access to the mysteries of the Dahomey and Congo, transforming fields of cane into proud pitomatas, connecting the spirit world of ancient Guinea to the living world of sunshine, water, and dirt. Later that night, Jules Saint-Pierre Saunier busied himself in the hen house, stealing eggs, or rather eggshells. And with mortar and pestle, he ground the eggshells into a fine powder that he collected in a small jar. Without the guidance of a lantern, he traveled into the woods until he found a clearing where moonlight shone upon the ground. He lit a cigar and poured rum on the wooded floor and prayed. He had to remember, he must remember. They said he would never forget, so he asked the door to be open.
Well, it's still morning, but it seems like you guys have been at it for so long. I think it's afternoon already. It is still morning. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very important and auspicious occasion. Mine is actually to try and welcome you. But before I do that, I think I must allow Ibrahim and Papi to come on stage so that they can do that properly. And then after that, I can actually kick in this very important session, which, you know, for me, I'm quite pleased with the attendance, because I was told that most of the people would rather be at the expo and the exhibitions than being here. But I see a lot of people that have taken this seriously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ibrahim?
Thank you, Honorable Nene. Papi. I mean, like we were saying, good morning to you all. And thank you for you to be at this African Tourism Investment Summit. I mean, every year we are trying to do and improve. Warm welcome to honorable ministers who are here. Minister Patricia de Lille, new Minister of Tourism of South Africa. Congratulations for your nomination. And then we have the Minister, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, who came all the way from Jamaica for almost 2 days of traveling and came here to Cape Town. And well done. Now we were saying earlier that the connectivity from Atlanta to Cape Town is working. Great initiative of that connectivity to show, right? And our sisters from Botswana, Minister Filda Kereng, our sister from Sierra Leone, Minister Maimunatu Pratt, warm welcome to you. And now we have, in the city of Cape Town, a connection between the city of Malaga and Cape Town. We have the first deputy mayor of Malaga. We have of innovation and digitalization, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have the deputy mayor of tourism. We do have the director of tourism of Malaga. And we do have also the lady who is a representative of Expo 2027 for Malaga. So Malaga came with a delegation of 7 people here, which is wonderful. And we have also Ken Osei, who flew all the way from Washington, from the IFC World Bank, to come with us, right? We have another representative of the World Bank who is here, Ankiam from MIGA, and all the distinguished speakers and panelists who traveled to Cape Town for the African Tourism Investment Summit. So investment is very important for Africa. So ITIC has always positioned Africa highly on our agenda and focus for driving investment and FDI in destination, African destination, and tourism project development. So that has been our mission since inception in 2018 when we did our launch in London. And it was first, our main theme was investment in Africa. 2019 was also investment in Africa and emerging destination. And here we are in our 4th event in Cape Town, 2nd event, I would say, in person, and during the pandemic, we had 2 events virtually. Thank you so much for you all. We have enlightening panelists, and we have a great session today, discussion about how we will bring money into projects in Africa. And it's a pleasure for us to be in partnership with RX and WTM to deliver this special event. Thank you so much. And I will now ask Papi to say a few words.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Papi. I am the Commercial Director at RX. I'm standing here on behalf of our Managing Director, Carol Weaving, to welcome you all to this edition of the African Tourism Investment Summit. We hope that you will find the engagement very insightful. This is a very important segment of the World Travel Market Africa, WTM Africa, because we believe that WTM Africa should cover all the aspects of tourism, particularly on the African continent, including investment in tourism and also other sectors that support tourism, such as transport, infrastructure, like roads and so forth. And I thank you all, and on behalf of again, my colleagues and our Managing Director, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, don't they deserve a round of applause? As you know, as you would know, in my previous life, it was very difficult for me to allocate resources, and this is one area that I actually, if I were to go back, I would revisit all the allocations to the Department of Tourism. If I have a moment with your current Minister of Finance, Ms. Delil, this is one area that I would really, really put emphasis on, because I don't think we appreciate the role that this sector plays in the economy. I'm told that the United Nations World Tourism Organization expects tourist arrivals in Africa to grow and reach 134 million by 2030. For Africa's tourism industry to continue being a key driver of socio-economic development, it's critical to respect the natural equilibrium by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and wastes, conserving and promoting cultural specificities, and promoting sustainable consumption and production patterns in our hotels, and upholding community-based tourism practices. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, perhaps I think I should start by inviting Malaga on the stage. If I were to start with the first Deputy Mayor, Delegate Council of Urban Innovation and Digitalization Area in the city of Malaga. Please join us on stage. Oh, wonderful. I'm sorry. I first have to, a few words. Yes. Let's see. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Yes, the first presentation is by Mr. Jonathan Gomez-Ponzon, head of Malaga Tourism Board. Sorry about that. Please join us on stage, and then we will call the panelists. Is he wired? You're not going to need this.
No.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? We also did all the way around from the wonderful city of Malaga. For those that you've never been, you are more than invited to come. We are the southernmost and most important destination in Southern Europe. We are just facing Africa, so we feel very close with this continent. You were talking about bringing money to projects to Africa, and this is what we want to collaborate with. We want to bring new possibilities to these countries from our expertise, just to share and to help countries to boost their current situation on the tourism industry. I want to introduce you our project Road to 2027. Why Road to 2027? We made a co-creation project for, as I told you, in boosting countries with the expertise we get in the last almost 70 years in a row since the very first tourists came to our world-famous Costa del Sol in Andalusia. We have a project created through collaboration to bring all the knowledge and know-how of the city of Malaga to all the countries that we are about to sign agreements with them, to share resources, tourism strategies, and as you can see there, some examples that I will explain further. It's a 4-year project to work together. But first of all, I want to recap a little bit about our city. So as I mentioned, we are the southernmost important city in tourism in Southern Europe. We have a story of plus 3,500 years of history with plus 600,000 population, 325 days of sunshine, which is not bad at all, right? And nice numbers, as for example, we have 5.4 room nights and plus 20 million airport passengers. We are known as the city in the world with the largest number of museums in a unique pedestrian area. We have plus 35 museums, and we are the hometown of Picasso. Please do not forget that. It's not Barcelona, it's not Paris, it's Malaga, okay? Just keep it in your mind. And just to mention as you, because we have the pleasure to be today with two of the most important deputy mayors in our city, and especially innovation and digitalization, because we are known as the Silicon Valley of Europe. We have plus 200 smart city projects, and we have a park that I want to show you where it all comes from. First of all, a quick video to show you a little bit about Malaga. Can you please, I think I cannot tap here. Thank you. This year is the 50th anniversary of the death of Picasso. We are just one of the most important cultural cities because of this celebration this year. But let's back into, after this recap, let's back into what we can bring to the African countries and what we really want to give to the African countries. And everything comes from the Malaga Valley that I told you, which is known the European Silicon Valley. We have plus 600 top tech companies, the most important in the world, are there. So we just are now driving into a new category in terms of tech and digitalization. It's a work that has been done for the last decade, and we have, as I mentioned to you all, a really big hub, the largest in Europe in tech, and also in the path from Web 2 to Web 3, as I will show you now. But it comes from 1 decade ago, where the city, with the leadership of our mayor, decided to be one of the most digitalized and tech cities in the world. We sensorize absolutely everything in the city. We have tracking of everything happening in the city to split the budget in a good way. That was very useful. Technology helped us to drive this. So we can allocate resources on energy, those that we think they are considered. We can also allocate depending on the necessities of the lights, environment, resource management, rubbish, everything that should be done and stored in the city, we track it with a lot of sensors. So it gives us information about how to do it objectively and get the most of each cent that we have in our budget. And this technology and this way of working is one of the parts that we want to share. This is the last people, if you can play the video, the last people coming to the city this year. So that means the importance of our city in technology, since Google decided to set the first safety engineering center out of Palo Alto in California, not in Madrid, not in London, in our city of Malaga. And we took the most of this knowledge to bring into the tourism industry. And we get amazing projects as many other cities they used to have, as you can see in here, during the last decade. We impulsed plus 50 projects in the city related with technology and tourism. But some of them that are now, we are leaders, and we are giving this expertise to our companies to spread it around the world. We have the largest number of beacons in the city for use in tourism. We develop a beach security capacity control app to set that because of the COVID, you know that the spaces should be drafted in another way. And we inform about waves, about wind, about temperature, about jellyfish, if only, because we almost have nothing. We have an open system of public mobility control as well. And tickets, experiences, and bookings are all digitalized in our city, so it's very convenient for the travelers and for the companies of the city. And we have a new app with artificial intelligence. I'm going to jump into this right now. But the most important things we have in the city, 5 projects that take us to the top leadership in the world in technology. We were the European capital on smart tourism, and we are named as the most advanced technology city in Europe in tourism. We track the emotions of the travelers when they come to the city. We match the GDPR. We match with anonymity, but what we do is tracking the emotions of the people, the sadness, the fear, the happiness, the angry, whatever. So imagine how valuable data we get from the people. How do they feel in the city? In which parts of the city they feel better? They don't feel good. And we can adapt our strategies to this. There is one startup in Malaga named Owo, and this company created a jacket that you can feel emotions in the jacket. So for those people that want to experience promotional videos, for example, you get the glasses on and you get your telephone, and then you feel the wind or a hug or whatever you want to communicate through jacket about your promotional video. We are the first city in Europe with 5G zero latency from a long time ago, made by Vodafone. Vodafone is one of the companies that is established in our city and help us to drive this project. So basically, we are providing these services on zero latency, it's real time, everything created on augmented reality. Also augmented reality with another company, Top Tech, it's Telefónica, is the largest in Spain. We created augmented reality in past tracks. So imagine in your countries, in your cities, in your companies, you want to show to the travelers what happened in the past in your city. For example, this is the Easter Holy Week. We are the largest Easter Holy Week in Spain, and now currently it's happening in the city of Malaga. But imagine you travel in summertime. You can check in that concrete corner what was happening a couple of months ago, exactly with the noise, with the sound, and everything happened at the same time. We can develop this as well. And then we decided to jump into metaverse. But we think what the metaverse to be used for, what can we do in here? And we made a co-creation process with one of the most important technology hubs in Spain, which is the National Digital Content Poll. We got the top 50 companies that they were having there, and we made them, let's think on metaverse and what should be useful for in the tourism industry. And we said, okay, let's make something. Let's make a digital town of the city to show to people around the world that they want to get inspiration before to come to the city of Malaga. So we did this, and later on, they did the digital twin, as I told you. This is the digital twin of the Cathedral of Malaga. And finally, we created a metaverse. Why for? Because this year, as I told you, is the 50th anniversary of the Picasso pass away. We have an amazing partners in this trip for this year, which is Leica, Lonely Planet, MasterCard, Turkish Airlines that collaborates with us, bringing to Cape Town as well, and Virtuoso, you know, the top travel agencies. And we make a metaverse to just walk around the city of Malaga with Picasso and more painters and more people on the school of Picasso. So this is something we have created as an example of what can we do in terms of technology. So we got the most of the Malaga Tech Park, and we applied into tourism. And this is what we want to do in Road to Africa. 4 stages. First of all, we want to help countries and destinations to research which areas are they interested to grow in. Number 2, we share the knowledge with the country or the city that is interested to get the most of this. We share and we build how to make it happen, and we act it. So let's look in a calendar. First of all, in 2024, we propose to countries and cities to learn from us. 2025, we want to share projects that we have already done, plus these 200 projects, smart city projects we have in the city, and also something related with tourism. 2026, we want to mentor and build in the projects within the country. And finally, why these four? Because in 2027, we have the Expo, if we win. We have the last voting in June 21st this year to host the Expo 2027. That all conversations we've had with dear ministers and many other high-level representatives just informed that we are the only one Expo candidate tackling the issue of sustainability and investments in the world, and how the cities and the countries are going to be facing sustainability through the collaboration. And this is some areas of collaboration we propose with the countries and the cities, from leisure travel to build new products, to create new symbols, the hotels management, bringing investors into the cities and the countries, nature, sun and beach, transportation, anything that Malaga is expert in, we want to share it because we really believe in the collaboration to make this happen. This is truly important. So the final objective is that all the countries that we want to help to, and we want to bring this boosting process on the developments we have already done, they could present this in the Expo 2027. So we want they to come and they show to the world what they did through this project Road to 2027, helping them on this. This is an example of how the Expo is going to be in the future. As I told you, is the most sustainable one, the one that is tackling this issue, and it will be prepared for those countries and cities that want to come to join us to show to the world new improvements that we have. I think I have a final video in here to share with the audience, please.
Is Spain's candidate to organise the International Expo for 2027. The title of Malaga's proposal is The Urban Era Towards a Sustainable City. This topic is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 to make growth and development compatible with protecting the environment. Cities are facing the global challenge of working in an organised manner and cooperating at international levels to be more sustainable and habitable. The International Expo of 2027 in Malaga would allow the interchange of knowledge and solutions in order to make our cities pleasant places to live in and coexist. It would be an opportunity to share our scientific, technological and economic progress in the light of urban sustainability. Malaga, birthplace of Pablo Picasso, and the capital of the Costa del Sol, is one of the most important tourist destinations in the world, recently increasing its international reputation with an exceptional transformation based on innovation and culture, whilst at the same time being committed to sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Expo grounds are positioned to the west of the city, very near Malaga's university, its tech park, the business parks, the airport, and its trade fairs and congress centre. The Expo would be held in an area of 250,000 square metres within the commercial triangle of the city, with a total area available of 800,000 square metres, including the land to the east and west of the exposition area, equipped with city dwellings, near the railway station that connects Malaga with Madrid in just 2.5 hours by means of our high-speed train. Once the Expo 2027 is finished, Malaga will take advantage of the infrastructure to continue developing the city, incorporating new commercial and residential areas, as well as buildings dedicated to education, research and development. Malaga, a booming Mediterranean city of 580,000 inhabitants, already possesses the necessary infrastructure to welcome the International Expo 2027. Namely, an international airport, railways, an excellent range of hotels, and very good road connections. The latter is especially important as it reinforces the metropolitan character of the Expo, as it is near towns such as Alajuelentorre, Catalan, and Torremolinos.
So this is the project we want to, I want to go to the end because I don't want to stop in here, it takes so much time, but just to inform you, we're the first city in the world with an NFT management system. Can you go back to the last slide, please? Management system, thank you very much. So as a conclusion, just inform you that we already have begun this project Road to 2027 with the wonderful country of Jamaica in the Caribbean. It's the one that took the leadership in the CARICOM region. And we are collaborating already with them to draft a plan and a schedule on how to improve and boost the tourism in there. And for us, it's a pleasure to invite all the countries from Africa to join us in this exciting project to go together from now to 2027 until Expo will be happening in Malaga and then exhibit to the world all the new innovations. As you saw, we share more than 30 areas of cooperation and collaboration. We want to make it happen. And that's a couple of ideas we want to share with you guys, just to see that from our side, we really think that sharing this knowledge will be good to bring money to African countries through this improvement and boosting that we have the knowledge, why not to share it? So here's the good thing today. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The smart cities we've always spoken about. So Malaga is the future. So for Malaga, the future is here. Thank you very much, Sam. Now with that, we're now going to get onto our next phase, which will be the ministerial roundtable. The moderator here is going to be Mr. Milton Kosi, the chairman of MMN International Consulting and BBC. Milton, you want to come on stage, and I'm sure you will be doing the introduction of our panelists. It's a very heavy panel, Mr. Nkosi. So, you know, we must measure your shoulders before you deal with this one. I guess then the time is ripe for us also to invite Dr. Talib Rifai. I see some of our panelists who are supposed to join us virtually. Are we still able to do that with Ibrahim? If we are, can somebody then start arranging that so that we can get those that are on the panel? With that, I will now allow you to take over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you, by the way. Thank you very much, former Minister. Nene, ladies and gentlemen, is it still good morning? Just about. Good afternoon. It's good to be in Cape Town. What an inspiring moment to be here. I want to call the panelists to come upstage, and I also want to get the chairman of the International Tourism Investment Conference, Dr. Talib, to get ready, because he will be my first guest, and then followed by the discussion, which will, as you can see, the chairs, will involve quite a vast array of people. Our title for this discussion is Developing a Sustainable Tourism Industry in Africa by Integrating Cultural, Environment, Good Governance, and Social Concern. So, without any waste of time, may I please call upon my panelists. Minister Patricia de Lille, please come join me. For those of you who haven't gathered this yet, Minister Patricia de Lille is the Minister of Tourism in South Africa, newly appointed. So we have her fresh from the box. And she's made some tough decisions already, as we all know. Wink, wink. And we've got the Honorable Mariel Wenger from the provincial, she is the Provincial Minister of Finance here in the Western Cape. Is she here? Is she joining us? Please come if you are here, Mariel. And we have the Honorable Minister of Tourism in Botswana, Filda Nani Kireng. Filda, I think I saw you earlier. You are here. It's good to see you again. Please, good to see you. And then we have, do you remember last year, those who were here, the Lion of West Africa, or the Lioness of West Africa, Honorable Memunatu Pat. Please join us. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome the Minister of Tourism from the great Caribbean state of Jamaica, Honorable Edmund Bartlett. Aure? Aure, yeah man, yeah man. I'm trying to show off. I went to Jamaica and that's the only thing I learned. It didn't work, it didn't respond. I'm so shattered. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard about Malaga, we have in our midst here Susana Carrillo, who is the first deputy mayor of the great city of Malaga. And of course, we can all talk about all the nice ideas, but if there's no money, as you all know, money talks, and so I welcome the money man, Principal Investment Officer of IFC, Ken Osei. And is Humphrey joining us? Where is Ibrahim? No, okay. So this is it, right? The panel is here. We are in good stead. Taleb, it's great to have you online. Please tell us what
Thank you so much.
Investment Tourism Conference is doing about investment in tourism in Africa. Take it away.
Okay, let me start by Africa first. Africa is a very important continent for all of us. Africa is where we all came out from. All the mankind came out from East Africa. We know that very well. If you watch the BBC series called The Journey of Man, you will recognize that. Now, Africa is very important to all of us because Africa is the future. God has spared Africa the wrath of COVID, but it will not survive that without the cooperation and the real will of everybody. Now, what about investment? You know, in our meetings, we always used to talk to each other. Our tourism people, we talk to each other only. Now we are changing this and we have some money people in our midst, some real investors, World Bank and IFC, and many, many others. These are very important things because investment is going to go through into this. Africa and investments are one. Investing in Africa is investing in the future of mankind, without doubt. Now, I was born in Africa. I was born shipped in Cairo. I'm speaking to you from Amman, Jordan, and we have just celebrated Women's Day. Women's Day I think in Berlin. But WTM also is a very important partner with us here. And I would like to salute WTM and ATM in particular, Africa Tourism Board, Africa Tourism Market. Now, what I like to say is to welcome Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, it's good to have you with us. Great. And I want to welcome the new Minister of Tourism of South Africa. South Africa is a very important country. South Africa is part of BRICS now. South Africa is very important to all of Africa. The story of South Africa can be told all over the world nowadays. So I just wanted to say this. Today we're talking not only to each other, but we're talking to all the investment people. So please, let's take advantage of it and renew our commitment to Africa. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Taleb Rifai, Chairman of the ITIC and the Invest Tourism Limited, and is former Secretary General of the UNWTO. Thank you for joining us from Amman. Work with me, Cape Town, work with me. And we are going to be joined by the Kenyan Tourism Ministry virtually as well later. So I hope they are online and ready to answer the questions. But may I just begin with you, ma'am, being the big cheese in the room. What is South African tourism doing to encourage investment here for tourism? I know that you are new in the post, but you are not new into politics and into cabinet, so you have a fair idea, particularly with your previous post of being infrastructure minister. You know what is being done, what is being built where.
Thank you so much, and again, welcome to all our guests. Indeed, we have to, first of all, define the role of government. Government must create the conditions conducive for the private sector in the tourism sector to invest. And government should look at creating the legislative space whereby we create that environment for investment into tourism. You shouldn't allow government to get too much involved because they can stifle any progress. So from the South African point of view is that our latest program, not too latest, but we have made finance available, and there is an investment opportunity and what we call the program for green tourism incentive investment program. So government assists small operators, medium size, to green their facilities. And the best example here is Robben Island. In Robben Island, we assisted by providing PV, solar panels on all of the buildings. But there are also a number of smaller operators, two that I will be visiting next week, just here in the Western Cape, in Hoek and in Worcester. So there is an opportunity for investment, and the incentive from government is by taking the first step towards investing in that industry and in the tourism industry. The second one is that we need to invest more for market access. Market access for the small, medium enterprises, and there again, government is providing the finances for the smaller operators. We've got 30 of them currently in Cape Town. Next month, we will have the Africa in Durban in Durban, and there we sponsor another 120. So there are some investment opportunities to assist to get more operators into the market. We also have in South Africa what we call the Tourism Equity Fund. And government has put in the seed money of 1.2 billion rand, but there's a room for a partnership with the private sector that can then partner with local businesses to access the Tourism Equity Fund. Lastly, of course, where we're also investing is we have to invest more in making sure that the tourists that are coming to our country are safe. And I'm so impressed with the example of Malacca, where you show how you use technology to help with safety of tourism. Artificial intelligence, it's a great example. And I would certainly like to follow up with Malacca on how we can use technology. But again, we've invested in what we call tourism ambassadors that can guide tourists at, some of our tourism sites. But we need to do a lot more and investing in training, especially more young people to come into the tourism industry. So that is just a few of the investment side from government, but we do look forward to partner with the private sector. This is a private sector-led industry, and the role of government must be clearly defined. And the partnership with the private sector, we cannot do it alone. And I'm really looking for those opportunities with the private sector where they can partner with government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you had there for yourself 1.2 billion in the pipeline. Things are happening. I want to bring in Minister Edmund Bartlett from Jamaica, who is also championing the Global Tourism and Crisis Management Center, which will benefit Africa. And they've just hosted and held an important Global Tourism Resilience Day to be celebrated on every 17th of February. So you can put that on your calendar of the phone.
My birthday.
Happy birthday on the 17th of February. It's a birthday, it's the minister's birthday. So she won't forget Resilience Day, Tourism Resilience Day. Isn't that amazing? There are no coincidences. Which 17th February, which has been proclaimed by the United Nations and voted by 94 countries. So Minister Bartlett, you've got your job cut out there, it sounds. Welcome again, sir. I know it's been a long journey. Please explain to us what you've been doing on Global Tourism and Crisis Management Center and resilience, tourism resilience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkosi, and I'm very delighted to be here in Cape Town, and I'd like to express, first of all, my appreciation to the ITCI and particularly my friend Ibrahim Ayub and Dr. Talib Rafai, who is also the co-chair for the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center that I founded in 2018. My distinguished ministerial colleagues, and I want to express to Honorable Patricia Delele my own appreciation for the warm hospitality that we've received since my delegation and I have been here in Cape Town. And we are looking forward to further discussions with you, Madam Minister, later on today, and to strengthen the relationship between Jamaica and South Africa, and particularly our tourism. My colleague Minister Philda Kering, my colleague Minister Dr. Pratt, my distinguished partner who I met only today, but I've met her other partners in Jamaica and also in her wonderful city of Malaga, Susana Correo. I'm delighted to meet you, and I look forward to strengthening that relationship also, and I'll have more to say on that at another moment while we are here over the next 2 days. And of course, Mr. Osei, who we have met before from the IFC. A delightful moment it is for investment prospects, I think, for tourism in the great continent of Africa from which we all sprang. And we are such proud members of the diaspora in the Caribbean and the Americas. So you'll permit me for one liberty to mention, before we talk about resilience and sustainability as the two principal pillars on which the future of our space and this wonderful world is predicated, I'd love to indicate at the start that my presence here is to forward a relationship that we have been building between the great continent of Africa and the Caribbean. And we are in the Caribbean want to offer ourselves as a bridgehead to the great market of the United States of America, and indeed the Americas in general. The diaspora in the Caribbean is a proud one that really feels very strongly about the motherland, and we are excited to be able to offer what we are calling now an opportunity for the reverse diaspora, in that we who have had the historic process defining our journey from these parts to the Caribbean, and we have benefited, whilst we recognize the pain and suffering that resulted in the benefit that we have from learning new ways, new things. We've acquired wealth and we've acquired education, we've acquired expertise. And one of the areas that we have acquired expertise is in tourism. The Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region on earth, but we're also the countries of the world has the fastest recovery from the pandemic as a result of tourism. And so more than 65% of the GDP of the region is tourism. 1 in 5 jobs in the region from tourism. Foreign direct investments represents well over 50% tourism. And we have a good message. 31 million visitors come to the Caribbean for tourism, and last year we earned $37 billion from tourism. So we think that we can work with Africa in building a new vestige for the development of the human capital for tourism. Training in various elements of tourism experiences, particularly in marketing. Training in terms also of building products, managing products. Training in terms of air connectivity arrangements, and particularly cruise tourism that the Caribbean is extremely strong on. In fact, the Caribbean has 80% of the cruise of the world. So 28 million people cruised in 2019, just before the pandemic. And 23 million of them came to the Caribbean. So we think that we come to Africa with a value added to this great continent. And we want to do that, and we want to be part of the renaissance that is now taking place in our motherland, where tourism is being seen as a driver of economic development. And indeed, after this pandemic, is showing itself to be the fastest means of recovery of all economic activities in the entire world. And so I wanted to make that point initially. The second point that I wanted to make is in relation also to enabling the region, which has, now I understand, 300 million middle class ready to travel. That the Caribbean and the Americas are your playground. So we're open to Africa for touristic purposes. And we want to work with you to build out your connectivity. I traveled from Atlanta here yesterday, 14 hours. it was a A350 and it was full. And that's a good sign. What we hope is that that same plane, that equipment can be full going back to the Americas, but not just going to the United States of America, but coming to Jamaica and the Caribbean. So we're excited about that prospect, and we want to have that discussion not only with our South African partners, but with our Sierra Leone partner, with our Botswana partner, and I want to suggest even to Ghana for sure, and Nigeria, absolutely. These are countries that we can relate to because much of us who are in the Americas came from these parts of Africa. And we want to make sure that we rediscover our roots, but in doing so, we transfer wealth from Jamaica, from the Americas to Africa, and the African wealth also to the new world where we are. So we developed this resilience discussion on the heels of a number of disruptions, what we're calling black swans. There are about 10 of them that we had in the last 50 years that affected tourism significantly and impacted the economic activities of countries that were hugely dependent on tourism, but had something in common. One, they were small. Two, they were weakly resourced. And three, they were highly vulnerable. And so, vulnerable to disruptions. In our instance in the Caribbean, our disruptions were essentially weather-related. We had hurricanes. And we have had thousands of hurricanes in the last 50 years, and billions, trillions of dollars of real property and resources have been lost. And then, of course, human lives in the thousands. We also are susceptible to seismic events, earthquakes. And Haiti, our next door neighbor in particular to Jamaica, had a mega earthquake nearly 12 years ago. To date, they have not recovered. And we've seen the impact of inability to recover, because what it does is to destroy the economic foundations, and in the end, it results in almost unmanageable situations. And I wish not to make that as a straight comment about my neighbor, but certainly the political and social situation there tells the story. And almost everywhere where small countries have been impacted with mega events of that sort, the answer is the same: weak recovery, which results in economic and social deterioration. So the other disruptions, of course, you remember 9/11. Yes, you remember SARS, the first set of SARS. And you will hear we have in Africa Ebola and other types of medical and health disruptions. And then, of course, there's terrorism, which is a huge disruption. And, of course, the wars now, we're playing with that game in Ukraine and Russia and other tendencies that are quite negative to tourism. But the worst of all the disruptions that we've had, of course, was the COVID-19 pandemic, the most existential threat since Anthropocene Earth. It left us uncertain of everything. But it has also changed the way we are. And we went through what is called the anthropause. In 2.5 to nearly 3 years, we did nothing. Of course, that moment caused an environmental respite, if you will, because the wild was not being hunted and haunted by hunters. So the animals got a chance to refresh themselves and grow again. The skies were not being polluted by large aircraft zooming through and emitting all kind of noxious and poisonous gases. The sea was calm because the great ships were not plying and emitting again noxious things, destroying marine life and so on. But something else didn't happen. We weren't producing anything. and we weren't connecting physically. We learned to be together apart. We didn't understand what that meant. So the whole business of building capacity to respond, firstly, to identify crises and disruptions, to track it. Secondly, to mitigate against it, to develop capacity so to do, and then to manage it when it hits you, and to recover quickly. And then finally, and fifthly and finally, the most difficult one, to thrive afterwards. So that's the essence. These are the 5 critical pillars on which resilience is predicated and built. And we established this center at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica because academia represents that basis where ideas are generated, honed, and cultured, and are given expression. And hopefully, innovation will follow, where ideas are now converted into material goods and services and things that add value along the way. And in 2018, we did that, and then in 2019, we established the first international center at the Kenyatta University in Nairobi. And since then, we have 6 centers across the world, and we want to do one in Sierra Leone, we want to do one in Botswana, and we must do one in Joburg, and a number of other African countries, including Rwanda, of course, Ghana, and Nigeria. We have in the United States, we have in Canada, we have in the UK, and we want to make sure that we do have one in the great city of Malaga in Spain. So the 17th of February has been designated as Global Tourism Resilience Day by the United Nations on a resolution that was mooted by our Prime Minister and delivered by me. And for that, 94 countries supported, so that there was no need for a vote. After my presentation, it was declared that the United Nations unanimously adopted a resolution for February 17th every year to be celebrated as Global Tourism Resilience Day. And so in closing, I want to invite your participation in this great global activity. And that, Madam Lily, your birthday is on the 17th of February, and I certainly would like Joburg to be a center of activity on that day for resilience purposes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Minister Bartlett. That was so informative. We learned so much from that. I want to go to Malaga next, but let me start with the nearest neighbor of South Africa, Botswana. Madam Fildekereng, it's good to see you again. We want you to tell us what African governments are doing to enhance sustainability in this difficult time of the world with climate change and everything we're seeing in global warming.
Thank you very much. I'll talk about Africa as a continent in its drive to become the destination continent, but within that, what we are doing as governments and also how we connect with other countries within the continent. I think in the rising, of COVID-19 or from COVID-19, and in the quest to develop more products, to diversify and to grow the tourism industry so that we can have more experience offered and more, stays, longer stays and more money coming through, we begin as African countries to realize that we are the continent of choice in terms of tourism visitations. Why? Because we have uniqueness and abundance of the resources that bring the offer. These are natural resources. Botswana is home to more than 140,000 elephants. Wildlife has been the key product in tourism. And we have rich cultures. We have got a people that have for so many years conserved this continent's resources. And in our quest to make sure that sustainability is enforced in whatever we do, we make sure that, for instance, what we're doing in Botswana is to ensure that the policy, legal frameworks, and strategies speak to people being at the core of these development initiatives. So our newly revised tourism policy is actually driving diversification from the normal wildlife-based tourism offer to include culture, to include our natural resources, to include the arts, the crafts as products that we have, indigenous knowledge as well. We have the access and benefit sharing legislation that we just enacted last year to ensure that we can profile, brand, sell, and promote the uniqueness of our culture, especially as the cultural knowledge has been the key in terms of preserving our forests, our wildlife, and livelihoods around these natural resources have been propelled through the policies of government. Now, Africa, realizing its uniqueness in terms of the abundance of resources, the unique culture, we see that we offer what the tourism that emerges, the tourist that emerges from COVID-19 wants to see. How do we live? What do we eat? How do we do our farming? We introduced agrotourism to give people who visit experience in how we farm, how we breed our cattle. We've got the best beef in the world, we always say. How do we breed this cow? How do we maintain the quality through our animal husbandry? How do we balance conservation with agricultural practices? How do we connect? And within government as well, it is how we blend as one government different ministries that have to do with environment, that have to do with agricultural production, food security, and the national development planning machinery of Botswana actually ensures that we have thematic working groups within ministries, so that the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, which I lead, is actually chair and facilitator for 6 or 7 other ministries that have to do with energy, climate, agriculture, health, education, so that we can integrate better and deliver better. When we talk about, how Africa is also, enforcing sustainability, we talk about the fact that, we have climate change as a new threat and a very, very intensifying threat. And climate change responses regarding biodiversity protection are key to our national development, growth, and diversification, including tourism. So while we grow the tourism offer to include culture, we do it with the cognizant mind that these people must understand that we are giving them our forests, our culture, our people, who also are key in preserving this resource. So African countries are realizing the need for connectivity. That is why when we meet at African Union, the African Continental Free Trade Area is speaking to this connectivity. We have bilateral agreements between countries, and we have subcontinental SADC region, for instance, with strategies that bring together different countries within the subcontinent. We also have conservation free and conservation, areas that bring together like 5 countries in the sub-region that do conservation and promote tourism within the sub-block. So we are realizing that we are endowed, we have capacity that needs to be elevated. We also acknowledge together as a continent that we need the skills like Malaga's skills, the Caribbean skills. And then we integrate, together and agree that we need to strengthen partnerships and collaborations for us to get the skills that we need. So we are proud as Africa to say we have what the tourist needs, and we can offer it. We also acknowledge that we can be better. So when we meet like this, we are just strengthening ourselves. So we have got what it takes for the emerging tourist of post-COVID-19. Thank you.
If I was President Masis, I would give a bonus. Best beef in the world. That was the top line, if you missed it. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was brilliant. I now want to come to Malaga. Susan, please tell us what the challenges of governments to try and mitigate the climate change crisis, as far as you are concerned with your experience? Of course, we just heard so much about your city, but can you give us a little bit more as Deputy Mayor of the beautiful city of Malaga?
Thank you very much. First of all, in the name of our mayor, I would like to thank Patricia for receiving us in Malaga. I would like to thank all of you. It's really an honor to share this moment with all of you, to have the opportunity to share with all the people, all the projects that we were developing in Malaga. And thanks to that, we achieved this fantastic transformation. And why Malaga could be or should be the perfect city for organizing the next international exposition in 2027. I think it's important to know that Malaga was different 30 years ago. Malaga wasn't so nice. Malaga was a great city with problems similar that you can find in other cities. Malaga was a city sometimes insecure, was a city without many career opportunities to young people. And in this moment, between 20 and 30 years ago, there were important people in the city, business leader, our mayor, the chancellor of the university, that decided to define a better strategy for the city. It's very important to define a good strategy, thinking in the city that you want to achieve in the future. For example, we decided to invest a lot of money in urban transformation. We're refurbishing a lot of streets and a lot of old buildings that we had in the city center. In the university, they expand its higher education, offering in telecommunication and industrial engineering. They offer new studies to the young people. And for example, 30 years ago, we created our technological park, the Malaga Tech Park, and it was born with only 6 companies, only 6 technological local companies, and nowadays you can find more than 650 international technological companies in Malaga. But it's important to understand that nothing in Malaga is the result of chance. It's the result of many people working a lot at many years, all of them aligning in the same strategy. It's very important to understand that you have to work together. You have to define a good strategy, and you have to work together. We always say that we use the famous quadruple helix that you can listen when you are speaking about innovation ecosystem. And when you work in the quadruple helix, you always have to work in a good teamwork. In one side is the administration, the local administration, the city council, and the regional government. In the other side is the university, the knowledge, the education that you offer to the people, to the citizens. In the other side, you must work near the companies, near the technological companies. And at the end, the most important thing, you have to work for the citizens. You need to create projects with the participation of the citizens. You need to understand what they need. If you define the project without this collaboration, it's very possible that you install technology that they don't need it. So it's very important to speak with the citizens about what they need and prepare all your services to help them to live in a better city. For example, when we speak about the most innovative project that we installed there, it was thanks because we signed many different agreements to obtain finance from the European Commission. There's a lot of programs in the European Commission that can help you in Europe to install technology to develop new services to the citizens. The first project was the Smart City Malaga project. We prepared a project with top 11 Spanish companies. Was leading by Endesa, is one of the big utilities in Europe. And we obtained 31 million budget for this project. We signed the agreement with the City Council, and thanks to this project, we began to test new technologies in the city. For example, we installed in Malaga the first smart meters that citizens in Spain had installed in their houses was in Malaga. We installed the first electric charge post for electric vehicles, or we installed the first automation system to avoid problems in the supply of the energy. We install many renewable sources at the roof of all the public buildings. We introduce all these renewable sources in new store facilities in the cities. And at the end, the objective was always to achieve the famous Sustainable Development Goals established by the European, by the United Nations. No? It's very important always to design the project thinking in the sustainable city you want to achieve in the future. It's very important to know that when you decided to install all these new technologies, it's not easy. It's not easy because you are going to find a lot of problems. You need to change the habits of the citizens, and also you need to change regulation and the legislation in your country. Most of the time that we have installed new technologies in Malaga, we didn't have the legislation for doing that, because it was the first time, for example, that we installed a store facility to control the renewable sources that we were installing in the buildings. So this is, again, the reason that you had to prepare all the projects in a real teamwork, where you work with the governments, when you work near the companies, and when you work near the university and the citizens. Well, you could see in all the videos we showed you before that Malaga has transformed the city thanks to innovation and thanks to deploy this technology. This is the reason, as I said before, that I think we could organize this exposition, the national exposition, in the future. And of course, if you ask yourself, what will this expo do for me, no? If I attend, if I participate? Well, I think the answer is very easy, no? The international exposition in Malaga will be a fantastic opportunity for all of us to boost our country strategy. It's the moment to share problems, to share solutions, to achieve our smart city for the future, our smart mobility, our smart tourism, and all the objectives we want to achieve in the future. So for this reason, I would like to say that all of you, of course, are invited to Malaga. It will be a pleasure, it will be an honor if we had in the future, in 2027, the possibility to receive all of you in Malaga. If we had the possibility to work together, to learn, to share experience, and to collaborate to create the best cities for our kids in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susana. And now we go to Memunatu Pratt, who mesmerized us the last time we were here about Sierra Leone. I know she's got so much energy, she can light up all of South Africa during our load shedding. But today she looks very calm. She's just going to speak for 3 minutes. Ma'am, can I ask you what are the main challenges and issues that governments face when trying to implement sustainable tourism moves?
Thank you very much. Let me join my colleagues in thanking the government of South Africa, but especially the beautiful city of Cape Town for putting this together, and then also, as usual, the ITIC for always bringing us together as ministers to share on the same platform so that we can use it as a learning curve. I think this is a big opportunity. And I'd also like to, again, publicly thank the government of South Africa. They made a very smart decision for Sierra Leone. And today, we can now enjoy, hopefully, in the next few months to come, visa waiver for government officials and service passport holders. Let me thank you very much, ma'am. I am a member of cabinet. When it was presented by our foreign minister, I raised the issue about what about the visas. So I want to give you a message that please, let's move on to this and let's look at the visitors visa so that we can have people from Sierra Leone coming to South Africa and then from South Africa going to Sierra Leone, mainly in the area of tourism, trade, and business promotion. So I was pushing for maybe 90 days. So I just want you to take note of that for non-public officials, so that at least we can concretize this relationship. And I'll also say that we have a very historic relationship with South Africa. So it's always a pleasure for us to come here and to see what is happening and to enjoy the twinning relationship, which is quite historic. Now, in looking at some of the challenges which government face as far as investment are concerned, well, it can be looked from various perspectives. In the first place, for you to deal with the challenges, you have to talk about what space and opportunities has government given for investment to thrive. I think that's the fundamental question. For Sierra Leone, of course, we have a National Investment Board, which is there to coordinate all investment and to ensure that it becomes a one-stop shop. And of course, we have other investment institutions that are based in the judiciary, that are based in the ministries of trade, and then also in other ministries. So government has created that institutional framework. And then also we have legal framework as well to protect investment. And then at the same time, there are other conditions which government provide, waivers. For instance, if somebody wants to invest in tourism, you can approach the Ministry of Tourism for us to make a request for you to have access to land, or maybe if there's a property which you want to have access to, where you want to develop into maybe a hotel, international conference center. Of course, the ministry is there to do it. And we're also at the forefront of making sure that our nature and our reserves are also brought forward as far as investment is concerned, or quote-unquote business and private sector opportunities that are created there. So the first part of the answer is that the government of Sierra Leone has created the enabling environment for business and investment to thrive. The second side is, has to do with what are some of the conditions and facilities which make investors to want to come to a country. For Sierra Leone, of course, we have an international rebranding drive, which is about looking at what Sierra Leone can offer, what are the products, what are the services, what are the natural resources that are there, and then also at the same time, for peace and security. Sierra Leone is a very peaceful country, and of course, if you look at the Global Peace Index, I think Sierra Leone is 4th. So we have enjoyed huge opportunities as far as peace is concerned. And then also we have got also very good donor climate, where we have friends who actually support Sierra Leone and help in the development of businesses in Sierra Leone. So let me now come to what are the presumed challenges which...
Minister, can I interrupt you? Apologies. I'm told that Minister Dilel has to leave shortly.
Okay.
And I just wanted to give her 1 minute to say her goodbye and maybe plug in one or two ideas that I've seen on the note. So if you don't mind, we'll come back for you to finish. Or do you want to, do you have 10 seconds?
I can just say something quickly, then I can just come in again. So that at least, because I am looking at what is operating and what are the challenges.
Okay.
So the biggest challenges of investment in Sierra Leone is actually to have people who can be able to have confidence in putting money into the country. We know there are challenges that has to do with natural, social, and maybe a little bit of political. But the biggest thing is that we have what it takes for any form of investment. So all what we are saying is that our challenge is building the confidence and then having people to say and believe that Sierra Leone is the place to invest.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you can, you can, yes.
Thank you, thank you. I'm not leaving the conference. I will still be around till later this afternoon. It's just that I set up a meeting for 1 o'clock because we were supposed to end at 12:30. But let me just quickly address the issue of visas. I think all African countries, we must take advantage of the African Free Trade Agreement. The free trade agreement should not just be about moving goods, but it also be about moving people across our country. Now, we have introduced an e-visa system to make it easier for travelers to apply from the comfort of their home instead of having to go to our missions abroad. And we have introduced the e-visa system that we are still rolling out in the People's Republic of China, India, Egypt, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, the DRC, and Cameroon, just to name a few. We've also piloted the e-visa system in another 14 countries. But what I've learned is that I think as Minister of Tourism, we need to engage our ministers of Home Affairs or the ministers responsible for issuing identity document and visas. Here in South Africa, Minister Motsoaledi, Dr. Motsoaledi, was my first meeting I had about 2 weeks ago with him. And so that we can understand not only what are the limitations, but what is existing already around the world. South Africa is quite friendly when it comes to e-visas. Almost the whole world is green. So we've got a map, and then part of the world you see you've got a red, and then part of the world you'll see amber. The amber means that we are negotiating with those countries, and I know Ghana is one of those countries. And then, so we need to do more. That will certainly help us as tourism. But I will be around, if there are any queries or questions around the e-visa system, if you've got any problems with visas, it's for us as tourism ministers to unlock those within our governments, and I'm certainly committed to assist when it comes to visa applications for all the countries. So thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to my panelists. I will see you around. I just have to attend to this one meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ken, finally, are you personally aware of any successful stories in Africa? You've been financing a whole range of projects here over a long period that have integrated cultural, environmental, good governance, and social concerns.
Short answer is yes. And I just wanted to add, especially on the back of the last conversation, that we often think of tourism in just one vertical. So this idea that tourism must compete with border control, as opposed to tourism actually being part of economic and financial wealth. Because if that were looked at in that context, there are a few statistics I'd like to share. So globally, the tourism and hospitality sector represents something like 10% of global GDP. That's trillions. Tourism and hospitality employs 1 out of every 10 people globally. And that's not counting indirect. Tourism also generates jobs in the supply chain. So to stay at a hospitality facility, you need food and beverage, somebody has to grow the agriculture, contribute the food. Tourism creates the largest number of SMME jobs, everything from taxis, porters, all the support services that are associated. 54% of employment in the hospitality industry is female. Tourism provides jobs to the youth. So it's a very, very significant contributor to economic activity.
Do you say 50% of tourism employment is women?
54.
54. Oh my goodness, that's pretty impressive, yeah.
Globally, it's estimated through our
women.
sister institution, the World Bank, 334 million jobs are in hospitality globally. So I think we should be also mindful as governments around the narrative of what is tourism. And I think the former Honorable Minister of Finance alluded to this issue of tourism is economic activity, first and foremost. So people travel to other countries to spend money, not necessarily to invade their countries, but to spend money. So I think the notion of visas to control, and I think that discussion should also incorporate the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. What does tourism do to generate economic activity, to generate spend, to leave money for locals? And I think this is where some of the examples from the Caribbean, Malaga, I think these are some areas that we as the African continent should really explore. Your direct question was around cultural heritage, and I think something we also maybe don't speak about often is the whole area of community-based tourism. So if one were to go to Kenya, in Masai Mara, hospitality facilities, the land is owned by community trusts. The community trusts lease the land on which the lodges are built. So economic activity may go directly to the owner of the establishment, but tax revenues accrue to the government. There's also a portion that goes to the owners of the land who participate in community trust. And so as the IFC is part of the World Bank, we have a number of projects where one looks at that entire chain. So I think very often there's a concentration of investing just in a hotel. Tourism is not hotels, it's the entire ecosystem. And it's something that we should, so I just wanted to sort of, maybe it's a bit expanded answer to your question, but I just wanted to sort of flag that. The other thing I want to add is the role of government, which Honorable Minister Dalil sort of touched on. To distinguish between government spending on tourism and government being a catalyst, and government not inadvertently crowding out private capital, right? So some projects that government could spend on, and then in the process actually prevent private capital from going in, as opposed to creating the enabling environment, such as visas, visa access. The African continent right now does not have, I mean, there are probably 5 nationally owned airlines. However, the African continent underutilizes the 5th freedom right, the right for other airlines to drop passengers off, pick them up, take them to other destinations, which will not require investment in aircraft and carriers. So there's some things that we on the continent should be doing more of to promote investments that are, so one is community-based tourism, investing in cultural heritage. I think the last area I want to touch on is bundling tourism products, so that within the African continent, I think Kenya, for instance, and I think the Honorable Minister will speak to this, during the pandemic, local tourism supported a lot of African countries, as opposed to being completely dependent on long-haul tourism. So promoting more local, regional, as well as international tourism, having a complementary tourism product, which then supports a more compelling investment proposition. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. That was informative. Now, I'm going to ask the Minister of Tourism in Kenya, Penina Malonza, to join us just for a short, brief statement, Minister, while you compose your 30 seconds closing statements. 30 seconds, I hope you heard me well, Mamunatu. I'm always on to you because you have so much energy for Sierra Leone, which is so impressive. So, Minister Malonza.
We are already on. Yes, I can hear you.
Karibu.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's very great to join you in this discussion. I'm happy to see all of you and really drawn a lot from the wealth of discussions that you have had. And I want to comment quite on a few things, especially on cultural preserving of cultural specifications. And I want to say that first allow me to comment that we have very good relationship with South Africa. Of course, the president visited our country the other day, and we are already enjoying the free visa visit to South Africa. I want to say that Kenya has made milestones in the area of protecting and preserving cultural specifications. And with this, I want to talk about a few examples in the area of capacity building for cultural practitioners. But before then is the whole thing that Kenya has ratified 2 UNESCO culture conventions, which is on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and protection of world heritage sites in Kenya. And that's why Kenya has around 7 of them. But beyond that, we are looking at a ratification of the protection of cultural property and also convention on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. And allow me to speak to this because a lot is known on the service cultural heritage, but very little is in the underwater cultural heritage. And this is an area where Kenya is really determined to ratify this convention because we are very rich. From the research that we've done in the underwater cultural heritage, Kenya is quite rich, and we are moving into ratifying this. But of importance, and I think what has not also been mentioned here is the ratification of the 1970 means of prohibiting preventive illicit import and export and transfer of ownership. And this is where Africa is, and many countries are already discussing this. And I think this is one ratification that if we are to preserve our cultural heritage, both in the country and that which has already left the country, I think this is a very important ratification that all the countries have to make. But beyond that, the Kenyan country, we are already documenting the natural products, especially in the medicine and cosmetic area. And we want to develop a natural products industry. And I believe this is going really to preserve a lot. Again, I want to talk about the Ushanga Kenya. This is a product that is cultural products that is mostly in our pastoralist communities. And we are trying to preserve the beadwork that we have been doing as an Africa continent, and which we are known by. And this is one product we've already begun, and we have already seen a lot of benefits going to the community. Again, going back to the topic that my brother has just entered discussing and mentioning, Masai Mara. This is where this is happening. And finally, I want to talk about the whole issue of managing our national parks in a way, in the conservation, the community conservation approach, where my brother has talked about the communities owning up and coming together, releasing their land that is used and causing a lot of benefits, even though the initial amount goes to those who have lodges, but we have seen also the government benefiting in the taxes, and more so the community benefiting in what we are calling the benefit sharing approach in this. And this has translated to these pastoral communities now beginning to give way and conserving the rangeland, where now we are expanding our wildlife protection in. I also want to talk about the restoration bit in our national parks. And I believe as we address the whole issue of climate change, there is need to look at restoring not only our national parks or game reserves, but also restoring the entire forest cover in our countries in Africa. I know Africa has not contributed much to carbon emission in a great percentage, but however, we are seeing the impacts and the effect affecting us a lot. And I want to thank our president, because he has already begun the tree planting campaign of 15 billion that will see the country raise to 30% of the forest cover. And I believe this is a call to African nations. And as Kenya also agreed to take very bold steps in ensuring that during the COP26, in ensuring that we come up with tourism sustainable guidelines and of course initiatives. And this is one of the initiatives that the country has already picked, and we've seen a lot of buy-in by the country and by the residents of Kenya in terms of planting trees. But this is an area also that we are collaborating with the private partners across the board, because we realize that if we want to conserve, to do good conservation models and also restoration models, then we have to bring in the private sector to work to table and work with us. And this is really something that has worked very well for Kenya. And we're very proud of the move that you've taken as a country. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this forum.
Asante sana, Minister. Thank you very much for joining us. We're now bringing this to a close. We've already eaten into our lunchtime. So if you can please be kind enough to give us 30 seconds at most. If you just give 30 seconds or less to close. I start with Botswana.
Thank you so much. I think I can talk quite fast. I think we have acknowledged the capacity of Africa and the potential for Africa to become the destination for tourism and for investment. I want to also just add in half a millisecond that the community-based natural resource management program in Botswana has been there for decades, since the 80s. It has made sure that communities living around our protected areas around our wildlife have been part of this, and they have access to the land which they own, and then they join partnerships, they form joint partnerships with the investors who then come and do the business. Now, these communities have actually improved their livelihoods from the revenues from this program, and we are actually growing that program. I just want to highlight that in terms of potential for investment, we recognize the value of our culture, our natural resources, and all these arts and craft skills that we have. So investment must help us to profile this, to brand them, to promote and sell them as packages. When we do our MICE, we are now finalizing our MICE strategy, in which we ensure that every meeting, every conference, every symposium, we offer tourists the opportunity to come and experience our food, our culture, music, dance, and so forth. And this is very important. I want to emphasize in terms of investment, as I close, research data is very important. Timely generation of data that will help us actually to plan. We need funds also, we need skills and investments in the elevation of skills within the tourism sector, different skills. I think Jamaica has a lot of that you want to get from there. Investment in the proper infrastructure that will support tourism, transport, facilities, conferencing, and so forth. Investment in aesthetics, facilities, and the outlook of our cities to make them their destinations. And I think in terms of also helping to connect Africa in terms of what projects can be funded that will bring together a number of countries together. Thank you so much.
That was a good attempt. We give you 9. Sierra Leone. 3, 2, 1, go.
No, I will say a bit more, so I have more time, please. Now, I will first of all say in Sierra Leone today, tourism is the fastest growing area. Wherein it has contributed hugely to the diversification of the economy. Today in Sierra Leone, tourism has been one of the main drivers in terms of making the relevant change in addressing unemployment, in addressing poverty, in addressing gender issues, in addressing land distribution, and then also in accessing electricity, water supply, and the expansion of road facilities. So today in Sierra Leone, tourism is seen as a bane in terms of changing the negative images which you've had. And I'd like to inform this gathering that even this year, Sierra Leone was chosen as one of the 50 places to visit, one of the 50 greatest places to visit in Africa and in the world. And this was by Time Magazine of CNN. So which means that Sierra Leone has got what it takes for tourism to be able to transform its fortune. We have also been in this position wherein government is putting quite a lot of investment in terms of changing the fortunes of tourism. So what we have today is a country that is moving towards that direction. And this is very important for us because of the fact that our history has and economy has been dependent on minerals. But today, tourism is actually changing the tide. So I would say that for investment, we have all what it takes in terms of the rights, regulatory framework, the policies for you to invest in Sierra Leone, and government is there to protect your investment. And of course, we are working very hard to ensure that our natural resources are being put through very good arrangements in order that those investments can be able to bear fruits in terms of getting Sierra Leone to where it is. So Sierra Leone is open for investment. Sierra Leone is a country which you must visit, and it's a country which you can have one of the best beaches in the world. And then also, we are in there, and we have got very good international relations with quite a lot of countries, and diplomatically, a lot is happening with the areas of culture and heritage promotion. So thank you very much. I hope to see you in Sierra Leone.
Thank you. Minister Bartlett, 15 seconds.
Thank you. The Caribbean is ready to invest in Africa, and we need African investment in Jamaica. Where the money goes, the people follow. Let's transfer wealth between us and become rich. Jamaica, Africa, the Caribbean, Africa, the Americas, and Africa.
This is what we call 12 over 10. Susanna.
Just to finish very quickly, resuming what we have been speaking about, not only if institutional leaderships take good decision, appropriate decision, we will achieve or we will build the sustainable cities that we want to achieve. And to finish, insist that you are all invited. If finally we coordinate the international exposition, we hope you visit Malaga. We had the possibility to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was 30 seconds on the dot. Malaga, you win that one. We get you a glass of something. Can I come to you last? I just want to take Dr. Taleb first, and while you compose your soundbite for 10 seconds. Taleb.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
much. Thank you so much. What I would say is continuation of what our gentleman from the World Bank has started in saying, what is tourism? We always talk about tourism amongst ourselves, as I said before, and we lack this understanding from bankers and investors to the nature of tourism and the connections that tourism has. Now that we have our World Bank expert with us, speaking about tourism in such a way that is so touching on all our feelings and our remarks, I really am very, very happy about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you from the great city of Amman.
Thank you.
Ken.
I'd say in closing, let's not reinvent the wheel. You know, the Honorable Minister of Jamaica mentioned cruises. So a typical cruise in the Caribbean, one would stop at many islands, and that makes a very, very compelling tourism product. So the African continent, I mean, Gambia, for example, has a lot of tourists, could be packaged with Sierra Leone. Botswana could be packaged with Southern Africa. Victoria Falls, the previous trip is 5 countries. So rather than having kind of a single country product, if we take a coordinated approach, we'll have a very compelling commercial opportunity. And let's borrow from what others have done successfully elsewhere.
Thank you. I know you want to know. I will not tell you. He did 45 seconds. It's fine. And then lastly, Kenya. Malonza, close it with one sentence in Swahili.
As will they even understand? Asante sana. Allow me to say that Kenya is at the purge of rebirth of tourism in the country, and we are putting a lot of investment in tourism. We are also employing tax incentives. E-visa connectivity is our thing. And we have millions of natural tourism attractions, both in the wildlife and in culture. And we are diversifying all these products. Allow me to finish by saying that Africa, we need to foster collaboration. We are meant for collaboration and complementation, but not competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Malonzo. Asante sana. Do you want to know? 53 seconds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our wonderful discussion. I hope you learned a lot from the data that we gathered from here. I certainly did, and I can't wait to go back to Jamaica for jack chicken and more, and to Botswana for the best beef in the world, and to the cotton tree and the white sand beach of Sierra Leone in Freetown, landing at Lungi Airport, and then to Malaga, and then Ken, I hope you will roll in the billions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Minister Nene.
Whilst the panelists are still standing because they are going to pose for a quick photo session, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Nkosi, for a job very well done. We are running late. We have eaten into lunch. We are now going to be entrusted with a very important resource, time. we're going to give you 30 minutes for lunch instead of an hour.
Yes.
The 30 minutes will be utilized as follows. And you must now prove that when ministers of finance and the IFC give you resources, you will spend them wisely and spend within budget. 30 minutes, 5 minutes to walk to the Cullinan. We grab our lunch, we network for a good 10 minutes, and 5 minutes to walk back here. And we should be back here because we're going to lose some of our speakers. We're heading for a very sensational presentation that is going to come, which was supposed to start at 14:30, which will now start at 1500 hours. So we only have 30 minutes. Spend it wisely. Spend it wisely. Otherwise, all of these things that have been promised here will all be reversed. Even the visitor visas, all of those, we will revoke them. So thank you very much. A quick photo session, and then we walk for 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ele massa folile.
Ndeni, 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 ndeni. Deni wo, deni wo, deni, deni wo, deni wo, deni. Alin so fenina fensa, alin so fenina fensa. De luma senegbere ke sangbaluma ke mande soroso. Konko kona la biro ninka bele ya kalula malo. Omamo kona la bankara oye. Ndeni, ndeni, ndeni. Deni wo, deni wo, deni, deni wo, deni wo, deni. Alin so fenina fensa, alin so fenina fensa. Luma senegbere ke sangbaluma ke mande soroso. Konko tonya la biro ninka bele ya kalula malo. Omamo kona la bankara oye. Ndeni, 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 ndeni.
Echo deck, echo deck, echo deck, echo deck, echo deck, echo deck. MC Yogi, the Yogi MC. Da, 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 closer to me. Love is a mystery. 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 This love is a mystery.
Maboyake, hakili nyuma ya lao. Maboyake, hakili nyuma ya lao. Maboya, yo, maboya. Adamade ya nyumanga di ala yo. Maboya. Sinifla di mahala sinifla. Adamade ni sinifla di ala yo.
Love is a mystery.
Nayan kecho don. Nayan
Love is a mystery. First verse, yeah. Closer to me than my breath to my lung. My word to my tongue, skin to the drum. Like silk to the loom, sunshine to the moon. Like pollen inside a heart in full bloom. Yeah. Closer to me than my breath to my lung. Word to my tongue, skin to the drum. Silk to the loom, sunshine to the moon. Like pollen inside a heart in full bloom. Closer to me than the waves to the shore. Like rain when it pours, my face next to yours. Like smoke to the flame, fire sound when it roars. Love is a mystery. Love is a mystery. Like earth as she hugs the roots of each tree. Like petals peel back to reveal their seed. Closer to me, my name to my face, my voice to my lips, sweet honey to the taste, like ink to the page, a thought inside of my life, blood to the bone, love poem to a rhyme. You're my dream. You're my dream. This love is a mystery. 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 This love is a mystery.
Can you hear me? Yeah, it sounds good. Let me just see. Cool. And it doesn't clash with any of these mics. We're all good. Cool, lovely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see no one is giving me the green light to start, but as long as the panelists are here, we are going to start. You have overspent your time by, I don't know how to tell you how many minutes, but we have overspent. We are now going to be getting into a very interesting panel discussion, which is talking about overcoming the critical problem of access to finance and investment for Africa's tourism industry. Now I'm going to call on stage our panelists, but first the moderator, Mr. Rashid Tofi, Deputy Director General, Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Western Cape Government in South Africa. Please join me on stage so that you can start your job.
Thanks.
I'm going to also hand over the job of introducing the panelists to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know that overcoming the risk of, to overcome the risk aversion of local African commercial banks, lenders to finance projects in the tourism sector, we do need to explore innovative financing and investment models by striking the right balance between the triple bottom line requirements of profit, people and environment protection, in addition to national financial institutions catering for the country's development and international investors. Why don't we encourage the structuring of dedicated regional or continental funds? And we've heard from the IFC that those there are possibilities there, and provide appropriate incentives to investors while taking measures to mitigate the risks.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask my panelists just to step up onto the stage all together, and then I'll introduce you. So we'll move things along. Welcome. How's it, everybody? Thank you for coming. I know we're competing against all the action out there, so I do appreciate it. Panelists, I'm told you have to just switch the mic on. Just click it in the up position. There we go. You all good? And then Mosoketsi, are you here by any chance? That was our other fourth final panelist. Are we good? We'll see if she's able to join us. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I think today we're going to be talking finance and access to finance, but I just want to start with a bit of an acknowledgement of actually, what are we actually dealing with? We're dealing with resilience to change, right now in the world. I think it's an unprecedented time in society where a lot of people have been speaking about sustainability, and it's starting to be called that sort of S word we don't speak about, because really it's sort of almost overused. But for me, resilience within leadership is what we're looking for. We're looking for people who are flexible and agile and adaptable to change, because I think that's the only certain thing we can be guaranteed about. I'm currently doing some studies, my PhD, in fact, on how leaders make decisions in crisis situations. So I wanted you all to just think about that in terms of when we start today. Yes, we're going to be talking about how do we reduce risk, be a little bit risky ourselves and audacious, and you're welcome to, please, I'm going to ask for you to ask some searching questions as well. But think about how you and your business has recovered, and we're going to start the panel with, I'm going to do it in an order that I was hoping to build up. So first of all, our first speaker, just give me a moment, Daniel. It's the second time to have you on this panel, and it's great to have you here. Daniel is based in Cape Town, and he focuses on attracting and executing the Radisson Hotel Group growth within sub-Saharan Africa. Daniel's held various positions in investments in JP Morgan and various places around the world, and I'm going to read very little of people's bios. You can check them out on LinkedIn if you want. Daniel, lucky to have you here. We're going to start with your perspective as a hotelier, as someone who's right on the ground. What do you think some of our challenges are, and maybe a little bit around how you've managed, what have you needed as a leader to be resilient to the change of the last 2 or 3 years?
Hi, good morning. Afternoon, thank you. I think that what I'll start off by talking about just briefly, because I find myself at these conferences quite a bit without actually defining what or who Radisson Hotel Group are, just assuming that the audience is aware. But Radisson Hotel Group is a hospitality or a hotel management company. We don't invest in bricks and mortar of hotels. We don't own property. We have what's referred to in the industry as an asset-light strategy, so that we partner with the real estate owner and manage the property on his or her behalf in exchange for certain fees. So we, as Radisson Hotel Group, are not directly involved in investment into the hospitality industry, but we obviously have a certain knowledge of the industry, having been in the African hospitality market since the year 2000, when we signed the first Radisson Blu down here at the waterfront. At the moment, Radisson Hotel Group has got 91 hotels in Africa. 60 of them are open, 31 of them are under development. Our new shareholders since 2019, who are Xinjiang International, the largest Chinese state-owned hospitality conglomerate, have given us the target of increasing that number from 91 to 150 hotels open and under development over the next 5 years, so up until the end of 2027. So we've got our work cut out for us. My job in particular is in charge of business development for the southern and eastern regions of Africa. So South Africa, all of our neighbors, and all the way up to Ethiopia along the eastern kind of border. In terms of our model, as I've said, it's an asset-light strategy. So what we do is we partner with different types of owners throughout the continent. Each ownership type will have a different risk profile, which we need to understand. So one of our owners could be a high net worth individual, or there could be a property fund, it could be a pension fund, it could be a real estate company, it could be a government entity, a parastatal, and each of these different ownership types have got different risk profiles, as I've said. And what's important for us is to understand these risk profiles, which is something that I personally am able to understand, because I have a finance background, not a hospitality background. In terms of leadership, I think that resilience is key, but I think that importantly as well are obviously integrity and patience. This is a continent that moves slowly, and hospitality is a long-run investment. It's not an investment that owners come to and look for a short-term kind of yield. We all need to have the understanding that management contracts are at a minimum 15 years, at a maximum up to 30 years, and it takes quite a long time for hotels to ramp up. So I think in terms of leadership, we all need to be patient with the investment and patient with ourselves. And thanks for having me.
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks very much. And with a very similar perspective, Olivier Granet is the managing partner at the Chief Executive Officer of Casada Capital Management. But before that, he was the CEO of our core hotels, running 200 hotels, 50,000 rooms. I can't imagine that kind of pressure. And I see you've also had a finance background. It seems like that's what attracts people to this kind of space. Olivier, bonjour and bienvenue. Thanks for being here. Tell us a little bit about your perspective on this. Just see if it's switched on, just on the front. Now we're good, yeah. That's good. That's good.
Thank you very much. Always a great pleasure to be here in Cape Town. And yeah, I like your title. The critical problem of access to finance is the reason why Casada exists. Casada has been created with the view to answer to the market needs and to the difficulties in the market to access finance. So, I mean, there is a good transition with the operator perspective, and as you know, we are Radisson or Accor or all the other large hotel operators are not investing, and this is a business model which is working very well everywhere in the world, except in Africa, because you need to have the basis of investor, you need to have the access to the capital, you need to have the skills and resources to develop the hotel project. And South Africa might be an exception, Morocco might be another exception, but if you take globally on the 54 countries on the African continent, in most of the countries, yes, this access to the finance is a real issue. So Casada Capital Management, this is a platform to play the role of investor to facilitate the access to financing, to work to try to bridge the gap between the local investor and the need at the level of local market with then the financial institution, whether it's a commercial banks, or to establish some privileged relationship with IFC or MIGA, and this is what we are doing. So I guess that for your for your work and leadership in difficult situation, well, COVID was probably one of the exercises that make it very interesting for your brainstorming. In our industry, it has been very challenging, and this is how you keep your long-term vision and your fundamentals, but at the same time, you have to adjust on what is happening in the market. So for us, we were mainly focusing on development of greenfield projects, and in fact, we were expecting something like 60%, 60% greenfield and 40% brownfield. What happened is that when you look at the macro environment, at the impact on the cost and all the challenges to develop greenfield project, in fact, we switched to a model where the priority number one was to support the local hotel owners, to help them to reinvest in the property, to be able to recover from the crisis, to rehire the team, and to be able to enter in a new life cycle post-COVID. This is mainly what we are doing, plus a few greenfield projects. So in the last 2 years, we have developed a network of 20 hotels in 8 countries. And this ecosystem and the capacity to work together between the investor, the banks, and hopefully the local authorities. It will be good one day to mix a little bit the panel between all the Minister of Tourism and people from the private sector. This is, we believe, really the way to move forward.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And I think the mix exists here because I'm looking, I see some colleagues here from the city of Cape Town, and I'm sure some of you sitting here can bring us those other perspectives. So please think about what you'd like to address here, what you think the burning challenges are. So our next speaker is Hamza Faruqi. And Hamza, apart from the important things you've done in your life, I was a father of a young cricketer, and I can't believe you are the guy who came up with that online cricket scoring. I think that's the coolest thing on your CV. But besides that, he's also the CEO of a very impressive set of businesses in technology, hospitality, leisure. It's Miller Investments. And before that, I see you've worked in various parts of the world in Islamic finance. You've really been the sort of father of that. So thanks for being here today. And I'm keen to hear your perspective, because clearly you're an entrepreneur, and the rules and regs and things must be tricky for you too. But you've shown that you believe in this country and you want to make it work. So give us your view.
Thank you very much.
I think it'll come up now. Yeah, they'll.
Thank you very much, Rashid, and thank you for having me. So I think my perspective is probably going to be very different to sort of what some of the other panelists have sort of shared. So I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had a career where I've seen and done many different things. I've done some great things, and I also made some mistakes. And you've had a very interesting sort of background. But for me, the last 2-3 years have been very interesting, because that's really the last 2-3 years where I've spent a significant amounts of my time really rebuilding and creating a focused portfolio in the tourism space. So our family office always had an interest in the hospitality space. It's really during the COVID times when I specifically decided to take the plunge. And for me, it was a plunge where I could either continue doing 50 different businesses, or I could find a sector where I saw huge amounts of growth opportunity. And what I specifically saw in tourism is, if there's one industry which is going to change the fortunes of South Africa, if there's one industry which can be good for South Africa Incorporated, it's actually the tourism space, because this is the one sector, and I know my friend and colleague Ken from the IFC spoke about that. But that's the thing which we in this country always miss. Tourism is seen as a sector which is just there, nice to have smallest budget. But if you actually focus on the sector and the multiplier effect, this is the one sector which could be bigger than even what mining was in the 80s. Yeah. But you need to have the will to execute. And that's our biggest challenge. And for me as an entrepreneur, that's the opportunity that I saw. And I decided to do that in a thoughtful fashion of how do I build that with scale? How do I build that with global brands? Because one of the other things in tourism space is the credibility of the brands. The reason why you have the Accords and the Radissons of this world is because they bring an amount of credibility, but they don't bring complete de-risking. You also need a sponsor who understands the P&L of this business. So if you want to be in the hotel space as a sponsor, you yourself need to take ownership of the business. You can't just expect to sign a management agreement with a Radisson and that to solve everything. They're a great operator. And I think that's where those pieces have become very interesting. And I think those are the bottlenecks South Africa has had. Those are the bottlenecks Africa has had. Because in the last 10, 15 years, banks have funded tourism assets. They haven't worked. They get jaundiced. And at the end of the day, there's a need to reset. If we are going to reset tourism as a primary driver of growth and GDP contributor, then there's going to be a need to execute. There is going to be a need for lenders to understand, come out of a jaundiced matrix and say, where can I really grow? Where do I allocate the right capital? So I think it's a very interesting time ahead. For me, it's been a great journey. And, you know, as an organization, we are looking to do more. And there will be challenges. South Africa will have challenges. Africa will have challenges. But the entrepreneur is the one who actually solves for those challenges, doesn't complain, and makes things happen. And that's what we are trying to do at Millet.
Awesome. Thank you. I think your perspective on tourism being sort of undervalued is really key. I've often thought people call tourism a sector, but tourism is finance, it's construction, it's infrastructure, and it's like calling the mining sector the jewelry industry or something. They are in the jewelry business, right? They're digging up gold and diamonds, but nobody sort of calls them the jewelry industry. We get kind of painted as the tourism sector as this kind of nice, glossy, touchy-feely, the pretty stuff. But it is all those other hard issues as well. And if there's ever a person who can speak about that, we're getting up into to get this perspective. Moseketsi Mpeta is the head of light manufacturing and tourism business at the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation in South Africa. And they are really in the business of facilitating, developing, and funding tourism businesses in South Africa and in the rest of Africa, in fact. So thank you for being here. And she's also a chartered accountant. I didn't know that was the entry requirement to be here, but no. Thank you for being here, Moseketsi. Tell us your perspective. You went in our prep session, so just tell us about what you're doing. And go for it.
Thanks, Rashid. I think, as you rightly pointed out, we finance the tourism sector, I think amongst many others that we do in our business unit, and I think as IDC, I think overall. So our view, and maybe to align to what you just shared, I think for us, as maybe for those that know what IDC does, we have a number of sectors, I think, across the economy and so on. So, from our overall strategy point of view, we view tourism as one of those sectors that we believe it enables. It's an enabler, I think, to maybe the other sectors that we then call your core sort of industry. So to your example, if we fund a mining development in Zambia, as an example, for that activity to happen, you will have business people, you will have consultants, and everybody that will then be flying into that region to go and make that mining development happen. So how we see tourism is that tourism is then an enabler that will then say, as part of this entire development that you need to see happening for this mine to work, the people that are going to come into this region, they need accommodation. We'll then go in there and then partner with whoever the entrepreneurs are, I think, on the ground, and then develop the tourism. The tourism which will basically, I think, be the accommodation sector, I think, in the main. But I think that's really more on an IDC sort of a strategy view. But over and above that, I think we quite active, and probably, I think, the leading funder of the tourism in South Africa, I think, particularly. We've invested in almost all the provinces. There isn't a province in this country where we haven't funded a hotel. So for us, it's really not as much as your Cape Town, your Joburg and Durbans and so on are more attractive, they are more sexy. But as a development finance institution, we see our role as being there and unlocking, all of those opportunities in what we call your peri-urban, nodes, because your typical commercial banks will probably not be keen to go and fund a hotel in Thohoyandou, as an example. For us, I think if we believe that there is a economic activity that's happening in there, then for us that's really what interests us, because it's really about also spreading, I think, the benefit, the economic benefit, across all the country. Thanks.
Thank you.
And the continent.
No, thank you, Mr. CTICC. I think that issue of risk, we'll come back on that, on how we mitigate risk. And we our last speaker came all the way from Nairobi. Thanks for being here. Nkem Onwemegbu. She's the acting regional head, Africa for MIGA at the World Bank, which is the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So apparently she does not lend the money, she guarantees it. So tell us a little bit about that. I see you've been quite involved in the region, of course, in agribusiness manufacturing, but I'm quite intrigued by the hydroelectric plants and in the stuff you've done on green bonds in Turkey even. So try to put that in your 5-minute intro if you could.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me, and very pleased to be here. So I'm coming from the other end of the spectrum, so we don't provide investments, but we do have a mandate to facilitate foreign direct investment. So we're part of the World Bank Group, an agency of the World Bank Group that is really there to facilitate foreign direct investment by providing de-risking solutions, what we call either non-commercial or political risk institutions. So unlike a lot of these, my fellow panelists, I actually have a more sector agnostic view. So the tourism sector is just one of the sectors that we look at, but I do have a regional mandate in terms of origination, and really how can we bring more investments going into all of these sectors. Now, what you might not be surprised that tourism sits within a larger manufacturing, agribusiness, services sectors. It's actually a very small part of our portfolio. And really, I think what the COVID situation basically really highlighted is, number one, the impact of such a pandemic that can devastate nearly a sector. And how can we get that sector back up and running so that we at MIGA, even though it's a small part of our sector, are really looking for ways to lean forward to see how we can basically support those investments going in. I think we heard from the earlier ministerial panel, but also from fellow panelists here, the economic opportunity, if we can drive investment into the sector, will be huge. If we think about hotels and our most recent activities in the tourism sector have been supporting hotel investment groups, in fact, because that is our client, across multiple countries. But that hotel business obviously is a fundamental base for business to be conducted, because it provides both accommodation for potential business entrepreneurs, it provides the infrastructure, meeting rooms, conference centers, but also, as we heard earlier, the multiplier effect from the supply chain, from those that are providing restaurant services, transportation. And we've actually done probably a whole lot more better in terms of the infrastructure, the enabling infrastructure that you actually need to make tourism function and business function, if we think about roads and airports, etc. So we are there to really try and see how we can expand and support investment going into these sectors. The needs are there, and through MIGA's de-risking type facilities, we're hoping that access to finance by de-risking certain of these risks, and I'm talking about the risks of potential foreign exchange repatriation, and other concerns that may drive financiers away from certain markets. We think about conflicts that are going on in quite a few markets, and it's becoming much more prevalent, driving fragility, but it's also driving investment away from markets. And we actually have products and solutions that can basically mitigate those type of risks that hopefully should open the door for greater investments coming in, given the sector and its ability to basically regenerate economic activity. So I will stop there.
Thank you. Thanks, Income. Thanks. Okay, so that's a good overview of different perspectives. I really want to, I've got some questions I'd like to ask, but I'd like to open it up to the floor, because today we've got about half an hour to really engage. And I want to hear what you've been dying to hear when you look at the range of people who are here today. So can I have a show of hands of any people who would like to ask the first few questions? Anybody? And we'll have a mic brought to you if you have any questions. Anybody from the audience? There's someone over there. We can ask maybe 3 questions, or let's see if it's anyone else. Anyone else? Let's take your question. Please just indicate who you are, and if it's directed at anyone in specific, you can fire away.
No, good afternoon. And with a group of financiers and chartered accountants, it's actually been interesting to see how they've captivated us. So my name's Judy Nokeri, and I'm from the 12S Integrated Group. My question is, to what degree are you using metrics around ESG to inform whether or not you will do an investment or not? And I'm sure you know what ESG is. And then as well, how do you ensure sustainability of communities in and around assets that you've invested in? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a fantastic question. So I'm going to take some volunteers. Anybody would like to? Olivia? And then Moseketsi, I will come to you next. Yeah? Are you going to, I think if you speak into it, it'll come up. No? Is it still switched on?
Thank you very much for the question, because that's a very important one. And first of all, when we say ESG, well, the first part, which is E for education, is part of the DNA in our industry. The capacity to offer some job to people with sometimes low or no qualification, and to give them a real career opportunity, has been at the core of our industry for the last 50 years. That's what we do. And therefore, this is something which is, I believe, very, very natural in our industry. So today, it's not, I mean, as far as we are concerned, it's not for Casada, it's not a question, or it's not something where we have to tick some box on nice presentation. It's really how we behave, and your question is important, from the starting point of looking at the potential acquisition up to the execution and the monitoring. And this is now very well incorporated in all the requests that we have and with our strategic partner, IFC or MIGA. But this is something which is, in fact, totally incorporated on our way of working. And really, I would like to come back to the point of our industry, which is not always properly valued and recognized. That's true in terms of what we represent, and that's true also in terms of ESG. So again, the number was given earlier today with 10% of the GDP. In terms of job, it was 1 out of 5 or even 1 out of 4 jobs created pre-COVID. And when we say that there was the COVID and everything stopped and people are surprised to see the recovery taking place in our sector, well, this is not taking into consideration the last 50 years, where the industry in the last 50 years has a constant growth of 4 to 5% a year of number of people traveling. So we are just back to a normal trend, and there is no reason why this will not continue. However, a lot of question, and this is what changed, and what changed especially during COVID time, the behavior, the expectation from the guests changed. So how we are going to accommodate that? How in the past, few years ago, for the client, going in a five-star hotel, looking at a buffet, the expectation was, well, I'm in a five-star hotel, my buffet, I want to see a lot of quality, a lot of quantity, a lot of choice. Now you cannot imagine the number of guests going to the buffet and engaging with the team and saying that, what's going to happen? I cannot feel comfortable if I see some waste. So how, as your industry, you are looking with food waste management? So all of this is now totally part of our responsibility in our industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mosekete. You wanted to answer, and then I'll come to you, Nkem. Sure.
Yes, yeah. Thanks, Judy, for the question. I think, equally, the issue of ESG is no longer an option, but I think it's a must. And maybe for us as ATIS is something that we've sort of been, doing, I think, over the years. But, we as much as we are a government institution, we don't get any funding from government, so we actually borrow money. That's why we don't give grants and so on. So part of some of those funding requirements is that, the international markets where we borrow money, I think these are some of the conditions that are also imposed on us. But again, it's not, we're not doing it more from a compliance point of view, but we're doing it because it's the right thing, I think, to do. Making sure that, businesses that we fund, I think, are sustainable. As you find at ATIS, we don't have a single department that funds people that will come and say, I have a tender, can you please give me money to go? And because we know a tender, 6 months is gone, you won't have a business. So there's actually no impact whatsoever that we're making. So we want to make sure that, businesses that we're finding, whether it's a new hotel, at that development stage, we're already looking at, say, the environmental aspects of that hotel to say, how can it be built better? How can we make sure that, there'll be water saving, we use more energy efficient and so on. And I think most importantly, as I highlighted earlier, I think, for IDC, we really take pride in our focused effort and attention on, facilitating investment in your communities, in your peri-urban areas and so on that, typically many funders don't actually find it attractive. I mean, we funded a lot of communities that own, lodges in your various, I think, national parks, I think, across the country. So, and we have funding schemes that have gone in to say, we, as much as some of these communities may not have maybe the business acumen, but if you, as the promoter, you come and partner with them, we want to make sure that, there is still benefit, I think, that goes to them. So for us, I think what we really want to see overall is, not just facilitating investment, but we must facilitate investment and we leave those communities in a better position than, how we found them. And it could be, again, maybe not everybody can be employed at a lodge, but you could look at other, mechanisms where to say, maybe set up a laundry facility, maybe set up some other, businesses around those communities that can come in and then supply the lodges. Then you're starting to make, a real impact, I think, in that community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nkem, I just wanted, currently the sustainability businesses, the IPPs in our country have formal contracts where 1% of turnover goes back into communities. And I find that an interesting mechanism because it's almost more prescriptive in some way, and it actually means people know they got a 20-year guarantee of a certain income within a community. So if you're going in there putting up solar panels all across the Northern Cape, you've got a guarantee not of profit but of turnover 1% that goes into communities. And I'm just seeing like significant impact on those communities because of that kind of guarantee. So, but Hamza, I'll come back to you because I'm sure you have an interesting perspective as a family business. I'd like to know what ESG means for a family business, but we're going to go to Nkem first, and then I'm going to ask you that perspective. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to kind of repeat. I agree, kind of, fellow panelists, in terms of the ESG and the ESG being core to the way we assess the investments that we would provide cover for as a World Bank Group institution. I just wanted to also mention part of that, and I heard it a bit in Muketse's answer, is about the climate and the resilience and making sure that the investments that we are looking to facilitate will actually be much more sensitive to making sure that they are they can adapt to the changing climate conditions, because right now, a lot, especially in the tourism sector, a lot of potential tourism projects are greatly impacted by climate change. So one of the key benefits of what we're introducing with regards to our climate change action plan commitments would be not just an assessment in terms of mitigation, but also in terms of adaptation. And when we're ensuring that all the investments, and we've made that commitment, all the investments that we will support will be Paris-aligned at least 100% by 2025, and in fact 85% by July this year. What that means is, and just in terms of the projects that we've supported for Casada, for example, they are aiming for EDGE certification, which is an IFC certification in terms of building materials, in terms of sustainability, water, energy usage, and essentially study and analysis has actually still showed that when you build in and you invest in those kind of green type infrastructure, you actually, of course, will save money. And so actually there is a return in making such an investment. So I just wanted to kind of add that point.
Thanks. Hamza, would you like to add from your perspective?
So just on ESG, I want to make it very simple, my view. The green climate, the crucial issue is very important. But there's one thing we keep on forgetting. Every hospitality tourism business actually is an ESG project in itself. Because what is ESG? It's about people. And every hotel, that waiter, that chef is part of that process. Because this is the one sector where you can take a half-skilled, quarter-skilled person, plug them in, teach them how to make a sandwich, and they're in. And that's a job creation you've created. Yeah. So in my mind, ESG is crucially important, but this is the one sector which actually has a very natural blend. So you don't need to consider a separate ESG component. Tourism, hotels, hospitality actually have it embedded, and that's around people, because ESG today is about people and how you serve these people, how you train these people, how you nurture these people. So for us, it's actually a very fundamental part of what we do, what this business is, and again is something unfortunately many investors, many financiers forget because they're so worried about creating the separate ESG layer, but ESG actually is fundamentally inherent in the tourism business.
Absolutely. I do think the S in ESG, the people, is hidden somewhere in the S of ESG, the society or the people. I think there's an overemphasis, and I've done in the last month just 3 panel discussions just on the sort of energy side of things and the environment, the importance of that. But I think the S in the ESG is often left behind, the people side. I fully agree with you. You know, I'm sitting in a province where we've set ourselves this target of a 1 trillion rand economy in the next 10 years, and it doesn't seem so audacious, but what we're looking for is a 4 to 6% growth. Now, I'm going to come back to you all. If we're saying there's enough money in the system, that's what finance people always tell me, why is our economy still growing at 1 to 2%? And what are the innovative ways? What's the red tape we need to get rid of? That's what I'd like to come back and ask you all. Are there innovative ways that we can do the financing of businesses which will give us the breakout growth that we need, not just in this province here, but in the rest of Africa? Because we've got to beat the inflation rate, and otherwise we're not making any progress as Africa. You know. So, Daniel, did you want to add anything from your side? I mean, you're in the people business. You're running a lot of hotels as it is. Just to close out the panel. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, just to give an example, just following what Hamza was saying, is that just to give a kind of case study, we opened a 200-room Radisson Blu Mosia Tanya on the Zambezi River earlier this year, which is in Livingston. Mm-hmm. And a big part of that project was the understanding with our owner, who is NAPSA, the Zambian pension fund, that we are intrinsically involved in the training of the staff, of the people at work on that site. For example, the GM, Sean, who's a South African experienced hotelier, the plan is within 4 to 5 years that the person that he's training will become the GM. and that is a local, Zambian person, and so on as you move down the hierarchy of the hotel. So to answer your question, I think you have a hotel next door to us, David Livingstone Hotel. So you know all about it, but yeah, I mean ESG is intrinsically involved in all that we do. We have. In order to, not all of our projects are able to achieve EDGE certification, but where they do, we understand that the importance of it, and we understand that there is access to finance if those boxes are ticked, and we try to help our owners and make those introductions, and then they have to do the rest. Yeah.
Cool. So because we're running late, we've been told we must shorten up our panel, but we got to get into it. Is there anyone else who has another question? There's a question from a young woman. And then we have another question here, and then we're going to close out a little bit and think about that. Think about your reactions to what I'm looking for, what you think are the innovative ways. What can we do differently? Because if we keep doing what we're doing, we're not going to make any difference. So please indicate who you are, and you fire you. And everyone doesn't have to answer this question. Okay, so here we go.
Thank you. My name is Nonelela. I'm part of Westgro's investment promotion team. And we work a lot with projects or companies that are looking to scale and expand their operations. The problem for me is that the critical problem of access to finance hasn't really been answered by the panel. And also with the IDC, who has a mandate for transforming the sectors and working on inclusion. And the way that we've found, or my experience with supporting companies, is that the requirements for companies that are looking to scale their operations is really the same as the banks or traditional financiers. So how are you addressing that problem to ensure that we move the economy and actually ensure that everyone participates in the economy so that we grow it from Cape Town, South African and African perspective?
Thank you. Thank you. So that's somewhat where I was going with that question. So we hold on to that one. Can we ask your question, and then we'll close out on. We'll come to you first as the IDC to address that one. Thank you.
No, okay. Good afternoon, my name is Angelica. I'm a tour operator as well as CTICC, the chair lady of the Tour Guide Association in Cape Town. I know that there are many investors programs for startup programs or for entrepreneurs. There's a lot of people that need not just money but also guidance. So does these investments comes also with like mentorship to teach these people how to market themselves, how to manage the money, how to be productive? So there's, sorry, I'm most probably not putting the question properly. So you are an investor and you have a business you want to, assist. Will these people get guidance or just money?
It's a good question. I think we've got it. That's quite clear. So Moseketsi, would you like to answer that question? I mean, the issue in South Africa, certainly transformation is key. And are we increasing access to finance, essentially? I mean, are we making it easier for people to get money without all the usual hurdles?
Yes. I think maybe to unpack the problem statement a bit more. I don't think there's a general problem with accessing finance. The problem is access to equity. And I think that's why I like my friends from CASA, because we believe that they will solve that problem for us. If you go to any financier, and I mean operators, we have Daniel here, we have Hamza here. When they go out to develop these hotels, and the hotel operators will tell them it's there in almost every hotel operator agreement, where they're required to have at least 40% equity and then 60% debt. And that really talks to the business model of financing of the hotels. It's not because we want people to put in more money, but if you want to build a sustainable hotel development because of its capital intensity, because of its long-term nature, the science has been done, I think, over and over, that to have a sustainable hotel development, that's the funding structure that you need to have. And I was hoping that Minister Delilu would still be here, because she spoke about the 1.2 billion equity fund. That equity fund was meant to solve exactly this problem that we're talking about, because, again, taking it back to transformation, if Hamza comes to me at IDC and says, I have a 500 million hotel project that I want to fund, I will say, Hamza, I'm happy to give you 300 million, which is 60%. Come with your 200 million. And then he looks at me like I'm mad. He says, where do you think I get 200 million from? So that's really the general problem. So for me, Rashid is about maybe in future discussions, I think unpacking that a bit more, because I think the role that CASADA is playing, is sort of critical in sort of addressing this problem.
Yeah.
Capital is there, debt is there. Daniel will know. I mean, anybody can give you that. The problem is always about the equity side, and especially with your greenfield projects that need to be developed. And I mean, we do a bit, I think, as IDC, to say where possible we try, but again, we can't fund projects 100%. As I said, we also borrow money. We need to repay that money back. Thank you.
Hamza, you have a different view?
So I unfortunately do. So let's get one thing clear. CASADA, I think, has done a great job, but at the end of the day has got some great LPs, works for its LPs, and is brand-centered. I think has a crucial role to play, but I don't think is a blanket equity provider. But they have a very important space to play, and I think they've done a great job. But I think what's fundamentally important, and I'm going to sort of focus on South Africa, is we unfortunately have a system here where banks, commercial banks, don't like to lend to hotels. The risk matrix is so supremely jaundiced because of past experience, lack of understanding, the cyclical nature of hotels, and they just basically are off. And I can tell you, most average commercial banks go try and raise even debt from an average commercial bank for a hotel, you will not succeed. IDC have a very important mandate to play, but even then within the IDC, the procedural process challenges and just where the capital risk matrix sits sometimes doesn't get through. I believe as an entrepreneur, good capital is not a challenge to find. If you have a bankable project, that capital will find itself. The challenge, though, is that in South Africa, where we see risk, tourism, there just isn't an alignment, and I think there is a need for a significant sectoral shift. That's what's going to unlock, and whether that comes from a banking level, whether that comes at a regulatory level, but at some level, if we are going to build a tourism platform, if South Africa is going to unlock, then something has to change. You can't look at tourism, you can't look at hotels with the same myopic part. And the second part is the focus needs to be on sponsor and jockey. If the days of lending to 1-2 people because they are sort of very wealthy people and is over. You need to be lending and providing capital to people who are taking P&L capital responsibility, who understand their business, who are in their detail, who are fully committed. This opportunistic lending business is gone. And I think if we see tourism like that, I think if financiers see it like that, and if I think the brands add value on distribution, global credibility, all of those things, then I think we're going to see a significant shift. And if that happens, then I think there's a significant opportunity in South Africa.
There certainly is a shift. I mean, I have a whole department called the Red Tape Reduction Unit. So with 10 people working there who are busy all the time. So they wouldn't be employed if the place was not sticky, if it wasn't difficult. So every day we're out there breaking down barriers for people to get access to finance. And so please, if somebody could also address Angelica's question, just within your answer, if you feel, how do you look at individual people who need to also get the training? You talked about education, Olivia, maybe you can comment on that. Do you give people equity or debt and then add the training that people require to run their business successfully? And we are wrapping up, so these might be your closing statements, because we have to wrap this.
Just coming back, we have the view from IDC, we have the view from Hamza. So let's try to find a way to move forward, which is back to the reality and I mean critical access to finance. Why? Just to remind everyone that to develop an hotel in Africa today, it will be more costly in terms of finance. So the access of finance will be difficult. The term and condition will be more challenging, and the cost of your financing will be one of the most expensive in the world. That's the reality. then if you want to develop an hotel, your cost of construction in most of the countries in Africa today will be more expensive than most of the other markets in the world. Third point, your operational performance will be in most of the market, Cape Town here might be an exception, but in most of the market, lower than the rest of the world. Why? Because you have some activity mainly during the business days, but because of what has been discussed, the visa, the difficulty to travel, the tourism is not yet as developed as is in other markets. On the weekend, in a number of markets in Africa, you have less occupancy. So if it's closing statement, this is not to have a negative closing statement, but this is to say that the banks, they know, the investors, they know. So in fact, if you want to move forward, this is how, yes, as Casada, we can play our role, we can bring equity. We have some very good entrepreneurs, and with a familial business approach, we are also ready to take the risk. But then we are back to a more global discussion, which was a discussion on the panel this morning, with how there is a public-private partnership and capacity to consider the tourism as it is. And beside the nice words about government, we are here to facilitate, and what does it mean in terms of reality, and how we sit together to look at the issues and to discuss together on reality the issues. 10% of GDP average. Why in South Africa we are not reaching the level? Why we are below the average when we have such an amazing country? Why in Cape Town and Western Cape we are not at the level of the global average when we see how the city is beautiful, how the city is ranking? So I think that there is a good way, there is a good recovery, but this is really the momentum to sit together and to engage in honest and frank discussion if we want to really capitalize on all the potential and opportunities with the hospitality and tourism sector.
Thank you. Thanks, Olivier. Would you like to add? We'll have some closing statements from you as well.
Yeah, sure.
Come back to you.
I wanted to say that, obviously, as I said, we're not an investor at all, but because we have a large amount of hotels throughout the continent, I can say that in the region that I cover, Southern and Eastern Africa, just an update for everyone what's happening from our group in terms of trading performance. COVID is very much over in terms of our trading performance. We've seen 2019 trading levels have come back already in Q2 last year. But from my perspective, that's only the first wave of what needs to happen in terms of a recovery for the sector. The second part of the recovery for the sector is finding funding for new projects, which has been something very difficult to do, obviously, during COVID, almost impossible. But now I think that we're starting to see more activity come through. From our perspective, what we've been doing during the difficult time of COVID is focusing on openings. Those were deals that were signed 2 or 3 years before COVID, and we put our teams together, and we were able to open 7 hotels on the continent last year, and we are opening 8 hotels on the continent this year. So we're keeping busy. Trading performance is back. We're waiting for activity to improve on the funding side. I've certainly seen it coming through recently with new projects, kind of arriving on our desks. I was in Namibia 2 weeks ago. I was in Zambia last week. People are positive, upbeat, and I think this, as a closing statement, and I said the same last year on the same panel, is that what this sector requires in Africa, which is what we have elsewhere in the world, is a brand agnostic DFI that provides equity, and that has patient equity, that doesn't come from private equity, that comes with all kinds of limitations and restraints in terms of timing and payback. And if we could all get together and form one of those, then it'll make our lives a lot easier. Thanks.
Cool. And Kim, do you want to say a few closing remarks?
Agree, and we've got Ken here, who can start the way from IFC in this brand agnostic. I did want to say though, from what I've heard in terms of the commercial risks, and I agree, there is capital out there, even equity capital for bankable deals, and we've heard that. we've heard that time and time again, and this is not just limited to the hospitality or the hotel industry. However, once you have also a bankable deal, the reality of is that everything from supply chain, given the overarching accumulating risks across Africa, things will be more expensive, capital will be more difficult to access. And how do you get there in terms of bringing in, identifying investors or potential investors with deep pockets? So the institutionals of this world, how do you bring them in and get them to a certain level of risk tolerance? Is kind of the challenge that we're all going to have to come through. From a DFI lens, we have certain blended financing instruments, we have first loss type facilities that are all there to kind of de-risk these projects or investments or potential investments and attract these investments. We still have a long way to go. We are all kind of playing our parts and meager in terms of the non-commercial risks and lowering that risk tolerance. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to be a bit more creative if we really want to drive investments into the tourism sector.
You look like you're dying to say something else.
Yeah,
we're about to close out, so I am going to wrap up.
So I have a very quick, comment. It'll be great to see if the World Bank or under MIGA could sort of maybe consider, maybe for South Africa, some kind of a guarantee, whether it's to sort of the commercial banks, whether it's to actually remove this perceptual sectoral risk. How it would work, but that could be an instrument which would help these banks significantly increase the appetite towards tourism, and that could include the IDC. And I think that's something which is one takeaway which sort of could come through, because that basically then gives them the comfort to increase allocation. There's an underlying part from your end, and there's actually then, because you're dealing with the sectoral risk, South Africa, and I think many African countries suffer from that sectoral risk, and if you can provide that, a guarantee which then these banks can sort of call upon on a first loss basis, I think would significantly change things. But I think there's probably the will to get it done. That's what's needed.
Thank you. And we're out of time. And what I like to do on panels is that you just wish it was going to continue, not wondering when it's going to stop. So I hope we've just whet your appetite. That's the point about these things, is to get you excited, to want to get up here and ask them another question, or to hunt them down when they are here for the next 3 days. So thank you for your clear opinions. Ibrahim, next time we're going to mix the panel up, right? We need a politician up here. We even need a banker up here so we can ask some direct questions. But I just want to say, just to go back to my jewelry example, and I came up with this while I was sitting here, no one's going to stop digging for the gold or the diamonds just because it's hard to get to it. So tourism is that amazing experience that we have, and we own it here on the African continent. So I think, yes, it will have risks. It might be difficult to get there. It might be, it's a bit of a struggle to go and dig it up out of the ground. But it's not going to stop people investing if we keep protecting it and knowing that that's actually what does it. And so I hope these conferences for me are like a brain spa, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Thanks very much. Over to you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much to this panel, and also thank you for agreeing to suffer for the sins of the others, because you have actually been able to give us some time back. We are now going to take Mr. Hewitt, who's going to give us a quick presentation. What are your requirements? You want the podium? Please. You do have 30 minutes, but if you are kind, you can save us 10 minutes, but you have 30 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Warren Hewitt is the Chief Executive of Greater Tigerbird Partnership. Let's give them our attention, please. Thank you. Thanks, Warren.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Just going to wait for our esteemed guests to leave. I believe you guys are running very, very late, and they've asked me very kindly to shorten my presentation to try and save you some time. At 6 o'clock, they lock the doors. You guys will be left inside the building, so there's no exit thereafter. So I'll try and save as much time as possible. I'm not, ironically, listening to the panel a bit earlier. I'm a CEO who grew up in the hospitality industry with Southern Sun and Arabella and Sun International. So it was quite ironic listening to everyone around financing of investment opportunities. I'm not selling you an investment opportunity. I'm selling you an investment destination. When they first asked me to talk about what I do at this conference, I jumped at it. I work in an area outside of the CBD, and everyone refers to the Cape Town as the CBD of Cape Town as Cape Town. In actual fact, there's a lot bigger part of Cape Town than just the CBD, and we work very exclusively in the northern suburbs, Bellville being the sort of epicenter of that work. Every morning we wake up and I hear of a new award that Cape Town's won. It's a sort of never-ending stream, but these are all things focused around the waterfront, the Table Mountain, the hotels, the airport. There's nothing really talking about what the rest of the opportunities are and where the rest of the opportunities are in Cape Town. We're faced with increasing densification and urbanization, and this goes across the African continent. It's not unique to Africa, it's not unique to Asia, it's across the world, but specifically in Africa and Asia, densification and urbanization is a massive thing. What's happening in this country is even worse, is we're getting semi-migration from outside of our borders because of the effective control our government has over the economy in this province, and we're getting a lot of semi-migration. So there are a lot more people arriving in the Western Cape, and specifically Cape Town, and how do we start dealing with that? So every successful city, and by all means Cape Town is a highly successful city, requires support of secondary nodes. Without those nodes, a major city cannot have the success it has. There's an engine room that works behind what you guys see as the face of tourism. I've worked extensively in hotels, and that front-facing thing that the guest sees when they arrive at the hotel desk isn't necessarily what makes the city work. We talked about ESGs and everything else. There are a whole bunch of people, and the people I'm going to talk about are really the people that serve in those communities, behind those desks, in those kitchens, servicing the tourism sector. So Bellville is very specifically a secondary or supportive node for the CBD of Cape Town. And without those, the whole thing would collapse. Bellville would have a very Afrocentric relationship, and in fact we've got a lot of foreign national communities that reside within the Bellville environment, and that colourful, diverse environment is creating what is becoming very, very unique, not just in Cape Town, but certainly in South Africa. You'll see the area we talk about is earmarked here. So the CBD on the one hand, and the Greater Tygerberg area or the Bellville area, it's 100 square kilometers, and I'm going to refer to that size a bit later. And I am going to rush through these slides, so please, the presentation will be available to the 6 of you that are still in the room, and whenever you want to get hold of it, you can ask me questions. The CBD has development constraints. So talking about investment opportunities, if you're not investing specifically in hotels, and Hamza was quite right, tourism isn't just hotels. Tourism is a lot more than that. But if you're developing and looking for infrastructure development, the CBD has got very limited scope. It's already very expensive, it's very dense. What my predecessors at the Cape Town Partnership did 30 years ago very successfully has created this rod for their own back. There's no more opportunity for development. And we need to look at areas where there is development opportunity. And that very specific Bellville area, the northern suburbs of Cape Town, is that area. We work on, and I'm going to rush through this quite quickly, we work on our 5 sectorial USPs, where we believe that we have an advantage over and above not anything in Cape Town, but certainly over and above anything else in this country, and I'd hazard a guess quite deep into the rest of this continent. We a medical-centric environment, and I'll get into some stats on that. We have the densest academic environment. We talked about the 100 square kilometers. We have more educational institutions within that space, 150 of them, in that space than anywhere else in the world. I did a conference in Pittsburgh. They have 72 schools and tertiary institutions within that same radius. We've got 151. So it's a highly dense academic environment. And that academic environment is providing skills that service your industry. As a transport hub, we're the busiest transport hub in the Western Cape. It's busier than the CBD of Cape Town. It is a transient hub. There are people moving in and out of there all the time. Pre-COVID, we were servicing 350,000 trips per day in Bellville. Now, it's a number that you can grapple to get your mind around, but 350,000 people moving through a location creates some sort of demand. But yet, if I want to have a conference, I've got to come to the CBD. If I want to find a decent hotel, we've got to go outside of our boundaries. So these are reasons that you guys as investors need to start looking at things beyond just the CBD of Cape Town. What are the opportunities? A secondary city, a diverse financial medical education center. We've got a high concentration in the universities, which drives innovation, which drives medical research and development. We create infrastructure. We've got a backbone of infrastructure that exceeds anything else in the Western Cape. Both communication infrastructure, water and sanitation, electricity. So it's a very, very sound environment. Some of the property trends, and for those of you who are South African will know that Bellville has received a fairly bad rap over the last 20 years. There's been a bit of capital flight out the area, and there's been a complete change in the demographic and the makeup of what's happening within the Bellville environment. Previously, we had some very institutional international companies as the core base, but that trend in activity has shifted now to this educational-focused activity, plus an informal trade, which is driving probably 30% of this country's economy and probably close to 50% of the northern suburbs economy. Now, informal trade comes in many, many formats, and these are people who both attract and utilize tourism facilities. But some of the property trends, over the last 10 years or so, there's been a 7.5 billion rand investment in that area, 5 of which has come in the last 5 years. And significant only in that it's not an area that's received a lot of attention. The CBD can boast a lot more of that, but they've got a lot more infrastructural assets and tourism assets that they can talk to. What is exciting, though, is the activity that we're seeing coming forward. We're seeing development opportunities and development proposals being tabled that are far exceed anything that's happened in the past. The Galleria in Tiger Valley is proposing a 3.5 billion rand investment around the velodrome, which includes a multi-purpose facility, entertainment facility. There are 3 hotels that are planned there. They're busy in those negotiations. That's a massive development in the area that we work in. The Tygerberg Public Hospital, I'm going to get on some details around why the hospital is such an important part in our health sector. It's the second biggest hospital in the continent after Baragwanath in Johannesburg. It's a public hospital. It services 10,000 people on a daily basis who work there, 1,400 beds. But they're about to embark on their new development, which is going to see an investment of, I think, close to 25 billion over the next 20 years. 7 of that in the next 3 years. Redeveloping that Tygerberg Hospital site with a brand new hospital, a new hospital in Bel Air, redevelopment of the research and development facilities. So it's a massive development, and that comes with opportunities for your sector. Stellenbosch University Biomedical Research have in fact just finished their billion rand investment. It's something that we're exceptionally proud of. This is what it looks like. That is attracting international visitors because of the state-of-art facilities that they have in that environment. Tygerberg Hospital has state-of-the-art facilities, childcare, and we're also attracting international visitors. But yet again, there are no facilities in our area that are catering to those conferences and to those tourists. I've just mentioned the health and medical hub. We've got more hospital beds in that 100 square kilometer area than anywhere else in the country. We're blessed with hospitals, including the big one. We service thousands and thousands of people on a daily basis. This is the proposed development site for the Tygerberg Hospital. I've touched on it. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but this has now received TH1 approval at National Treasury. They're looking for public-private partnership development opportunities, and that will include commercial accommodation outside of just hospital accommodation. So these opportunities that you guys, as part of this sector, can't ignore if you're looking for access to market. EdTech education, critically important. We also, again, blessed. We have 3 of the 4 big universities in the Western Cape. There are 4 big universities. We've got 3 of them in Bellville. University of the Western Cape, Stellenbosch University, and CPUT, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, all within touching distance. In fact, they border each other in all cases. We've got other universities and other colleges as well. So education becomes a really important sector. We're producing close to 10,000 graduates every single year. But yet I don't see a hotel school based there attracting people into this industry. We're an African-centric location for universities. We're attracting a lot of our students from all around the continent who are in the area, and we're trying to retain those skills. 13% of all graduates, 23% of all research happens in the area. So really, really important. And again, you guys have access to this whenever you want. Transport, with any tourism sector, with any industry, transport plays an incredibly important role. I mentioned the fact that we are an epicenter of transport. We are a transport hub. We build it around a transport hub. This is what it means to be accessible. You'll see all roads lead to the CBD, but you can only go out on the same road you came in. Bellville is sitting between 2 national roads. We're closer to the airport by a long way, in fact, halfway to the CBD. So the airport is a very accessible route to access for the area. 8 kilometers, in fact, is the distance. And, all major roads and rail infrastructure goes straight through Bellville. So it's a really, really important node. And I'm not going to go into the city presentation as to why the development structures and the development plans around this are so important and what they're doing, other than show you what the master plan could look like. Manufacturing, again, another big role. Logistics is incredibly important in the area. We've got probably 70% of the logistics companies in our node. Manufacturing plays a key role. We employ 25% of Cape Town's activity comes out of manufacturing, and 22% of those are in there. So it's manufacturing, again. These are the people who use your products. They're the ones who utilize your products. These are some of the companies. I don't need to spend too much time on that. The last sector which we take pride in is the retail sector. We've got some very glossy big centres, Tiger Valley Shopping Centre. So shopping and retail therapy and retail activity and the commercial that goes behind retail is critically important. But outside of the major retail centres, informal trade, I mentioned at the beginning, is so important not just to the national economy. It's important to the Western Cape economy, and it's critical to the economy in this environment. Informal trade is driving what's happening. It is driving, if you guys could see, and I wish I could take you on a walkabout through the streets of Bellville to be able to see the products that you can purchase and the opportunities that we could create in an environment like that, to create a niche around our African-centric, diverse culture, and attract people to come and see and experience that trading flavor. It really is a blessing, and we're growing that, and that has become an opportunity for us, and I think it's an opportunity for everybody. What is the future for Bellville? I mean, you can hear me talk about it to you guys. I can talk to the mining sector, as we heard earlier, but there needs to be a plan. The local government, the municipal government, have commissioned and have earmarked very intelligent urban space consultants. We've looked at opportunities, and what they do is they create a master plan. Now, a master plan guides the development going forward. Now, without a master plan, development invariably, and those of you in the room who are investors and who are developers, will look at a master plan and look at opportunities of the easiest way you can get to market and the easiest way you can get a return. So the master plan does provide an outline and a base for that opportunity. What I'm going to show you now, and I'm not sure how many people are acutely aware of what Bellville looks like right now. It's fairly dated, but what we're going to see now is a master plan for an opportunity area. To re-establish the CBD as the second most important node, is really the second biggest economic node, but second most important node, but supporting it with strategically leveraging public assets and infrastructure. So it needs public investment, but it also needs private investment. This is a high-level view of district development concepts running around the hub of the transport sector, which sits at the epicenter of that education and health sector. The multiple objectives that go beyond that. What I am going to do is play a very brief video which will show you a little bit more around what the place could look like, but don't miss the opportunity, because when it does start looking like this and you guys haven't got involved in the investment in that area, you're going to wish you had, because it really is something that's going to be very, very special.
Belleville, Cape Town's secondary economic hub, is a diverse financial, medical, and educational urban center at the heart of the metropole, located at the intersection of several transport connectors. The City of Cape Town's vision is to build on the richness of the past, to unlock and accelerate growth and development, based upon 6 principles of a vibrant and resilient city. 4 distinct and complementary precincts are planned, each defined by their own identity and character. The master plan is built upon the existing resources and assets of Belleville, in developing its own distinctive identity and differentiated range of offerings. The Belleville Future City Master Plan aims to catalyze regeneration that meets the needs of the present and to evolve Belleville into a vibrant, attractive, and sustainable city that fosters opportunities for future generations to thrive. The vision builds upon existing connectivity with investment in new and enhanced infrastructure and service offerings. A new vertically integrated public transport interchange with all transport services connected in one location is central to the new master plan, a catalyst to accelerate regeneration. The District East Precinct is a high-density neighborhood leveraging proximity to the central transport hub. The new high street environment of Shah Milan connects this part of the city with the revitalized core of Belleville. Innovation Square forms the new heart of this mixed-use urban living quarter. With infrastructure and facilities, stimulate business, innovation, healthcare, and government services. The neighborhood includes a wide array of key worker and family living options. Transport City provides an integrated mobility hub with a range of transport choices for all commuters. In creating environments that are safe and comfortable, the integrated public transport interchange enables effective and convenient transfer between the various modes. A mixed-use development above the transport interchange offers public amenity, economic opportunity, and a high-quality urban, resulting in a distinct and highly diverse neighborhood of the city. The small business and informal trading sector are promoted through a range of programs, including well-managed designated trading areas along high-volume pedestrian traffic routes, providing well-designed trading units and convenient access to storage. The core of civic life in future Belleville is centered around the public central square. The civic district offers social amenity for the surrounding community and access to a diverse range of public sector services, combined with facilities for learning and student living, hospitality, and recreation. The culture district complements a culturally diverse neighborhood with public spaces stimulating youth life and cultural exchange. Linked to an open green network, it enables family recreation, student life, sports, and exploration of Belleville's heritage. Learning and making spaces stimulate expression and entrepreneurship, supporting the arts and creative industry to incubate and grow through the creation of enabling environments. 4 urban principles support the vision. A pedestrian-friendly environment combines a network of urban squares, courtyards, and green spaces. Urban mobility connects visitors and residents to the opportunities the city and the CBD offers. Diverse places for urban living offer a broad range of residential choice. Inclusive employment trading, and economic progression. Welcome to the opportunities of Belleville Future City. Engaging with tomorrow.
The Belleville was built around what is now known as the 12-mile post. So back in the 1600s, the people who landed in the city of Cape Town used to travel through, some of them used to travel through to Stellenbosch, where the winelands are. And Belleville was halfway in the middle. So 12 miles to there and 12 miles there, and the ox wagon used to unhitch there and had a watering hole. So the 12-mile post was halfway to the winelands. Now we all know the winelands clearly is a tourist attraction. We want to recreate Belleville as that stopover point again, to re-put it on the map, to make it a destination of choice, and not just a byproduct and not just the engine that's supporting the rest of the city of Cape Town. Driven by the EdTech, the health tech, and the gateway to the winelands is really part of what we're doing, and there's an opportunity in the horizon, in the very short horizon, to be part of that experience. That's it. Did I make up enough time, guys? Hope I wasn't too short and too brief. I'm happy if there's a second. I know the organisers are really pressed. I'm quite happy to take questions on stage or off stage.
You definitely did, Warren, and thank you very much. Well done. We can take two questions, perhaps, to do justice to this awesome presentation. I think, here is another smart city in the offing. Smart city in the offing. And,
smart city built around people, not technology.
People. Yes, indeed. I don't see any hands.
No, all good.
But as Warren said, even offline, he's quite happy to take any questions, and we're here to learn from each other, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thanks, Warren. Well done. A round of applause. And with that, we are now going to be taking a quick presentation. Are we ready with the presentation from Botswana? Minister, I'm told this one is going to be done by the Botswana Tourism Authority, virtually. Is it virtual, or have we got somebody doing it from here? We're still to confirm. You see, I shouldn't have let Warren off the hook because. Yeah, but as he said, he's still around, Warren is still around, and we are just trying to confirm whether Botswana is still ready for us. If they're not, what we will do, we have been invited for a networking break sponsored by the city of Malaga, a 15-minute break. Maybe we should take that quickly, and we will hear from Botswana. If we can connect, as we just come back from that one, we'll start with Botswana if they're still on, Minister. Yes, if they're still on. So let's take the quick 15-minute break. The time now is 22. So let's come back here at exactly 1600. 1600 hours. Thank you. A quick one, and it's going to be another exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we'll take the presentation from Botswana if they are available, and then after that, it's women in tourism. Women in tourism are going to take us through to 5 o'clock. Thank you.
shedden, korma den amat, korma lari loy bina tek pat, korma shedde kwal, korma teke diel manong na dial, korma china yak, korma tilo de gak, korma de way tell be non la tell be lin in the yak, korma no gen who be named dial god, korma look gen who be nalan the lord, korma lo pat, korma chaput, kashalot, and they dial kanokot, banabut, konkol, gabalos.
For many endless years, we shed so many tears. Kids carrying guns and wielding heavy spears. To all of you, my peers, and those who have ears, please note, come and vote. Don't let your vote be bought. Sudan,
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. I think I made a mistake. I shouldn't have said 4 o'clock. I should have said 5 to. Now that people are not back, we are going to be taking the presentation that we missed, and I hope, are you guys ready? It seems like there is a technological glitch. They're not getting the sound. Wow. But can he hear us? I don't know what we're going to do now. There does seem to be an issue with the sound. And I don't think we can get him on the screen to do sign language because it's not all of us that would understand. I'm not too sure whether he himself could be able to do that. What a pity, what a pity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, perhaps I think we should move on to the next one, which would be women in tourism. If we could move the screen to reflect the panel. Women in tourism is another exciting session that we're going to get into now. The moderator here is Nomasonto Ndlovu, Chief Operations Officer of South African Tourism. Nomasonto, are you here already? Is Nomasonto here? We're ready to start because we cannot connect with we can connect with Botswana, but we cannot, the sound is not coming through. Yes, please. Perhaps whilst Nomasonto is making a way to the stage, should we not then be calling our panelists to come through? The Honorable Penina Malonza, I think Kenya will also be virtual, as we did earlier. The next is going to be Candice Mayer, partner at Weber Wenzel. She was here already, and I asked her to step back. And Stembiso Dlamini, Chief Executive Officer of Gauteng Tourism Authority. And Amanda Michelle Mvinjelwa, the Key Account Manager, Airline and Government Agencies, Airports Company, South Africa, AXA. And then Cornet Koch, Head of the Western Cape Convention Bureau. And then Leanne Singer, Chairperson of FEDASA.
Yeah.
I don't see our moderator.
I am the moderator.
Are you going to moderate? No, but I mean, the moderator is supposed to be Nomasonto. It's oh.
I'm standing in for her.
You're standing in for her. Did you guys do that without informing me?
I don't know, my minister. I am so
Somebody has to know. You see, when women are in control, this is what happens. Somebody this morning said, if you want anything done, anything, give it to a woman. My question was then, what are you saying about men? So this is what we are up against again. And ladies and gentlemen, this panel is ready to get going, but I also need to make sure that I've got my ducks in a row. It's so unfortunate about us not being able to do Botswana, but now the problem, we're up against a very difficult time because this place, I'm told, it closes the doors at exactly 1800. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of an intro here. Again, I quoted earlier the United Nations WTO According to that, their statistics, in 2019, women made up about 69% of the tourism labor force in Africa. However, the majority of them occupied lower-level jobs at that time. I hope things are changing up to this point. We'll now discuss the need for the African women to have access to further education and training to acquire additional skills for advancing their careers, but also for them to assert themselves more. Furthermore, for sustainable development and inclusive growth, the barriers faced by women to enter the tourism sector should also be addressed, and platforms to network or expand their professional horizon should also be created. We're now going to be hearing from these women, and I hand over now to our moderator to do it.
Thank you so much,
Welcome.
Minister. Appreciate it. Good evening and good afternoon, everybody. And thank you so much for joining us today. And I want to welcome my panel of very great and very legendary women in the industry who have absolutely done absolutely everything in their rights. I'm not going to go too much into who they are, because I think some of us have already done the research around them, but I just want to acknowledge each and every one of them as they come onto this panel and join us this afternoon. And thank you so much for joining us. I'm standing in, as you know, for Nomasonto Ndlovu, who's the COO of South African Tourism. But I think I will try and do her bit a little bit of justice as well. Thank you so much, ladies. So, firstly on my panel, I'd like to introduce Thembiso Dlamini, who is the Gauteng Tourism CEO, Gauteng Tourism Authority CEO, who's had 24 years of public service experience. Thembiso, welcome to our panel.
Thank you very much.
Then the next person I'd like to, I don't have Penina Molanza from Kenya, but it's been a great pleasure to also just talk to her through our experiences. Oh, sorry. Oh, she's online. So sorry. Yeah, technology. My Minister, my Honorable Cabinet Secretary of Kenya in the Ministry of Tourism, as well as Cultural and Wildlife. Thank you for joining us and gracing us with your presence today. Welcome. I think we should just say hi. Candice, oh, there we go. Right, technology. Candice Meyer from Weber Wenzel. Thank you so much, ma'am. Corné Koch from Cape Convention Bureau. Right, it's a representation of Westkrow as well. And then Leanne Single, chairperson or chairwoman of FEDASA, Federated Hospitality Association of Southern Africa. Beautiful dress. Right. I think the Minister has already stolen some of what I wanted to talk to you about as to what is the preceding requirement for us to talk about women in tourism. And I think that's talk for themselves around what it is that we are facing as a challenge, especially in tourism. But we also know one thing about tourism is that it's a growing industry. It's a resilient industry. It's one industry that has shown that it can survive in the matters where we don't understand how life works. I think through COVID, we've seen one of the industries that were looking like they were going to not survive come back stronger than ever. So if we looked at the stats today as to what we had in 2019 and where we are now, we can safely say tourism is well on its way, but it's still a baby in the making, right? But with that, we've also seen some challenges. And I think that's what we wanted to talk about, is the survival of the industry is something that has come across as something that can only be channeled in a certain way. And this is why we want to talk about women in tourism. So these women, and I think with my panel today, I'd like us to just uncover some of the things, and I really hope some of the stories that you hear today will also help us understand what it is that we face. So first question, and I'm going to ask this through to Corné, is what are the barriers that you think are preventing women from entering the tourism industry, and what is it that we can do, especially in Africa?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. I know we have the joy of the graveyard shift on this session, and it's been an interesting day today. So when I was invited to this session, I had to think a little bit about my own path. And then I realized that I could have also just been in any sector as a woman. But why I am still in this sector and why I think I am empowered to be in this sector is it is a passion. And without that, we cannot excel into something that is close to our heart. And yes, we are women, and I think intrinsically we are born in a way to nurture, to stand up, to show up, to bend but not break. So yes, I think it makes us resilient, but I think it is still, there is a lot of reports. There are a lot of studies that's been taking place in our sector to see why we are not excelling or why we think we could be excelled to more top positions. But it is not only just about having a title of a CEO or having some kind of senior management position. It's also to be empowered. It's also to be not, and it's not maybe not a good place to start to talk about stereotypes, but our sector is the hospitality sector. So it is such a broad sector, and we can actually find ourselves anywhere in the sector. But traditionally in hospitality, there are restaurants, there are hotel rooms that needs to be cleaned. There are stereotypical work or careers that's related to what women was, and some of it is still there, but I think it is just to be able, so it is to create the career path and to actually just get in your own organization, in the small space you have, to have a concerted effort to make sure that people who wants to be here can excel, and that is actually across the board of any of the sector. We have a broad sector. It's not just hospitality. Yeah.
And thank you so much for that. Leanne, I think I'm going to come to you. The industry seems to have a lot of women, and it's not a shortage of women that we have. I think what we're looking at here is to say, then, basically, because we've got all these women, what is it that we're not doing, and what is it that we need to have in order for them to grow and really look at the sector from a perspective of how do we change what they have right now to take the industry forward, to create the women of tomorrow in tourism?
I would need a 4-hour workshop to unpack all these points, and there's various points. I was sitting in the previous panel, which was access to funding and access to finance, and I unfortunately put my hand up too late, but there's all these discussions about how do we apply for funding, but unless we re-look at the models of funding that are available to women-owned businesses, the playing field is not going to change. Those hotel owners, those developers, the big groups, the big brands, the CEOs, they're all going to look the same. So that's on a very high macro level in terms of how to intrinsically change the system. And then if we go straight down back to the bottom, we've got to, there are a lot of women in the industry, but we've got to reposition the industry, right? Because Corné said it, there are stereotypes in terms of the role that women plays in hospitality. Because our nature is nurturing, because our nature is serving, that is in a woman's nature, but that does not necessarily mean that that has to be harnessed into receptionist or waitress or front of house. So my mission in life is to highlight the other sectors that are available in tourism and show women how your BCom degree can get you into hospitality and tourism. It doesn't just have to be a hotel school qualification or tourism qualification. A law degree, yeah, we have Candace sitting with us. So the opportunities available in tourism is vast, vast, vast. So data, any business runs on data, even more so in the tourism industry at the moment. So we need data scientists, we need number crunchers, we need people to negotiate those contracts for us, we need maintenance and facilities managers. So we need to start at the bottom. We need to tell young women that tourism isn't just about being a tour guide. Tourism isn't just about being a receptionist. There is something for everybody in tourism. And then let's look at this tourism supply chain, right? I believe that there isn't a business in South Africa that doesn't do business with tourism, if you look at the supply chain across the experience. And the quickest, fastest way for us to turn around our economy and switch on and ignite the South African economy is through tourism. So let's highlight the opportunities for young women in the industry. I think it's crucial to changing the landscape.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And I'm going to go to the minister right now, also the cabinet secretary right now in Kenya. And I just want to look at one thing. If you can just maybe, ma'am, just explain some of the things that we face is naturally, tourism is an all-encompassing sort of sector. And in your space, when you look at the levels of which tourism happens in wildlife, in the way in which it captures our cultural life, in which it captures the heritages that we have, and how have we done it, especially for rural communities, and how do we get them involved and empowered to be able to speak to other countries? And maybe you can just tell us about some things that are really of heart, especially in women's sector in rural communities in Kenya.
Thank you very much for welcoming me in this forum just to contribute on women in tourism. Indeed, it's a great opportunity for us to share Kenyan experience with what is happening in Kenya in terms of this topic. And allow me to also appreciate my colleagues down there and the immense contribution they're making to this topic. I want to say, indeed, tourism is a broad spectrum of an industry that not only involves the hotels and the tour guides, but also goes down to the village. And as you can see, I'm a minister for tourism, wildlife, and heritage, which incorporates culture. And therefore, for me, tourism cuts across three sectors, from wildlife all the way to tourism and all the way to our heritage. And we're doing different kind of models and strategies at every sector, of course, starting with tourism, which is the broader sector of our tourism and travel industry. And we have women in this sector of tourism, but again, limited to what my colleague there said, financing. We see majority of them are employed, and of course, you know very well that tourism employs over 60% of women in any country. And therefore, we find majority of them actually are in the lower cadre jobs. But I must congratulate the President of the Nation of Kenya, because I sit here as a minister for tourism. And the other day I was in Jamaica, I realized actually Africa as a continent is doing very well. Among the 10 ministers who were there from Africa, I think 6 of us were women. And I must say this is an image that Africa is embracing. But I must say, in this topic, tourism, actually we find women either in the lower cadre jobs where they are taking the receptionists, the waiters, you know, the room makers and all that. Very few in the tour operators, but not so few per se, maybe at 45%. But when it moves now to the investments, a bit of it you find really it is dominated by men. Very few women are making this investment. And I must concur with my colleague, minister who has already contributed. It's because of the financing. You know, in Africa, women do not own, and especially talking from the Kenyan experience, here in Kenya, women are not owners of titles, and you know, financing needs some guarantors and all these kind of securities that women really do not have. And so there's limitation in the tourism sector in terms of now the real investment in tourism. When it comes to wildlife, again, I must say Kenya is one of the countries that is really employing women as rangers in our field. Again, that's not very low kind of job, but it's a medium, because we have seen some race to the top management. But I must confess that today, I don't think in the last 5 years, 10 years, actually, we had a woman director general for Kenya Wildlife. So that is an area that we are still working on. But I must say this is an area where I've seen women raise up, especially with conservancies, behind what the government is running in terms of national government parks and reserves. We've seen women start their own conservancies, and this is an area where I'm seeing women are raising wildlife compared to even the tourism sector, where very few own hotels. But we have many women who are coming up and taking in community conservancies and their own conservancies, private conservancies. I must say also, when it comes to culture, this is one area that we're really doing very well. I don't know whether it's because our culture is a women agenda, but we are the preservers of culture. And I've seen a lot of our women, especially in what we are calling the preservation of our artifacts, and some of the beadworks that we have is being run by women. And this is an area where they have really done very well. Again, talking from our National Museum that we have right here in the city, we've seen a very high number of women actually racing, and majority of them are actually PhD holders, and they are holding very high positions in the sector of culture. And I must say, this is an area where we have really done very well in the area of heritage. Thank you
so much. I really appreciate that. I think that is so commendable, especially for the culture and the things that are coming out. And I think what I'm hearing just from certain things in the panel, there's funding, there's investment, there's money that needs to be made, and obviously everything is about being a business, right? So I'm going to come to you, Candace, and say, well, so how do we maneuver this? Because this is quite new for us as women. How do we maneuver ourselves from, I'm just a normal business that operates here, but I want to operate in different countries. But there is some legalities I need to know. There's something that comes with funding. It comes with a responsibility, doesn't it? So how do I make myself out there and understand some of these big fields that I don't know? So from a legal perspective, help us here.
Sorry, just can you rephrase in terms of investment outside South Africa?
In South Africa, and as well as investment outside South Africa. So I'm a business and I run tourism, but I want to grow and I want to have people investing in my business and really empowering me to be able to make certain things and business transitions that are going to help my business grow. And I think I want to talk to you from that perspective of legally, what do we need to know, and also what can the legal profession do in terms of empowering us as women in tourism?
I think one of the fundamental things, we've been speaking about access to funding, but I do think one aspect that hasn't been touched on is the regulatory framework that exists. So I will speak to you as a South African qualified lawyer. I'm a partner at Wenzel, and I'm the head of our hospitality and leisure sector. And in that capacity, I'm not qualified to speak about other territories, which is why I asked to rephrase the question. But in essence, the reality is that in South Africa, we have a regulatory framework, and I appreciate there are people from other jurisdictions here. But I've done enough research to know in Africa there are some jurisdictions with similar legislation around empowerment and around the prerogative to ensure that previously disadvantaged people in the economy are given access. And I think one of the issues we've been talking about is 69% of women, or 69% of the industry is female, stop me if I'm wrong, and yet all of you are saying unequivocally that it's typically at the lower level of job facilitation. And the reality is that in South Africa, as I speak with that hat on, we have our empowerment legislation, which is either in terms of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act and its codes, and then we have the Skills Development Act, and then we have the Employment Equity Act. All of this legislation exists in part to ensure that unequal treatment is eliminated from our economy, and this is where gender fits into. So the one gap in terms of our gender legislation, if I can call it that, it's not gender legislation, it's broader empowerment legislation, but wearing the hat of a woman, is to ensure that the access that's envisaged by that legislation is sufficient. At the moment, in terms of our broad-based codes for the tourism sector, the aim there is to achieve ownership by women of 15% only. Now, the statistics are 69% female, 15% target. Talk to me. So, the reality, as you said quite rightly, is we're not going to see much of a change in terms of ownership, in terms of control of the assets that effectively women are operationally fulfilling, if I can call it that. The prerogative is huge to do something in terms of changing those statistics. And I think from a regulatory perspective, there's much to be done there. If I talk about just at the different tiers of the structuring around the managerial side of business. We also at the top and at each level of management and skills development within an organization. Again, we have targets set there. I think the maximum target is 30% to achieve the top points for board control by women. And again, that's where the true decision-making lies, let's be honest. So again, 69% run by women effectively operationally, but the purse strings are held, and the ownership and the management control is held very much within a small minority. And unfortunately, human nature is such that we go for ticking the box. Whether I want to sit here as a philosopher or not, the reality is we're going to keep ticking a box. People will just go just so far to get to their 30% in terms of board control, to get to their 15% in terms of women shareholding. I'm using those phrases in the most common parlance to me. Forgive me if that's not your jurisdictional approach, but the reality is then you're still going to sit with those impediments. So I think I'm speaking more of a broader regulatory perspective. Again, another point to make is that our empowerment legislation is, I don't want to get smacked for saying this, is non-mandatory in the sense of if you state that you have a particular level of ownership or a particular level of control, you have to be telling the truth. But the reality is we know in business, some smaller businesses certainly choose not to comply, and then they simply say, well, we're a level 7 or we're a level whatever from a BE perspective. So there's no stick or teeth with which to deal with this. And what I found in practice is people tend to go only so far as to avoid being at the level of the risk of fronting, as we call it in South Africa. I suppose the other side of it is culturally, and culturally within society, aside from the business commercial prerogative, within society there needs to be a will to change that. So I think we can put all the legislation, as a lawyer I know this, we can put all the legislation in place, we can put all the contracts, all the clever things in place. If there isn't a will on the ground to change that, and I think it's a softer EQ discussion, it's not a legal discussion, but we can put new laws in place, we can tighten up controls, but at the end of it, if people don't want to comply, what we find is they will find a way around, they will tick the bare minimum, and we'll sit with the same situation.
And now, you know, you've touched on a very, very important subject, and I think that's what's so important. And unfortunately, Stembis is going to have to be the one dealing with it, because as a Gauteng tourism authority, a lot of this then rests with how then do we empower these businesses? How do we then empower not only businesses, but also women who want to progress, not only from a perspective of, I want to move from an operational to a decision-making level. What are the programs and mentorship there, that are enabling the women to be able to take those kind of steps and move boldly within the industry? And who regulates that? And unfortunately, you are the one that's going to have to help us with that.
Is it on? Okay. I think Candice has really touched a nerve. She's really hit a nerve. From my perspective, is that you cannot put all these regulatory framework, and from an implementation point of view, nobody cares to actually monitor whether things are happening or not. We throw around the stats of 69%, but we know that we are reduced to housekeeping, to reception. And I think earlier on in their panel, Rashid made a very good statement. I think we should not be called tourism, because for us, people think it's about baking, it's about food. Those things are important to form part of the experience. But we've got lawyers, we've got data in number crunches. We also have people who deal with investment facilitation within the tourism industry. I mean, you looked at your previous panel. It was people who were saying, I'm a CA, but I'm now in the tourism industry. I'm actually brokering deals for the tourism industry. How come we do not think of actually changing, either the curriculum around tourism, so that we begin to talk about the value chain of tourism? I mean, just as an example, aviation plays a huge role in enabling tourism. So in South Africa, if you look at Civil Aviation Authority, you've got a CEO who's a woman. You have the committee that deals with issuing licenses, foreign operating permits, is a woman. You have AXA, the group CEO, is a woman. So it is us beginning to just talk about tourism in its broader sense, as opposed to, I had a good meal at a nice restaurant. Let's talk about the importance of that, of that value chain. And I think that's where we begin to just change the mindset of also even us as government starting to take, tourism serious. How do we change that? I mean, the starting point is, obviously you spoke about capacity building. We really have to start looking at what are those programs that we need to put in place, as whether it's government and private sector together, and so that we begin to build that capacity. But the second thing for me is we need to start simplifying the jargons that are used, particularly when we talk about investment. So if you say to a woman from Guyana, because I'm from Limpopo, I'm not going to use Gauteng, and you say to me, your problem is not funding, it's equity. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what equity means. All I can tell you is I've got a project. I also don't know what a bankable project is. All I know is I've got an idea, and I know that I'm going to create footfall in my establishment if it's an establishment. So we throw all these jargons, and we lose half the people who are supposed to be carrying one of the important sectors. My last point, I wanted to say that, and I think it has been mentioned in the previous panels, just returned from Portugal. If you look at Portugal, as a small country, 10% of their GDP comes from tourism. So you begin to understand it's important. And the whole government, the whole state approach, where each and every function of government looks at how do they begin to enable tourism, is important. And how do they enable women to be the leaders of that tourism, because they know that they can actually double that contribution to the GDP. So we need to be serious about it. Let's stop calling it tourism. I don't know if people have got ideas as to what we can call it, because we're bigger than that.
I think everybody has got that. Just take a little bit. So I think one thing that I'm just going to throw out there, and I think one thing that is coming out very strongly, is the fact that women need to also play a very huge role in their own development. From what I can understand is that there are certain things that we've already got, which is regulatory. We've already got boards that are already there to support. We've also got organizations who help with the education, but maybe it's about changing the mindset, isn't it? From the onset, when you start going in tourism, to understand that every sector that we are trained in is not just a sector about you being a CA and that's all you've got. You can use that in tourism. Every single aspect of what it is that we are trained from a very young age is part of tourism. And maybe we need to enable ourselves like that. And I think this is why it's so important. It's to say, also, it's not a man's world as we make it, but men have been bold enough to take some of these decisions because we have decided sometimes to withhold some of our own power back. And I suppose that's what's also important, because we've got everything that stands there. Now, biggest question I think for me is, how do we then get out of our own way as women? Maybe that anybody on this panel maybe can talk about that.
I think, as with any relationship in life, what you put in is what you get out, right? And for me personally, I was facing a problem during lockdown. All our businesses, we were heavily exposed. Everything was in the tourism industry. And I had people on a national level making decisions that were going to affect the 350 staff members I was employing. And I realized one day I need to have a stronger voice. So I contacted my representative associations, right? Because there is power in representation. And I knew there were like-minded people who were facing the same challenges as I was. Each one of us sitting here, AXA, SATA, whether it's the airline industry, whether it's travel agents, whether it's hospitality, whether it's SARCI that represents business conferencing, Cornet's division, there are associations to represent whatever space you find yourself in terms of tourism. You need to, as a business owner, as a woman business owner, if you want to connect and find like-minded people and find your voice, it's easier if we speak together. Contact your association. Invest in those relationships, because that's where you're going to be able to lobby for what is going to affect your livelihood. But that's where the deals lie. That's where the leads lie. That's where you're going to go fetch the business. That's where you're going to meet the new suppliers. So you've got to put skin in the game if you want to reap the benefits. You've actually got to work. As with anything in life, you're only going to get value when you put back in. So for me, easy access, if you were asking me what was the best way to have myself heard now, contact your nearest association that represents your industry, whether it's your local chamber of commerce, whether it's your representative body. The value that lies therein with like-minded people who face the same challenges as you is immeasurable.
Hi. So I think very much there's just also something about meeting people, meeting new people, and opening up yourself to ideas. And I think that's what the Bureau does quite well. Convention Bureau is to say, come and meet like-minded people, like you were saying. And these are some of the organizations that exist. And I suppose the message today is really, let's try and empower each other. But let's empower ourselves before we start empowering each other, because you need to understand what it is that you need empowerment in order for you to be able to move forward. And the industry is quite resilient, and it's open for all of us. And it's quite large because it's a big value chain. And I want to thank everybody for giving us the time today, but I think I've got legendary women on this panel, and I'd like you to ask them any questions. And I suppose that's why we're here, to learn from each other today. And I think this is the time in order for us to learn and understand from each other. So if anybody's got questions, please, this is your time. Yes, I will take that question over there. And Minister. Okay, 10 minutes. We will make it 10 minutes. 10 minutes for questions, which is great, because we can talk a lot in 10 minutes. It's the technology again, right? All right, I'll give you mine, no problem. I'm willing to swap. I'm a very sharing person.
Hi, this is Sanjeev Bari from the United States, and recently got started investing in Africa. One of the things I found is that there's obviously cultural stigma or a stereotype, as you have mentioned, but as I'm looking for employees, not too many women are applying. And one of the things that I've thought is maybe it's cultural, I'm not sure, but we're looking at creating a socially responsible entity where we want to educate our own employees to go up the hierarchy. So that's one of the things that I've committed myself to, is a social improvement of the environment. One of the questions I have is there microfinancing available to women? For example, you're talking about what we've discussed, women that are highly educated looking for investments and all that. What about the woman that's in the village, has an idea and needs financing, and she has very limited education? And I learned from India that microfinancing works, and which is something that we should consider in Africa to help women rise. And I think the entities that we're creating, the investments that we're doing, we should also be socially responsible in that we help women rise. So, I mean, I think that's the only way it's going to happen. What I found is that the family structure, the woman, when I ask a woman a question that I'm interviewing at a dinner, let's say, or we're just talking, she will turn to her husband to get permission to, which has to go away. I think the family structure has to change. So, but retain the heritage, that's important. And I personally believe that the nurturing factor is the most important factor in any business, in any aspect. So, anyway,
Thank you so much. I think there's two things there that I just want to highlight to my panel just before, just to highlight what the nature of the questions is. It's about how do we get the cultural part, which is inherently with us and women, and also our cultures that we have around Africa, around our own empowerment of answering and being able to take opportunities as they are presented. The second part is the microfinancing. So those are the two questions you have.
I'm no financier and I'm no funding expert, but where I see the opportunities lying is a marriage between communities and our big 5 banks here in South Africa. In South Africa, we have stokvels. The amount of money that lies in stokvels is, I think it's billions that are unbanked currently. Some of the banks have harnessed the opportunities to switch on commercialized and formalized stokvel financing, but that is definitely a model that is community-based, that is self-policing within that stokvel. Sorry, I'm assuming you know what a stokvel is, but we can discuss that separately. But that in terms of the South African model is really an opportunity where women have worked together. We've been saving like that for decades, right, as women and communities working together. But let's think big when it comes to our stokvel. Let's think of buying an asset. Let's think of buying a bed and breakfast. Let's think of how we as women are going to own that asset and make money from it. It doesn't just have to be to fund our school fees or our school uniforms in January, but as a community of women, let's go think about purchasing our assets and funding it that way. It's just about dreaming bigger and giving ourselves the permission to dream big.
So maybe you can talk about the cultural nuances.
So I just wanted to talk about what we're doing on issues of microfinancing. So within the economic development space, we've got an agency called Gauteng Economic Propeller. So that agency, it's a development finance institution that looks specifically to funding, SMEs. So whether it's grant or whether it's contract financing, or whether obviously it's supporting other projects that we have. So as a province, we have built, that capability to assist our women-owned SMEs. But also, as a province, the ever first province to enact an act which is called Township Economic Development Act. That is to actually enable or to drive economic development towards the townships, and mostly in townships, it's women-owned businesses. So I honestly think that government has put together, those institutions to assist with financing. However, what I think needs to be done is we need to be serious about putting targets or ring-fenced amounts of those funding that is available to women. I don't know whether that is constitutionally correct, but I think if we're serious about actually escalating or elevating and growing women-owned businesses, we should start thinking about targets. Thanks.
No, thank you so much. I think that is absolutely incredible. But I think, sir, now that you've got an understanding, you've got some incredible women here who would want and will be willing to take on that kind of conversation, because they look like they're going to be able to do that for us. So, yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, there's also a framework in South Africa, again, in terms of our economic empowerment initiatives, where we have the knock-on effect of enterprise and supplier development, where private business is able to get some level of recognition in terms of funding or assisting with loan funding or interest-free loans or other ways of empowering other businesses. And again, this is me and my target story about, how much is allocated for female-owned businesses. It's 15% is the max target or recognition you'll get. But again, there's an opportunity without just only relying on traditional finance institutions, but leveraging off the economy in broader terms and leveraging off if you think about the statistics, to truly achieve empowerment, it's not going to take a handful of finance institutions. The numbers are just not going to work. So that's one of the ways it could and should be done. The framework is there, but again, the question is whether there's will, number one, and whether it's even understood how it's meant to work in reality.
All right. Thank you so much. I think I would like to firstly thank Minister. I'd like to thank you. So we've run out of time. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank everybody that's here today. And I'm so sorry we've run out of time. But thank you, Minister, for joining us today, virtually from Kenya. And I'd like to thank all my panelists. Before we chased off the stage, thank you so much for all your insights, and I think broadly to our audience as well for listening to us and entertaining us tonight. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Ayanda, and your panel. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, what starts here doesn't end here. The fire has been ignited. You take it from here. We all take it from here. Very important matters having been ventilated on. We now move on to the next item on our agenda, which will be the initiatives to liberalize civil aviation and boost intra-regional travel and paving the way for symbiotic regional cooperation in tourism across the continent. To moderate, I'm going to request Mr. Nkosi again, Milton, who's chairman of MMN and former BBC, to deal with this one. Now, I want you to make sure that whatever time I've lost, give it back to me. I need it desperately.
No, thank you very much. I think
Can we have our panelists, please, for this session? Aaron Munetsi, CEO, Airlines Association of South Africa, please come up to the stage. Afzal Parambil, Regional Manager, Southern Africa, Emirates Airline, please come up. Rui Carrera, Non-Executive Board Member, TAG, Angolan Airlines. And Adebayo Adedeji, CEO, Worknow.com Limited. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. Right, here we are. We've been talking about tourism. Now, these are the people who bring us to those countries, right? Or take us to the wonderful destinations. This is going to be brief because we are very much under constrained time, right? It's good to have you here, gentlemen. Good to meet you in person. We had a virtual chat before, of course. My first question is really a straightforward one. Could you please tell us what stage the African Union has reached with its single African air transport market SAATM project? Who wants to take that first? And please be brief in answers. Thank you.
So I must be very brief because this thing is not working. So I think, Milton, one thing we must agree, we don't have enough time to do justice to this topic. Please let's not fool ourselves. If we're going to deal with this thing seriously, we need to have time to talk about it. The African Union has made great strides in implementing Single Africa Air Transport Market since 2018. 35 countries have signed up, and in November 2022, 19 countries have signed up for what we call the pilot implementation program. So 85% of the travel market is covered by the Single Africa Air Transport Market. That's how much progress we've made. But I've got so much more to share, we don't have time.
Sorry, and I think we should stay on that topic a little bit before we move on, because I think we should talk about the implementation of it, right? Because I think in Africa we do policies on top of policies and on top of policies, and there's agreements on top of agreements, and nothing truly changes. And I think that's what we should talk about, is it's not about the agreement being signed, is are we liberalizing our airline? Are we opening up our countries? We had an experience when myself and my team were coming into South Africa. They had visas, and they stopped them at the immigration for about 14 hours, saying that they could not confirm their e-visas, even though they had visas. Would that person come back? Would that person travel again? Would that person go to that country? If there's no visa agreement, can you open up the skies? Is it commercially viable for Emirates to put a plane into the skies if there's no passenger to fill it because they can't get visas? So I think that we're fooling ourselves, like I said, if we keep talking about policies and not talking about real action plans that we can actually make to open up our countries.
So to start with, the Single Africa Air Transport Market is about African airlines having access to African markets. It's not about Emirates. It's about African airlines having access to African markets, to start with. Sorry, Perimbal. The second thing is visa regulations do not have anything to do with open skies. Visa regulations have got to do with bilateral agreements between countries. Let's be realistic about that. In terms of implementation, already since 2018, 53 new route destinations have been opened up. 148,000 passengers have access to 24 city pairs. That is what this implementation is about. Unfortunately, as Africans, we do not read about what things are there. We must be able to read. These things are there. If you go to the African Union website, these things are there. Go to the African Civil Aviation Commission, this information is there. We cannot come here and say that we're not implementing. We are implementing. Maybe we're not implementing as fast as we would want to, but implementation is there.
Aaron, the energy. At 10 to 5 is good. Because at this stage, I know the audience normally they're kind of dozing off, so you're giving everybody sitting upright. Can I please get Afzal to come in here as Emirates? Afzal, you are looking after the Southern Africa region, and you've done East Africa as well, and you've been to North Africa as well. You've got such a good perspective and experience on the situation of airline industry in Africa.
Yeah, thank you. I've been in Africa region for the last 1 decade. I spent time in North and East and West, now in Southern Africa. It's about liberalization will help the airline industry in general is the question. Obviously, that is from an Emirates airline perspective or for any international airline perspective, it surely help us. And our objective, we currently operate around 19 cities or 21 cities in Africa. And we know opening up borders and making it easy for people to travel from point A to B within Africa will surely help everyone, not just African carriers. So obviously, I don't carry passengers only from between Africa, but we carry most of our passengers from Africa to rest of the world and rest of the world to Africa. But our biggest problem we face is to connect them to second and third tier cities. So how do I build my business going forward? It's always been the case like working with local partners. So if there are strong regional carriers and domestic carriers, it will help any international airline operating here to connect people from the rest of the world to these second and third tier cities. And can Emirates or any airlines operate to other cities in Africa? Answer is no. That's not the intention. It is always been working with local partners. For example, with us, Airlink partnership with Emirates gives 40 regional destination access to us. Similarly, it gives Airlink 150 destination Emirates. So it's together building and opening up the sky will surely help industry.
Thank you very much, Afzal. Rui, can you please just touch on this? But also I want you to touch on what we discussed on Friday about problems with visa and currency and even language.
Yes, of course, we are all conscious that the open sky policy is a very good platform to increase connectivity between African cities and also to boost tourism. But we as airlines, we have many constraints that are there's nothing to do with tourism. For example, as you mentioned, the problem of currency. Currency of our countries are not strong enough to exchange between our countries, and there sets a lot of constraints to people travel. People travel. For example, if you bear Europe, there is the Eurozone. Tourism there is very strong because there is only one currency. In the United States, it's the same. But in Africa, each country has its own currency. And for people to travel, there are many obstacles on that.
And they have to change their own home currency into dollars before they go to the next country's currency.
That's right. This is a very big constraint. And also we as airlines, we also have many obstacles. Of course, the Yamoussoukro decision and SATAM that Aaron mentioned is a very good framework to increase also connectivity. But we have concerns, for example, about the unfair competition between airlines. That's why some countries are not yet implementing these the Yamoussoukro decision and SATAM platform. That's why. Because, you know, the regulatory background of Yamoussoukro decision has not yet been approved. It must be approved and be adopted by the states and to transform it into the legal internal order so that it may be implemented effectively. And also, for example, African Union elected the AFCAC, which is the African Civil Aviation Commission, to be the executing agency of the SATAM and the Yamoussoukro decision. The question is, has AFCAC effective power to enforce companies if one violated the rules? Maybe yes, maybe no. for which ones that are very suspicious, they are not yet implementing these open sky policies. So there is a way to go forward with many obstacles, but I'm optimistic, and I believe that with time we will mature our ideas, and I believe that things will go well in a very short time.
Thank you. What would be the short-term and indeed long-term benefits of liberalizing African air markets? Can I start with Nigeria?
Absolutely, and I'll go back to the previous point. I believe that commerce drives a lot of things, and I look at things from the private sector, not from the public sector, not from the government standpoint, but commerce does drive things. And I believe that when we do open up some of the things that we talked about, currency, visas, access, commerce would follow, and regulation will come. We cannot put regulation first, and then hope that commerce just comes. And that's why we continue to have this argument and back and forth. African airlines and the benefit of opening up Africa. You know, I use myself as an example. I moved back to Nigeria 4 years ago, and since then I've been taking over the company and I've been traveling across Africa. What you see is pure beauty. Now when you ask me where do I want to go for vacation, I want to go to a country in Africa. I want to go visit the countries I've never been. But when I went to the Gambia, I spent 3 days more than I would because there was no way to fly direct from Gambia back to Nigeria. So I had to stay for a week because the airline flies, I think, 2 times weekly. Now, those are the challenges.
And Roy here told me he flies into Lisbon daily.
Daily, exactly.
From Luanda.
Because double daily. Passenger count. It goes back to passenger count. If the plane that flew me from the Gambia to Nigeria was not full, is it commercially viable for an airline to continue to fly a route with 10% load factor? It's not. It's if we don't open up commercially and think about getting the airlines to be profitable on those routes, to be full, let's remove profitability, to be at least be full, have 80% load factor, 90% load factor, because people have access, then we're still not there. But the benefit is clear. Commerce will thrive, business will thrive, money will thrive, employment will thrive, tourism will grow, hotels will sell, local merchants will sell more. Once we open up on the country.
I heard you. Thank you so much. I love the energy as well. I think you and Aaron can light up this place. Can I give Afzal to comment on my question of long-term and short-term benefits?
But I want to say something like, you all know that Emirates is a brand, it's been known for the glamorous side of it. I've been with Emirates over 20 years, and I know what Emirates was when we started. There was a time we used to look up to South African Airways, including Aaron, who used to handle West Africa then. We were just beginning our career with Emirates, and we were just a small regional carrier. And what made us where we are today is not just an accident. It was a process that we followed, and that process is known to everyone. I'm sure Aaron agree with me in that perspective. It is simple, basically connecting people, and we had a leadership, we had direction, and we had openness. Every airline was open to operate to Dubai, and do you know our population is less than 10 million, and we currently operate a weekly 1 million seats. We carry 60 million passengers a year, and we have nothing in Dubai to sell. In Dubai, we purely have sands, a bit of oil. But today, we are ensuring that we carry this passenger. And why do they come to us? Purely because of accessibility. Number 2, being safe and secure, where you can transit via Dubai without ease. And we offer product and service at an affordable price or value for money proposition. So liberalization in Africa will change the game. 100% sure. Dubai is an example for it. If we only have 10 million population, we're receiving today as a city more than 40 million tourists in a year. So that itself tells you Africa, such a rich continent with everything and anything. We don't have Cape Town in Dubai, but we still attract 14 million passengers. So imagine what Cape Town can attract if it opens up in all perspective, and connectivity is everything about it.
Yes, the benefits in long term are undeniable. We all know, but there is a way to run yet. For example, our company was obliged to close some African routes because load factors were very low. Very low. I'm talking about cities like Lusaka, Harare, Brazzaville, from Luanda, of course. We were obliged to close those roads because there were no traffic at all to justify a weekly flight, etc. So there is a way to run yet. And also, we have to take the example of European Union. They started as an economic community first, with 6 countries first, then 12, and now they are 27. We have to urge our heads of states to change the trade and economic framework between the African countries. There is a poor trade between African countries. You said we fly double daily to Lisbon, and our flights are full of passengers all over the year. This is not a seasonable route. This is a route that is full all over the year. But we cannot perform like this in an African route. Why? Because there is no trade, economic exchange between African countries.
And we spoke about the importance of the African Free Trade Agreement, which is going to actually open up trade, which will require more airlines. But we also touched on the Air Afrique model. Please let me know what you think about that. I used to fly Air Afrique into West Africa. I don't know if there are people who still remember that, And we used a lot of Air Sabina, the Belgian airline as well. They're all gone now, of course. But is there a solution there, Aaron?
Yes, definitely. Just briefly on Air Afrique. 41 years ago, 16 African countries came together and they started an alliance. The alliances that you see today, Star Alliance, Sky Team, One World, they are only 15, 16 years old. So Africans started this a long time ago. We can't be sitting here and thinking we can't do anything. We've done this. You talk about the European Union, we've done this before them. We have the African Union coming actually as a precursor to the Organization of African Unity. We've done this.
The OAU precursor to African
Union. We've done this.
Yeah.
However, the challenge is, and let me come back to what Afzal said, and I hope you listen to him. The reason why Emirates is where they are today, I can tell you, I was in Dubai when Emirates had got 3 aircraft, 737-200 aircraft, wait list from Pakistan International. I saw it myself. I flew on those aircraft to Lahore. That was the Emirates of 1984. I saw that. The reason why they are there today is because, number one, they've got leadership, consistency, and they have a model. We don't have models in Africa. Our African airlines are still operating on assumptions that are pre-COVID. That world is gone. What sort of business are you going to manage when you don't even have the right assumptions to work with? That's where the challenge is. The Air Afrique you're talking about, Milton, it died because our leaders started squabbling. Oh, where is the head office going to be? Oh, where is the CEO coming from? That's why you die. If you have a project, you have a model and a plan, you need 3 things. You need cooperation, collaboration, and commitment. If you don't have that, you are dead in the water.
Guys. Okay, Roy, come back. Yeah.
Just to continue in the same meaning, in same thoughts of Aaron, the model of Air Afrique, as you mentioned, was a very good model. I believe that Ethiopian Airlines is doing somehow the same with some changes.
Yeah.
But again, the currency problem is rising again. Air Afrique was serving mainly French-speaking countries in Africa.
Yeah.
They have only one currency, this is the franc CFA, which also facilitated or makes easier for people to travel between those countries.
Yeah, I flew them Cote d'Ivoire, Bamako, and all those areas around West Africa, yeah. Okay, so we are going to bring it to a close. Like I said, this was going to be short. a short flight, if you like. Can we now close with the thoughts about what the solutions are? We know the problems. We've had them over and over again. Visas, currency, this, that, leadership, lack of leadership. But what should be done? Practical steps. Aaron, take it away.
So there are maybe 4 things that need to be done. The first one is we need to decolonize our minds. We need to understand that we are capable of doing this. We have the pilots, we have the management, everything that we need, we have got it here. So we must have local solutions for our challenges. And these solutions are not far-fetched. They are already there, we're already implementing them. The second thing is we need to be able to focus on what liberalization actually means, so that everybody is speaking from the same hymn book, from the same church, and from the same page. If we don't understand or even make each other understand what liberalization means, we are all going to be all over the place. The third thing that we're going to do is we're going to make sure that everybody is accountable. Without accountability, we're not going anywhere. And the fourth thing, most importantly, is that we are all going to be responsible for each other on the African continent.
Thank you. Afzal?
No, I agree with Aaron. What he said. It's not just about individualism in this business, and it's about we all here to connect people. So, end of the day, even liberalization or the open sky will only enable the freedom, but that's not going to make tourism boost or travel pattern to change. There are a lot of other enablers like infrastructure being number 2. Like people need to have, you can't have regulations give you permit to fly anywhere in Africa without any restriction, but you don't have an airport to land. Doesn't work. So you need to have ecosystem done around the travel business.
And you need a runway that can take an A380.
Yes, I mean, if you look at Africa, there's only 8 international airports in the world standard, and you got 55 countries, or I don't know, 55? So that itself tells you the story. So it's infrastructure, and the most important challenge that I face when I try to present Africa or South Africa to rest of the network to push them to sell each destination, the first question asked is not what to see there. They'll ask you how secure it is. So we need to address all these elements, and I think we are on the right track. Probably if you ask me why this is slowed down, you can blame partly to the leadership, you can partly blame it because of the currency devaluation and currency situation, but it also a lot to do with the resources available, because each of these countries need to implement this big agenda of open sky, but you need to have resources who understand what they're implementing. So lack of resources in certain countries, not all the countries, and you can take an example of Ethiopia. I lived there 2 years, and Ethiopia is a classic example with all the challenges. They're still surviving, they're still making profit, and they're still enlarging their network. So there are examples within Africa you can look up to. And our role as an international carrier, because we believe in it, because the more domestic and regional carrier, the stronger we become. The better, if today one of the challenges I face in South Africa is the lack of a national carrier. If there is a national carrier, it's only going to benefit everyone in the industry. Without a national carrier, I struggle every day because no one addressing the infrastructural issues. We cannot get involved in that. That is national carriers issue. So obviously there's need of working togetherness, not international, domestic or regional. We are part of one ecosystem, and you just don't need transportation within Africa. You need people to come to Africa from the rest of the world. And we can only add value, and Emirates or any other foreign carrier is not the solution for the problem we're talking about. It is Africa is the solution, and African carriers is the solution.
Thank you. Okay, Roy. Roy, can you add in that something that we touched on last week briefly? The whole Airbus versus Boeing.
Well,
on maintenance, right? Yeah.
On maintenance. Oh, this is not the way. I think that this is the same. It's like you choose a BMW or a Mercedes. It is up to you to choose. It's up to you to choose. The problem of Boeing is that Boeing has not now an airplane smaller than 737s. And for Africa, a small airplane is also very important. But to add more, Africa is a very big continent. And to add one more solutions that we are talking about is to start regionally. For example, SADC is a very powerful and strong region, and we are not taking advantage of it. So I believe that to start regionally is a very good solution to increase the connectivity between African countries and also to boost tourism.
Thank you. Muito obrigado. Please close with a soundbite there, Adebayo.
So I'll just piggy on what everybody has said. I think that is the starting point. One of the points that I would like to close with is making the flights between some regions in Africa seem like domestic, to reduce the cost. It is cheaper to go to London than to go to a 2-hour country that is next door. And if we do that, then we can actually increase load factor. If we make it look like a domestic flight within country, like in West Africa, for instance, then just like the regional strategy that Ruth talked about, then it becomes even better. It becomes affordable to travel. Then it becomes reasonable to use that as a mode of transportation. But again, infrastructure, currency, those things will definitely open up our skies and get more parks into the air, because that's where we make money, is by getting more people to fly.
And also, Milton, we have to challenge the tourism people that are sitting here to help us to increase our load factors. It is up to the tourist agents to do this. No, we are on the terrain to cooperate.
They heard you very well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with us in a very short and brief discussion on the open skies in Africa. Next year, we will dedicate an hour to this. This is a fascinating subject, and it's so crucial to what we're talking about here today. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Gents, thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milton, and thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. You know, that's leadership. Even if you give them 2 minutes, they'll get the job done. Even if you give them 2 minutes. And if there's no leadership, even if you give them the whole day, the job won't be done. Botswana, 10 minutes. Botswana, I'm giving you 10 minutes out of my very, very limited time, and we still have a session. Are you yes, okay, come through. I see, you say they're coming and she says no. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't refuse an opportunity to market yourself. 10 minutes. I'm going to reduce it to 5 minutes then. I'm going to reduce it to 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if there is the presentation here, but what I just want to say is that we will be hosting our first tourism investment forum from the 13th of September. 13th to 15th of September in Gaborone. And therefore, I believe during that time, we'll get an opportunity to appreciate all the investment areas that are within the country. We've got, for us, we've got the Chobe area, and which is around our river front, the Kasaneka Zungulari development plan. We've got parcels of land that are available that side. We also have our desert, which is in the Kalahari, and we believe that we can turn that area into a desert city. So during our investment summit in September, we are going to unfold all these opportunities so that we can begin to, participate in them. And the registration is ongoing, and ITIC will flash the link for registration so that if you are interested in that conference, in that summit, you can also participate and be part of the summit. Thank you very much, sir.
Perfect. You don't waste a minute when I give it to you. That's what you have just done. Made full use of it. Thank you very much. It's a pity we were not able to get your full presentation, but we look forward to that event. And I'm sure everybody would actually take advantage of that. Thank you very much. With that, we are now going to move on to the last but one session, which is transforming positively the business climate and competitiveness of the African continent. We're talking here about bridging the infrastructure, education, skills gaps between African countries and minimizing the disruptive forces of climate change and transforming positively the African continent and generate sustainable growth. We now are almost left with, just ourselves to talk to, but having kept the best for last, doesn't seem to have worked because people don't know what they're going to be missing now. Our esteemed panel moderator is going to be Kojo Pentum Williams, who's going to do that from Voyage Afrique. Please come through and and do the honors. Introduce your panel and take us through. Make sure that you finish in good time for us to be able to make it to the door, because the door will close at 6 o'clock. So if you keep us beyond that, yes, you can use this one, I think. Is this one not on? He says he can connect this one as well. Yeah, so if you could just invite the panel and make sure that we are able to make it to the door. Thank you very much.
Hi, I think this is an onerous tax, and again, it's very empty here. All right, but there we go. So they say they kept the best for last. So again, my name is Kojo Pentum Williams, and I'm not going to hold you up here. And thanks for staying over for this last minute, which was delayed by an hour. Apologies. So to help me do, as the moderator said earlier, is to invite the acting CEO of Botswana Tourism Organization, Madam Carl. Can you come on stage? From the African Tourism Board, the president, Kabet, can you join me here? And then we have the acting SA Tourism CEO was supposed to have joined us, but he's got some other emergencies. So Brandwing, who is in charge of investment and regulation, she introduced herself. She's online with us. And then I have Mr. Godwin. Can you come on stage? So, and I know we are behind time. So yes, Godwin is a Responsible Tourism Partnership and Advisor at the World Travel Market. And for most of you being attending World Travel Market, London, here, Brazil, he's a very familiar face with responsible tourism and then green tourism. Last but not least, I have JP van der Meer, Head of Investment Promotion at Westgrow. Awesome. And then, Bronwyn, can you hear us?
I can indeed, Kojo. Hello.
Yes, good to see you again. All right. So as you heard, we are the last panel, and we have to make sure that we are out of here in the next 30 minutes. All right. Okay. So let me start with you first on the topic today. Now we're talking about investment climate, and if you can just walk us through a bit around what SA Tourism, in terms of its incentives, investment, positioning, and how and what you're doing to attract investment into the tourism sector.
Thank you, Kojo. So from a South African tourism perspective, we obviously work with a lot of members of the private sector, and there are many programs which exist for incentives which get managed through the formal structures of the likes of the DTIC and others. From an investment perspective, there are many programs that exist to help stimulate the investment in South Africa. And, our colleagues work quite well, the private sector work quite well with investment businesses. Most importantly, from a South African tourism perspective, we work at making sure that our markets are ready to receive the visitors, and we make sure that we communicate those opportunities to the private sector partners and connect the private sector ultimately to visitors.
Okay, great. Now, let me come to Vandi as a host province. In terms of Westgro, again, you released a report that shows that you've seen incredible, recovery stats. Can you walk us through exactly what Westgro as a province is doing in terms of incentives and what you're doing to attract not just investment, but now where we are heading, which is called green, investment into the province in a way to combat climate change and also have tourism as a real force for good?
Thank you very much. I represent the investment promotion unit of Westgro, and Westgro is the Western Cape's trade, investment and tourism promotion agency. So we have a number of mandates that span across the tourism sector. And obviously, the main role of our tourism unit is to promote tourism back into the province after these tough years that we've suffered during COVID. So we have some special projects, including air access, which focuses on bringing more direct flights into Cape Town International Airport, and that's been very successful. We've had the return of a number of major airlines to Cape Town. We've had United and Delta Airlines having flights directly to Cape Town. We've had Air Belgium arrive, Virgin active return. So that's one of the projects that really helped bring back tourism numbers into the province. Then we've had Cruise Cape Town, which promotes the cruise tourism aspect of tourism in our province, and that's also been very successful. We've had a bumpy year. You can see the big cruise liner in the port at the moment. And then in terms of investment, I think with dealing with climate change and rules changing both locally but particularly internationally, we kind of have to communicate what those climate risks are going to be to businesses. We have to then look at what steps we and companies are going to put in place to mitigate those risks, while also keeping up with consumer demands and kind of increasing that climate resilience. I think another very important point, though, I think we want to raise is that there's this trend in Europe about travel shaming. So tourists who are doing long-haul flights are told, you're having a big carbon footprint, and so people are less inclined to travel. Now, from our perspective, we believe that tourism is actually a better way sometimes to conserve natural resources. So a national park is often better than putting in agricultural industrial activities. So I think one of the key messages that we want to deliver, and I think many African governments need to deliver, is that the Western Cape, South Africa, and other African countries it's really important that we deliver that tourism is a climate resilient sector, and that it's not something that people should be ashamed of. In fact, they're supporting conservation by coming to visit these amazing natural assets that we have on this continent. Thank you.
I'll come back to you on the type of investment that you're looking to attract. But Carl, again, we're calling for investors. Now, how do we make it easy for them to operate on the continent? So in terms of what you guys are doing in Botswana, how is it easy for me to get to Botswana? First of all, in terms of even accessing the country in terms of visa, and then you look at the regulations, that whether you think it's attractive enough to get those monies into the economy.
Okay, thank you very much. I must say that the government of Botswana has really invested so much into improving entry into the country, particularly when it comes to visas. We know that we used to have the visas being applied for manually and all that, but right now there is the now online visa application, which whose turnaround time again has been significantly reduced to almost 24 hours, depending on where you come from and again the business that you are coming for within the country. And again, if there is any hurdle, the immigration department remains available almost on call throughout the day, such that we facilitate any visitor who comes in. Now, when it comes to the investment climate, what currently obtains is that if you come in, depending on the level of investment, as well as the number of jobs and the quality of the jobs that you are going to create for the citizens, there is a direct allocation of land for you to be able now to invest within the country. There is also another option, because what we want as Botswana is that there should be some skills transfer even when the investor comes into the country. There is also an opportunity for partnerships with the community-based organization. But what obtains there is that the community-based organization would be now the owners of the head lease, and then the investor then comes in to now build and operate with the community itself now gaining skills and some form of royalties. So there is that window depending on what the investor comes in, as well as the return on investment, particularly equipping the citizens and creating some jobs. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Harold, now it ought to be a fine balance if you're going to look at investment, responsible tourism, and what Brother from West said, travel shaming. How do you balance that? And for a person who's being very articulate and vociferous when it comes to responsible tourism, what is the balance that we need to be able to strike in order to receive the kind of investment that we think then can change the community and our destinations for good?
That's quite a big question.
Yes, it is, because you're a big man.
Thank you for that. I'd start somewhere different, actually, okay. And forgive me for this. Right. But one of the problems when I was teaching, and I've retired, but when I was teaching, I had students in their mid-20s to 40, 45. And I asked them whether they fantasized about going on holiday, and they nearly all talked about going to Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and that was okay. And I asked them why, and they said, well, because there's lots of ethnic diversity there. And I was shocked, because quite clearly Africa is the world's most diverse continent in terms of ethnicity, in terms of religion. Every kind of diversity you could want to see is here on this continent. The reality is that because of the way it's promoted by tour operators and, if I'm honest, also by destinations and governments, we see all the stuff about wildlife and almost nothing about the people. And people now, when they're traveling, they're wanting a form of contact with community. They don't want just to have paraded in front of them some African dancers who are coming in. It's a voyeuristic experience. And when you travel in India or in Indochina, you get into conversations, you have meaningful connections, as we talk about it in responsible tourism, that meaningful connection. And I think one of the challenges is to reshape the way Africa is understood in the source markets. Now, if we can do that, then we can start, and this, sorry, now I will answer your question. This now, if you do that, then the answer is climate justice. And climate justice says, particularly in those wealthy source markets that you have, and in some of the new wealthy markets too, they've done an awful lot of damage to, particularly, to the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and to global warming, and with that comes to climate change. Now, that becomes a coherent argument only if you can convincingly prove that money is actually going to go to the local communities. Because there's a lot of talk about it, a lot of talk about giving back and about the contribution you make by travelling. But the reality, when I look very carefully at national parks data, mostly the national parks are still subsidised by state governments in Africa. They don't pay their way, they're not businesses, they don't make a return on the investment. So that argument falls over straight away. And in terms of local communities, we don't actually have the evidence in most places. Although, if you're not doing anything tomorrow morning at 10:30, we have a session on reporting, and we have a demonstration there that you can actually demonstrate how much money is going back into the local economy if you just adjust the way you do your bookkeeping. But until we do that on a much bigger scale in Africa and demonstrate that there is a real social justice return from your travel, we'll get nowhere. And I also have to be honest with you, the newspapers now in the UK, and it's not just in the UK, are full of the embarrassment around carbon offsetting, which has just become a scandal. So we need to do something better if we're going to make that social justice argument. I'm optimistic, because I think we can, but we need to re-gear and take it much, much more seriously than we have done. Sorry, I've gone up too long.
No, that's fine. Cuthbert, Chairman of the African Tourism Board, does it come to you that we are in most cases in Africa as well, alignment is a problem, and if that is a fundamental issue, then promoting and ensuring that we get that investment can be a challenge. From where you sit as an association in advocating, what are some of the policies or issues that you put forward to be able to drive that?
Thank you so much. From the offset, may I hasten to indicate that the African continent has the best and unique product that hasn't been explored. I'm sure we have explored 30%, and 70% is still underground in the belly of our motherland. We have so much to offer, and it's unfortunate that we have lived under the shadow of those who think that Africa cannot rise. So the onus is up to us. We spoke about collaboration. We spoke about synergizing, coming together as a united front. If you look at the United States of America, it's a composition of a number of countries. Look at the Great Britain. They came together. They are doing a very splendid work. So Africa is high time for us to rise. When it comes to investment in Africa, I still believe that, as I indicated, that we've got the best product that we need to expose. But it must start with us. We must identify who are you as an African and what do you want to achieve in Africa. That's why we are emphasizing on a domestic emphasis to say, can we start then to appreciate and break this divide that has separated us. When you walk out, go to the exhibition, you would find that Botswana is sitting on his corner there. South Africa, there is no coordination. They are not speaking with one voice to say, how do we promote Africa as a single destination of choice, both for investment and also for traffic flow in terms of tourists coming to Africa. So I believe that we are the best continent and we have so much to offer. And we need to be able as well to emulate from those who have run the race. A few weeks ago, we were with our ministers in Jamaica. It's a case study. Why can't we rise up to the occasion and say, what is it that they are doing? So that we are able also to emulate and appreciate those good practices. Yes, we're talking of corruption, we're talking of crime. Crime, you get it anyway. When you open, in New York, almost on a day-to-day basis, people are being killed there. So those are not headlines. So when it comes to Africa, simply because we want to be seen as a second continent, it is always at the forefront. So we need to appreciate and tell a good story to say, yes, we can do it. And also it needs public and private sector to come together so that when they craft these policies, we need private sector to be able to drive the implementation part of it. And we have so much to offer. And we were in Botswana, and we are looking forward for the investment summit, where we're saying, the world must come and see who we are, proudly as Africans, and our offerings as well. But on the other hand, it has to be on our terms, not on their terms. So it's very important, fundamental to say, it must start with us. Let's identify what is it that we want to achieve for this great continent.
Okay, thank you so much, Capet. Brandwing, you see, I mean, when we speak about investment, sometimes, often than not, we see it as coming from outside of Africa, and we seem to leave out the domestic, investors that we have. In terms of where you said at SAT, do you have the regulatory framework that encourages domestic investors to be able to expand? Because you well may have this at your backyard, but because there's that appetite for us to just go beyond of the continent, we often seem to lose on that. What is SAT doing, or what is South Africa's policy around that?
So, Coach, I think the reality is that operating in any market has a degree of, regulatory requirement, and there's always a degree of red tape. Having said that, there's enough evidence within South Africa that there are people who are growing their businesses, making very big strategic investments. This is both from a local domestic perspective and an international perspective. There are a number of large hotel groups that are expanding within South Africa and bringing in brands. And then there are domestic players who are also looking to grow their product base and grow what they're doing. What is really key, and I think I just want to pick up from where Harold was leading us around the sustainable nature of tourism and the people whose lives we affect through tourism. At the WTM conference in London last year, South Africa, picked up quite a few accolades in the space of sustainable tourism, particularly where communities are effective. I think the Marriott Bon Voyage in Bloemfontein won an award for the work that is done with their staff to empower them. There's projects all over South Africa where communities are being invested in, so that when travelers come and enjoy South Africa, they are enjoying a product that has got a community behind it. One of the big domestic players that we have is in terms of our natural assets would be SANParks, our South African national parks. And the South African national parks essentially, they develop the communities so that the community can grow along with the tourism product. So I think, the reality is that when there is a will and when it is clearly understood what the benefit is, doing business in South Africa is very exciting, it's very dynamic. And from what we are seeing, there is huge product growth and investment from international and domestic players. And that continues to grow every day. And if I could bend your ear for more time, I would give you so many examples. But I think in essence, what I'm saying is sustainability and the sustainability of communities is driven through, the investment from the sector. And I think it's very well acknowledged here in South Africa. And we are moving towards matching the investment into our people alongside our biodiversity. So it's a very exciting time for South Africa.
Okay, thank you, Bronwyn. Godwin, I was hesitant in saying this, but are you realistic when we talk about green investment into areas and places that we see obviously that they have challenges, infrastructure, etc. Yet you want to receive the investment, and the other part of the bargain, which often than not ought to be from the investors. Are we on a path to say that yes, bring your money? Of course, you have to guarantee them something, but at what point in time do we think that green investment in its true sense is taking shape when it comes to courting investors into your destination? Harold? No.
I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that question. I think Sorry. I really don't know the answer to that question. I think really what I would like to see is much stronger emphasis on length of stay, people getting to know an area and to return. We have lots of tourists in the UK, for example, who go back to the Gambia every year. And one of the reasons for that is that when they're there, they have really entertaining engagements with the local community. The same is true in Ghana. It's true in some parts of South Africa, but South Africa hasn't talked as much as some African countries have about that engagement with community. And one of the things which always strikes me is how successful some of the township tours are in developing exactly that kind of relationship, although it's very separated from the mainstream industry, which is still dominated here by a few very large players. I think that's a challenge as well for investors.
Okay. Now, as we wrap up, Carl, how do we sustain some of the things that he just spoke about, township tourism, okay? And I know directly is a bit, quite different, but how do we sustain the progress being made in terms of having the policies, but also letting the policies speak to the needs of the people, or domestic people?
Thank you for that. Definitely collaboration, as the panelists have said, is key to that. And I know that from our side, the side of CASA, wherein the 5 countries are working together to ensure that there is collaborative marketing, there is also collaborative investment drive within the CASA region. So it's part of what could be done. Over and above that also, when the policies are being revised, we need enablers and the willingness of the government to ensure that these policies do not just gather dust. As the implementation, the resources should be availed for such policies really to be realized. So I believe that is basically what could be done.
Kalbeck, on African Tourism Board, just under 1 minute, what are the suggestions that you are putting forward in terms of creating a competitive tourism industry, for the continent?
As I indicated, that collaboration is vital among us member states. Let's break these divides that have separated us as nations, separated us as tourism board, separated us as service providers. We are not competitors, but we are here towards one objective, to make this great continent one of the powerhouses. I believe, Dr. Taleb has indicated that, look, Africa, there is so much that is there. The power that we have, we need to acknowledge that, to say, look, God has endowed us with so much that can sustain generations and generations to come. All what we need to do is to come together. All what we need is to say, how do we move as a bloc? And also, let's stop the issues of discussing and not implementing, as one of our panelists has indicated. We have so much to say, but so little to do. I want to, just as my closing remarks, last year, I was invited to Kawa Festival. Kawa Festival is an annual event, cultural event, that is hosted in Botswana, in the Kalahari Honorable. It was my first time going there. And by the way, that was also when my minister here tempted me to eat meat. They've got a way of cooking it. Service providers, they had an audience of over 60,000 for 1 week in the desert, where, it was a city created. Cabinet ministers, they were there camping. The head of state was there camping, demonstrating that domestic tourism that enriches our communities is priority number 1. Honorable Minister, this year you are invited. Let us go to this marvelous. You will be mesmerized with what you say. So we need to appreciate and start focusing on our domestic. Let's engage them, let's involve them in this journey within the tourism space.
Thank you, Van, I think I'm going to give you the last word, but on the point around investment, don't you think that we need to communicate exactly the type of investment that destinations are looking to attract, and you put forward what is it that, because I know that I mean, national government, provincial government put out exactly what they're doing, but isn't it time for us to communicate more the type of investment that we're looking for as a destination?
Yeah, I think the marketing and promotion of investment opportunities is key. So, we as an agency work on those opportunities for the Western Cape. But I think next week, for example, we have the South African Investment Conference. So that's a national event, and that's another opportunity for us to promote various sectors, not just to talk about the investments that are already coming in, but to talk about the future potential. And I think, as a continent, I think we're also at this unique time where we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, where we're talking about aligning policy on trade and investment. And I think this is a great opportunity for different countries at an event like this or at similar events to talk about harmonizing our investment policy, but then maybe taking that conversation further and talking about collating and collecting our thoughts on what the investment promotion strategy can be as a continent, not just as a province or country, but to look more broadly at the continent and what we can sell and offer to the rest of the world.
Thank you, Van. We're out of time, and again, thank you for staying with us. But if you have a question, please feel free to ask. Yes, sir. Let's try again. Okay, I think we can hear if you can. Okay. Yes, please, right.
My question is very, very simple. Mandela had a very strong statement about education. My question is that how can education help to transform Africa in the tourism ecosystem? And the second comment is what especially that I heard previously, like East Africa, West Africa, Northern Africa, Central Africa, is these clusters dividing us or persuading us to have a global strategy for Africa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me take the minister. Raised one of. Please, Minister, you can go ahead.
Right. So my comment is in relation to the investment profiles of this post-COVID period in tourism.
Okay.
I think that we've learned a few things from this recovery so far. That one, the recovery is not linear. And two, that the heaviest disruption has been the human capital disruption. And that tourism has been notorious for neglecting the workers. During the pandemic, we left the workers behind. 72 million of them left us, and only 18% have come back, which means 45 or so million of our historic knowledge or institutional knowledge is out there. And so investment in tourism now must take into account ESG. It's about the environment, it's about sustainability, and it's about governance. It's about making sure that the people who work in the industry are part of that investment activity. And CSR must now begin to kick in. And give you my example in Jamaica. During the pandemic, for our sins, we got good investment. So I'm finishing 5,000 rooms as we speak, starting from 2021. And all of those are building houses for the workers of the industry as well. 650 rooms at one, and another one is doing 500 rooms now for kind of a housing dormitory. I watch that carefully because I rather housing units. But I wanted to make the point that our investment now must be holistic, that the investment for tourism must take into account the social and economic realities that have resulted from COVID. And in that way, tourism will truly be inclusive and will be the driver of the next wave of development for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, yeah, that's a point. But on the question from my friend from TAG, anyone want to pick that question? Because I think, I guess the point you were saying about education and how we've had blocks from East, South, North Africa, etc., and how that is impeding our progress, as a continent. But also one thing that I picked up from what he said was to also lay the infrastructure around education as a backbone of, creating a competitive environment. Because we can call for the investment, but if you want to make a tourism sector, like the minister said, very, inclusive and a real force for good, then if we don't develop that, the next people who are going to take over, then I guess that investment may be termed as not green or not sustainable. So if, okay.
We won't make it to the door.
I'm sure what I'm about to say won't be very popular, but it seems to me that one of the things about Africa is its very diversity, and I understand the continental desire to stand together as a continent, but Europe has stood together as a continent despite having massive differences between France and Germany and Romania, for example. I do think difference is vital to justify travel. Why would I come to Africa if it was the same as being in Britain? That diversity is at the core of what travel and tourism is. And I think what education needs to focus on is enabling people to understand the richness of their culture and to communicate it to others. Because when they communicate it to others, they value it higher because they see what it means to the visitor. And it gives value to them, and it creates value for communities who benefit from the tourism that come. We need to see more investment in the communities, and slightly less probably in bricks and mortar.
Thank you so much. Bronwyn, thank you for joining us online. Panelists Van, Godwin, Cuthbert, and Carl, thank you. And thank you for staying with us. And I'll now call on the moderator to conclude on things. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kojo. Thank you, and thank you to the panelists. Well, I now call on stage Ibrahim to close the session in 2 minutes. Make sure we make it to the door. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have nothing to say. I'd like to summarize in 2, 3 words. My chairman said this morning, we all come from Africa. So wherever we are from the world, the origin, we came from Africa. So basically, the continent has a lot of opportunities. We heard a lot today. And I think the last word I would say, a big thank you to all of you, to all the ministers who made it from all around Africa, from Jamaica who came here. Thank you to former Minister Nene to be our host, the MC today. Thanks to all the audience, thanks to our team, and we see you next year. Thank you so much. And we want to make it to throughout the door. Am I right? Okay, thank you.